1011, your official Husker station presents the 1998 Red-White pregame show. Brought to you in part by Alliance Cellular, the Lincoln Journal-Star, and your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
The second time in 3 years.
Good afternoon and welcome to Memorial Stadium here in Lincoln and the newly dedicated Tom Osborne Field. Hi everyone, I'm Scott Kilbury along with play-by-play announcer Bill Dolman. We are about 30 minutes away from kickoff of the annual pregame, or actually red-white spring game, and it should be a good one. A lot of people are looking forward to this.
Well, Scott, this is probably the most anticipated spring game in the history of Nebraska football as the Frank Solich era continues to get underway here with the Nebraska football team. I think we've been talking about this game for a long, long time. I know Coach Solich and his staff is very excited about today's football game because they've got a very talented football team coming back for 1998. There are a lot of questions, however. Everybody knows they need to reload that offensive line. They need to find 4 new starters. They need to find a quarterback to replace Scott Frost and an I-back to replace Amon Green. The question on defense, how good can the Blackshirts be? They may have the best defensive unit that they have ever had in Nebraska. There are a lot of questions, and today those questions will start to be answered, and this is going to be a lot of fun.
It should be a lot of excitement out there. And like you said, a spring of a new era marking the debut of the new head football coach, Frank Solich. Now, if the upcoming season is anything like the spring drills, the Huskers shouldn't skip a beat.
I've been around Coach Osborne and I've known how he's operated for the last 19, 20 years and watched what he's had to do and how he's done it. And so I really haven't had any real surprises in terms of this job.
Some may have been surprised with Tom Osborne's retirement, but not with his successor. Everyone in the Husker family agrees that Frank Solich is the man for the job.
We've been together a long time, and so there's a whole lot I can tell them now that I haven't one time or another said at one, and so I think that they're very capable of handling it.
Solich may bring a different perspective to his new role, but as the head mentor, he offers the same fundamental values as his predecessor.
Coach Osborne's a tremendously caring person, and I hope that I'll be that way too. That I'll have a great feeling for the coaches on our staff, the players in our program, and that I'll operate in such a manner that will make it so that that those coaches respect how I operate, the players respect how I operate.
Solich is a firm believer in chemistry. It's a strong bond that makes up the coaching staff that has kept it together even after Osborne's departure.
So many staffs over the country, somebody gets a job and somebody gets hard feelings and somebody doesn't want like this and that, and they split up and go all over the place, and it just destroys a program. And with the way we've all felt about each other as football coaches and friends and everything, that wasn't going to happen. And there wasn't even a thought of it. I don't know one coach on our staff that even considered leaving Nebraska.
The Husker football players would agree. They feel the same way about Solich as they do about Osborne, and they're looking for the same results.
I think there's not too much change as far as the way he goes about practice and practice schedule and the intensity of practices, and I think that's a credit of how he's learned under Coach Osborne and being under him for 19 years. And it's a thing where, everybody notices the difference that Coach Osborne isn't out on the field, but as far as the way practices are approached and the way we do things, it's basically the same thing.
But I've been enjoying it. It's something that I think has been good in terms of how I've gotten used to going about things, because it is different. But so far so good.
Ready? Yep, ready.
Now, you've met the new leader on the sidelines, but how about the leader on the field? Well, that's where Luke Stuckmeyer is right now. Now, Luke, who's going to replace the likes of Scott Frost?
Well, Scott, that's the million-dollar question. Who's going to be the quarterback? Everybody wants to know, and it looks like this spring game just might be the deciding factor. These just might be the eyes of the next Husker quarterback. Then again, maybe this is Scott Frost's replacement, or maybe not.
I don't know if you could say it makes it better. I think at times right now it's a guess it's getting a little low.
Early in the spring, coaches said London and Newcombe were separating themselves from the rest. But now the race has tightened.
you know, it's a real good competition between all three of us, and everybody's been putting in a lot of work, and everybody's been doing real well. And I think that whoever comes out on top is definitely going to be challenged enough that he's going to be, you know, the man for the job.
You can't make any mistakes. You just pretty much got to be perfect. And for that situation to come to, I guess it's, you know, it's a do or die situation. If you don't do it, and then, you know, I guess they'll make the decision of who they want to be the quarterback.
Redshirt freshman Eric Crouch is the third side to the triangle, and with maybe the strongest arm, he's making a move.
I like his speed. I like his toughness. He has a demeanor about him that presents leadership. He's kind of a tough quarterback and has that air about him in his eyes, and when he goes in the huddle, his eyes when he's at the line of scrimmage. He has all the physical tools.
Yeah, definitely the competition has really helped me out because those guys are so good. It just makes you, there's that sense of urgency to do better each day.
Bobby Newcombe has shown he can make plays anywhere on the field.
He's a man that comes up in here and studies the film on his off time and really is in the offices trying to learn constantly. He has all the speed you're looking for. I don't know if there's anyone that has been here any faster than him.
Frankie London is the oldest of the three. The junior had some sparkling moments last season, and now that time is paying off.
I've thought a lot because right now I guess I get in there and I know what our defense is going to throw at us. You know, they're going to move around a lot and they're going to do a lot of things to try to confuse you. But me getting out in the field, getting the chance to play last year has given me, you know, the confidence and the relaxation that I need to get the job done.
I'm very, very happy to have all three of them because we got a lot of talent. But I know, unfortunately, there were probably one or probably two young men will be a little bit unhappy because of circumstances. They want to play quarterback, and I understand that, and they understand that. But we all know that we can only play one particular young man, possibly two. Therefore, they know and understand that we're going to probably have to have one of them to move.
Well, all three quarterbacks say they would move to another position if the coaches ask them to. The player that is asked to move should be finding out shortly after the spring game once the coaches have time to look at the game film. Of course, another question we're trying to find out, who is that quarterback going to be handing the ball off to? Who's going to replace Amon Green at I-back? We'll take a look at some of the possibilities when our pregame show continues.
How good can it get? A powerful 132 horsepower engine. New interior refinements, split fold-down rear seats, race-inspired handling, and over 40 total quality improvements. How good can it get? It gets this good. Plymouth Neon, 10355. Or now, it gets even better with 1.9% APR for up to 60 months for over $2,000 in savings. Only at your Chrysler and Plymouth dealer.
Introducing the Sicilian pizza from Pizza Hut. This ain't no ordinary pizza, it's a date with the bomb squad. It's oregano, basil, and garlic packed so tightly into the crust it'll make your eyeballs sweat. It ain't no Walter Matilda debutante cotillion, it's an all-out in-your-face headbangers ball. They're having an all-night party in your mouth and they ain't serving pate. This is the most intense-tasting pizza we've ever made. The energized, kicking-the-teeth mother of all pizzas. The new Sicilian pizza from Pizza Hut for only $8.99. Can you handle it?
Alliance Cellular would like you to meet two powerful little Huskers.
We refuse to lose!
No, that's not quite what we had in...
Nothing but net tonight.
No, we mean the Husker phone. It's exclusively at Alliance Cellular. Available as a Motorola personal or bag phone with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phones. Great phones. And a great way to say, go Big Red.
You're gonna buy a net! Put some more filling into it, buddy!
Go Big Red!
Alliance Cellular, making it easier to communicate.
When you buy from those national chains, you have to go into the store, get your supplies, and haul it out yourself. With Eeks, we just call them up and they deliver it straight to the office. With service like that for about the same price, you can't beat it. So call Eeks and see if they can come tomorrow.
Okay, I walk into one of those national chain office supply stores thinking I'm going to get a better deal than what we've always gotten at Eeks. And what do I find? Pretty much the same prices. It's just not worth the hassle. In fact, I called Eeks when I got in today and ordered some...
Welcome back to the pregame show. Now, the Huskers lose quite a bit on offense, including their starting I-back. In fact, this spring game could very well determine who will fill in where Amon Green left off.
The The Nebraska football team cranked out 3 of the nation's top statistical categories last season, including scoring with over 47 points, more than 513 yards in total offense, and rushing at an average of 392.6 yards per contest, the 3rd best in school history. Junior Amon Green had a lot to do with that. He was the nation's 2nd leading rusher with nearly 1,900 yards over the year. His early departure, though, for the pros has opened the door wide open, and the player with the most drive may get the nod.
I came out of spring ball with the intensity that I knew that Amon Green was entering the draft, that I have a chance to compete for the starting spot. So I came out with 110% attitude that whenever we go out and practice, give it all that I have.
As a true freshman, Buckhalter came out of the chutes on fire in 1997, scoring 6 touchdowns in 3 games, stepping up in the first 2 games especially when Amon Green was nursing a sore back and shoulder. Buckhalter gained 313 yards and valuable game experience. He'll be battling with another sophomore, D'Angelo Evans, who sat out all of last season with an abdominal injury.
I'm not going to be satisfied with just being back. You know, I want to be back, and I want everybody to know I'm going to be back in a big way. And after this summer, I think that'll happen.
Evans was a huge impact for the Huskers in 1996. Filling in for another injured Green, he amassed 760 yards and 14 touchdowns, doing it all on 148 carries, the 3rd best freshman numbers in school history. Dan Alexander is also coming off of an injury. He tore his ACL in last year's red-white game. He's back to 100%. As the first freshman to receive the Lifter of the Year award, he should provide the muscle needed in critical situations.
I think Dan certainly has some different things that he can bring to the table as a running back, and one of those being his size and speed. And he has been working very hard on not just being one-dimensional in terms of just being a guy that can just run straight ahead and run over people, but that's certainly his strength.
Darren Diedrich is the Huskers' first scholarship recruit out of Canada. He could make an immediate impact. Who knows, maybe he could take over where the last man wearing his jersey left off. One thing's for sure, he will add to the seemingly endless depth of the I-back position.
Now, the glamour positions are the running backs and quarterbacks here at the University of Nebraska, but the people who make the most of every opportunity for those running backs and quarterbacks are on the offensive line. In fact, that's a lot of people watching today's game. We'll see some new names and faces on that always impressive line. We'll meet them when we come back.
The Journal-Star Classifieds work for you. We're the marketplace for today's lifestyle.
I think I found a way we can afford a new car.
I like that idea.
Or we could put the money toward a new house.
Oh, I can see it now.
Or maybe we could just remodel and redecorate.
I could live with that.
Let the Journal-Star Classifieds make your dreams a reality. Call 473-7373. Journal-Star Classifieds. Put them to work for you.
Terrace Grill asks, what's your idea of world-class casual dining? Is it that unforgettable little cafe in Venice? Or a sunny picnic for 2 in Amsterdam? Perhaps with good friends in a Spanish rose garden? Or with that special someone on a starry night in Hong Kong? For delectable food in an enchanting yet casual setting, escape to Terrace Grill. What casual dining was meant to be.
How much are you willing to risk for a friend? Watching a chronic gambler lose everything is a helpless feeling. You watch them draw their next card, their next roll of the dice, their next bet, and you wonder what you can do. Getting involved can stop the process. If you know someone with a gambling problem, call now for help. The Nebraska Council on Compulsive Gambling, 1-800-560-2126. Come on, they're your friend, right? What can you afford to lose?
I needed help in getting a car loan. You see, I just started this job and I had to have a new car. I called the bank. They said, "I'm sorry, but you don't have any credit. Come back when you have credit." Then I remembered, 1-800-CAR-LOAN. And I called them. With 1-800-CAR-LOAN, no hassles. The call is free. And you can be approved right over the phone, regardless of your situation. Hey, they helped me. 1-800-CAR-LOAN. They can help you.
Welcome back to Tom Osborne Field at Memorial Stadium. The Huskers are going to be a little young in the trenches this year. The offensive line, a position in transition. There is only one starter back. With Taylor, Anderson, Pollock, and Zadiska all gone, this line will try to replace the nation's best.
It's really something that's not going to be decided until we go out on the field next year and see how we do. But a couple of years ago, they replaced that great line from their first national championship team, and they broke the next year they broke every record, and they were in the same boat we were. So I think if we work hard, we can do the same thing.
In early spring scrimmages, the line struggled a little bit, but that doesn't mean that the big fellas up front are worried. In fact, everyone is insisting that things won't change this fall.
We will run the ball on teams this fall. I mean, there's no question to it. Inexperience or no experience, the coaches are not just going to abandon the running game and throw the ball 20, 50, 25, 30 times a game. We will run the ball on whomever the coaches line up against us.
In the weight room, it's very, very intense for the offensive line. This whole winter, we had a Friday morning squat club, it was kind of called, and it was 7 o'clock in the morning, and all the freshmen came in and all the older guys came in, and we, just slapped the 45-pound plates on the bar and went to town.
The only starter back is center Josh Heskew, and for the second straight year, he's missing spring ball with an injury.
If there is anything that we would be missing, it would just be experience and the congruency that our group had last year. But I plan on getting that back in the fall and really getting that down and being hard to stop next year.
41-49 outside. We're going to call 41-49 outside today, and that doesn't
And once again, the line will enter a season aiming to lead the nation in rushing. They'll shoot for more than 400 yards a game.
I think what we need to accomplish in this spring game is just come out and work as an offense and make some progress, making sure that we go into the summer with something positive to build on.
When I was in high school, I dreamed about playing here, and you always hear how big and strong they are and how they dominate everybody, and I guess I want to be known as our group as being that same way, as dominating people and just being the most physical line in the country.
Well, it looks and sounds like they are well on their way. The offensive linemen will have a huge test today against the #1 defense. And in case you're wondering, Scott, they say their favorite food is food. That's how they get so big. They'd like to have the defensive line for lunch today.
All right, Luke. Well, you'd think that a team would be in trouble after they lose 2 All-Americans on the same side of the ball like the Husker defense, especially with the caliber of leadership that Jason Peter and Grant Wistrom offered. Well, believe it or not, the black shirts promise to be as bruising as ever.
Defense may be losing a pair of its best linemen in Grant Wistrom and Jason Peter. But the return of 10 players who have started at one time or another last season gives the squad plenty to look forward to.
Oh, yeah, we've got a lot of experienced guys back. We lost, of course, 2 first-round draft choices and our safety. But other than that, I think we're in pretty good shape.
Steve Warren and Jason Wiltz will rotate to fill the void left by the All-American Jason Peter. Mike Rucker will take over for Lombardi Award winner Grant Wistrom.
That's going to help us out a lot, playing time, having experience, because everybody knows what it's going to be when we get in a dogfight, how to come out of that. So, that's great.
Senior Chad Kelsey has plenty of experience at the other end position. His off-season training earned him the Lifter of the Year award, a testament to his leadership.
You can have great athletes at every position, but if everybody's kind of out there just for themselves and not playing as a team, you're not going to accomplish some of the goals that you set. And I think we've been fortunate the last few years to have the leaders that we have had.
Jay Foreman leads the linebacking corps. He's been a fixture in the middle since his freshman year. Now he's a well-seasoned senior.
Maybe even more talent on this defense than we had, last year. And overall, the defense would maybe a little bit faster and a little bit better. And with a lot of younger guys, then you got a lot more hunger.
Last year, the secondary was a question mark, but as the season progressed, so did the unit. Now it's a strength. Clint Finley will take over for Eric Warfield, while Ralph Brown will lead the way as a third-year starter.
Well, this year, I feel that I have a little more confidence and, trust in my secondary because, we're all back and just ready to go and just prove, to everybody that we're one of the best in the country. And as a defense, everyone's back and just want to go out and have fun.
Now, the promotion of Frank Solich to head coach has left a hole in the ranks of the assistant coaches. When we come back, we will meet the man who is going to fill in for him at that position.
How good can it get? A powerful 132 horsepower engine, new interior refinements, split fold-down rear seats, race-inspired handling, and over 40 total quality improvements. How good can it get? It gets this good. Plymouth Neon 10355. Or now, it gets even better with 1.9% APR for up to 60 months for over $2,000 in savings. Only at your Chrysler and Plymouth dealer.
I can cut taxes in Washington. Only one candidate for governor has cut property taxes.
Sometimes what you hear is not what you get. John Christensen says he's a conservative, but since he's been in Congress, spending has increased almost $200 billion, and he's voted to raise your taxes 83 times. As mayor of Lincoln, Mike Johans increased taxes and fees 43 times. Has spending increased almost $62 million. Johans and Christensen, two peas in a pod. If they're elected governor, we're cooked.
Husker fans, you can experience the 1998 Orange Bowl like never before as Husker Vision gives you an all-access pass inside the Husker practices and team meetings leading up to the national championship game. Go inside the locker room as Tom Osborne gives his final pregame, halftime, and postgame speeches. Plus, listen in as Coach Osborne calls the plays and discusses strategy with his assistant coaches and players with exclusive footage you won't see anywhere else. To order, call 1-800-965-8674.
I expect my kids to have all the opportunities I did, and more.
What do you expect out of life?
I expect honesty.
Respect.
We never know what to expect.
I expect to live to be 101, 102, 100.
Tell Farm Bureau Insurance what you expect out of life.
See your local Farm Bureau agent, Don Vostras in Hebron, Roger Erickson in Beatrice, or Kendall Schlocky in Fairburn.
Welcome back. Now, Frank Solich, he's making adjustments to his new role as head coach, but he's also helping others make adjustments along the way as well, like Dave Gillespie, the man who takes his place as the new running back coach.
All right, guys, don't leave that ball out there. Come on, Lee. Good ball.
He was a running back for Coach Tom Osborne from 1974 to 1976. Now, Dave Gillespie is back with the backs, but this time as a coach.
Well, things are going well. Great group of guys to work with, and coaches have been great, and it's been a lot of learning, but a lot of fun, exciting, and I'm really happy to be here.
Balance in. Here we go. Gillespie comes to Nebraska with impressive credentials, earning most of his experience at NU. He was the team's recruiting coordinator from 86 to 93 and served as an assistant on both sides of the ball at the University of Kansas from 94 to 97. But the new assistant admits stepping in where Frank Solich left off as the running backs coach makes for some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, I catch him looking over my shoulder quite a bit, but which is good, and I appreciate that, and he's been a tremendous help, and the transition has really gone well because of that, and so I feel real fortunate to have him there.
With every job comes challenges. The biggest one for Gillespie, helping decide who will be the next starting running back.
Right now it's a little early to say somebody's above anybody else, and they're all working hard and trying to make their mark.
Ironically, just like their running backs coach.
Now we're just a few minutes away from kickoff of today's game. When we come back, you know what we'll have for you? We will have the starting lineup. Stay tuned.
There's a new game in town where dreams come alive. Just north of Topeka on Highway 75. Just one name to remember, just one place to play. Sack and Fox Casino, put yourself in the game. Sack and Fox Casino, put yourself in the game.
All Republican candidates for governor are talking about less government, lower taxes, and their pro-life agendas. Only one candidate has actually done it, Mike Johans.
Other candidates are going to talk about what they hope for. I'm going to talk about what I've done. 4 years in a row, I've cut the property tax for city services. I have fewer civilian employees today than when I took office.
Mike Johans, governor. Proven conservative leadership.
This is about governing.
and I've done it.
One life. Precious. Remembered. The funeral procession. A custom. Time-honored. Not forgotten. We proudly continue this tradition in memory of one's life, one's significance. Butheris Mazer and Love Funeral Home. Locally owned and operated for over 100 years. Butheris Mazer and Love. Preserving the tradition.
I expect my kids to have all the opportunities I did, and more.
What do you expect out of life?
I expect honesty.
Respect.
We never know what to expect.
I expect to live to be 101, 102, 100.
Tell Farm Bureau Insurance what you expect out of life.
See your local Farm Bureau agent, Sally Peterson in Syracuse, Mark Rowland in Lincoln, or Lavelle Clark in Auburn.
Welcome back to the 98 spring game. You're going to see a lot of players shuffled in and out of this game today. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for you. They split it up red and white. The starting offensive team is in the red. Kenny Cheatham and Matt Davison are at split end. Adam Jolch, left tackle. James Sherman. Josh Heskew is out. Matt Baldwin is in at center. Ben Gesford, Jason Schwab at right tackle. Sheldon Jackson, tight end. QB, Frankie London. Joel Makovica is your fullback. D'Angelo Evans, Lance Brown, and Chris Brown round out the starters for the red. For the white, it's the number 1 defense, Chad Kelsey. Warren is out. It's Luis Almanzar. Jason Wiltz, Mike Rucker, Tony Ortiz. Jay Foreman is in. Will linebacker, Eric Johnson. Kari Reynolds, Clint Finley, Mike Brown, Ralph Brown. Bill LaFleur is your punter today. We're looking forward to an exciting game here at the 98 spring game on Tom Osborne Field. That's it for our pregame show. Scott Kilbury, Bill Dolman ready with the play-by-play. We'll be back in just a moment.
Your official Husker station was proud to present the 1998 Red-White pregame show, brought to you in part by Alliance Cellular, the Lincoln Journal-Star, and your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
I expect my kids to have all the opportunities I did, and more.
What do you expect out of life?
I expect honesty.
Respect.
We never know what to expect.
I expect to live to be 101, 102, 100.
Tell Farm Bureau Insurance what you expect out of life.
See your local Farm Bureau agent, Larry Schick or Joe Harrigan in Norfolk, or Ron Erickson in Albion.
Free furniture for a year. At Robertson's of Grand Island, we know you work hard. That's why we're working hard to bring you the best values in top quality home furnishings around. And right now, for a short time, it's free for a year. Pick it out, take it home, and enjoy, with nothing down, nothing to pay, and no interest for 12 months. Yes, you can have it all. Top quality, top service, and the best deal we've ever offered. Free furniture for a whole year. That's Robertson's of Grand Island, where we are the competition.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island. Ten-11, your official Husker station presents the Husker Spring Red-White Game, brought to you in part by Alliance Cellular, the Lincoln Journal-Star, and your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium. We're here live getting set for the kickoff of the annual Red-White Spring Game of the Nebraska football team. And they're taking the field as we speak. Bill, this is going to be a great game.
This is a lot of fun to be here, Scott, and I don't think there's any place else in the country where you would have 50,000 people on a beautiful Saturday afternoon come out to see a scrimmage. But people in Nebraska just love their football. They love this team, and they're very excited. And I think they're coming out to show their support for Frank Solich and this football team as well. So this is going to be a terrific afternoon.
It certainly is, and you talked about the fans and the fan support. That is one reason why this Nebraska football team is so successful with such a contingent year in, year out, with all the consecutive sellouts that they've had here in the stadium. And you mentioned what a great day it certainly is. It seems in the past few years it's been a little dreary, but rain, shine, it doesn't matter. You're going to get well over 40,000, close to 50, like you said, coming in here to watch these games.
Well, this has been a championship weekend, too, here in Nebraska. Last night they had a wonderful ceremony honoring the 1997 National Championship team and also honoring Tom Osborne. And it was a very, very nice evening, beautiful weather, and a lot of great people were on hand, and it was a fun evening. So this football game is just the topper to what has been a great conclusion to Spring Ball 1998. Kenny Cheatham back deep to receive for the Red Squad along with Chevin Wiggins. Cheatham number 6, Wiggins number 5. Teeing it up for the White Squad, Dan Haydenfeld. And we are ready to go with Spring Game 98. The Red Squad and the White Squad. The Red team has won 26 meetings in this series. And we are underway. And with the wind out of the south, the kick carries into the end zone, and Kenny had a notion. He'll down it there, and the Reds will take over first down and 10 at their own 20-yard line.
Well, Cheatham, he's a pretty good returner. He didn't get all the returns last year. In fact, I think he only had one back there for over 20 yards. But as you said, he wisely selects to keep it in the end zone. Practice makes perfect, and that's something you'd want to do in the game. Very game-like atmosphere here today.
Well, there's no question about that. Frank Solich wants to make this as close to a fall atmosphere, a fall-like game as they're going to see. So Frankie London will open up as the starting quarterback for the Red Squad. Bobby Newcombe will quarterback the White team. They may switch jerseys and switch sides at halftime. D'Angelo Evans is the I-back, and we've got motion along the line of scrimmage. Flags fly on the first snap, and we'll do it all again. Looks like Steve Warren, the nose tackle, may have jumped a bit early. James Sherman, or rather Matt Baldwin, is the center for the Red Squad.
Huskers are just chomping at the bit. They want to get some contact in here. Of course, they've had a few scrimmages leading up to this. Of course, this is the, if you want to call it the most important of the spring, the last one of the spring.
On the defense, first down.
And they'll mark it off 5 yards, so it'll be first down and 5 for the Red Squad. And the ball now at the 25. Joel Makovica is the fullback. A lot of familiar names opening up here for the Reds. And Frankie London will keep it himself on the option, and he's wrapped up at the 26-yard line by Brian Shaw. May have picked up a yard on the play. It'll be second down and short.
Stopped on the play by number 46.
There's a nice fake by London to Makovica. Makovica making a nice look at it to sucker the defense in. And Brian Shaw, you mentioned him. He started quite a few games last year at the linebacker position there. Makes a good stop.
A gain of 2 on the play. It'll be second down and 3. They'll spot it just shy of the 27-yard line. So a long 3 for the Red Squad here. Evans remains the tailback. 2 tight ends. Matt Davison, the man in motion for the Reds. And the White defense really crowding that line of scrimmage. London again on the option. He'll keep it himself. Ducks outfield. He's smacked down at the 30-yard line. And he may have enough for the first down. Eric Johnson, the Will linebacker, came up to hit him head on. Frankie indicates it's a first down, and indeed it is.
Well, he had to take a lick before he picked up that first down. Johnson, he's known for his licks right there. Nice blocking by the offensive line there early as well. This is something that's going to be coming under criticism today, or just under a watchful eye, is that offensive line, because none of these guys out there have started.
Oh, there's no question about it. This is a transition year for the Nebraska offensive line. They only have 13 returning letter winners to this year's group. First down and 10 now. The ball at the 30. London again keeping on the option. He's got this one strung out pretty well. He's hit at the 40, bounces away across the 45, and out near midfield. Joel Makovica with a tremendous block from the fullback spot, and Frankie London is excited. That's a big, big play to start this ball game for the quarterback.
That's right. We're already at midfield, just
plays into actually 4 if you count the penalty as well. But London getting the number on all of them, and he's right at midfield. And you said, great block by Makovica. You see him right there, the big fullback. He can do more than just run as he puts a block on Jay Foreman.
Gain of 20 yards on the play. First down and 10, the ball at the 50. And again, the Red Squad with that double tight set. Here's the fullback, Makovica, working his way through traffic. He's brought down at the 47-yard line. Eric Johnson makes another tackle. We'll talk about Eric Johnson a lot today. He is an exciting linebacker.
He sure is. He comes out of Arizona, and he's been waiting for a while to get the starting nod there at the will linebacker slot. And McBride is very happy with him. He likes to lay some licks out there. We'll see it, just like you said.
First time somebody other than London has carried the football for the Red Squad, who's on the move. They began this drive at the 20-yard line, got 5 yards on an offside penalty, and London with 25 yards already on the ground. This is D'Angelo Evans for his first carry, and he nearly broke it. He's brought down from behind by Lauren Kaiser, the sophomore defensive tackle from St. Paul. Oh, that was close.
Oh, it sure was. It was almost like a shoestring away from breaking it big. There was nothing but real estate in front of Evans, and boy, you know his eyes just lit up like dollar signs, but Kaiser was there to bring him down from behind.
You know, spring ball is that time of year when nobody really wants to get hit, but D'Angelo said, you know, that first scrimmage that he got out there for some game-like conditions, that first time he got popped by Jay Foreman, it felt really good.
You don't want to really say that. Yeah, it felt good. I got hit, but he was able to endure it, and he knew that he was coming back.
Third down and 2. They give us to Evans again, and this time he has nowhere to run. He's stacked up at the line of scrimmage. It's a 3rd down and 2 play, and I don't think he made it. He may be a yard shy. Jay Foreman, the middle linebacker, came up to plug the hole. And it will bring up 4th down, and no gain on the play, 4th down and 2. So Frank Solich will send in the punting unit for the first time today.
With the ball on the 42-yard line.
And this is a job that the Huskers have to fill. Jesse Cush, a 3-year starter, has graduated. It appears as though the job now belongs to Bill LaFleur, another former walk-on, but he's had a very good spring.
Certainly has, and you mentioned Jesse Cush. He's a great punter of years past, and he's hoping to possibly get picked up free agency by one of those pro teams out there.
Ralph Brown and Joe Walker deep to receive, and LaFleur will kick into the wind, and it's a poor snap. LaFleur gets it away. This is a low kick coming down to Walker at the 11, and he fumbles the football. And that gives that coverage team time to get back there, and there's no gain on the play. So that was a disastrous play all the way around. We mentioned the fact that Nebraska's trying to get a new punter. They're also trying to find a new deep snapper.
That's right, and bobbled snap right there, evidence that they need somebody to still fill the hole there. But bobbling at the other end, Walker, he was in there early in the season as a returner, and there's some problems holding on to the ball as well. Of course, we looked at some return specialists come in there, especially Bobby Newcombe, but he may not be returning if he's quarterbacking.
Bobby Newcombe is indeed the quarterback. Number 12 quarterbacking the white squad. They'll take over 1st down and 10, the ball at the 9-yard line, so the white team does not take advantage of the poor snap. Here's Newcombe kicking it himself. He's at the 20. This is a foot race. Bobby Newcombe is going to score.
No problem. First play of scrimmage, 90 yards, and that's just what the crowd wanted to see.
Touchdown, Bobby Newcombe. Oh, baby, what a big play.
Wow. They say every time this man touches the ball, electricity is filled in the stadium, and I think I see some bolts coming down.
91 yards on the first play from scrimmage for Bobby Newcombe. He finds the end zone, and the white squad has taken a 6-0 lead. Oh, my.
Well, he just suckered in the defense. It was an option play. He had the option to keep or pitch. He suckers in Ortiz, and Ortiz bites it, and nothing but real estate. He goes untouched down the sidelines, and you're not going to catch the fastest man on the team.
Well, Frankie London had a 20-yard gain on his 3rd carry from scrimmage. Newcombe certainly did him 1, maybe 2 or 3 better here on his first play from scrimmage. Here's Haydenfeld in for the PAT. That's good. And the white squad has taken a 7-0 lead.
Well, we anticipated a defensive battle. Close call here, but this anything like setting the tone. Red's going to be in trouble with Newcombe taking the snaps.
91 yards on the touchdown. There's Dan Haydenfeld, who connected on the point after, and it's a 7-0 white squad lead. I don't think the fans have even settled into their seats yet.
Well, they expected some excitement from Bobby Newcombe. Little did they know that they'd expect it so soon. The first time he touches the ball at quarterback, no less, he's making a statement.
Well, Kenny Cheatham and Chevin Wiggins will settle back in to receive the kick from the white squad. And Haydenfeld once again will kick things off. We should mention that prior to the ball game, the national anthem was sung by country recording artist Colin Ray, was in town for a concert, so they've got all kinds of festivities going on here. I don't think you catch this anywhere else other than Nebraska.
Well, Nebraskans definitely being treated to Husker weekend. Last night, what an incredible ceremony, a tribute to the national championship team, like you said, and farewell to Coach Tom Osborne.
Number 17, Chuck Taylor.
Well, with that wind blowing out of the south rather briskly, blew it off the tee, and Haydenfeld will try it again. Cheatham and Wiggins back deep to receive once again. The Red Squad had a nice drive, just came up a yard short on a 3rd down and 2 try. They punt the football away, and the Whites bobble a low line drive kick. You know, going back to that Joe Walker return, I kind of wonder with that line drive kick if Joe wasn't looking upfield because he had a huge lane to run in, fumbled the football. But the Whites on that first play from scrimmage scores. Bobby Newcombe goes 91 yards. This kick will settle into the arms of Chevin Wiggins at the goal line, and he will bring it upfield across the 10. He's to the 20, to the 25, and that's where he's brought down.
Well, Wiggins, he is the return specialist. He did plenty of it last year, and he has a nice return there. Breaks a couple tackles to get out from 25.
Got a good block from Tony Ortiz on the play. It'll be 1st down and 10 for the Red Squad at the 25-yard line. London comes out for his 2nd series. Frankie London just 64 plays in his Husker career. So this is a big, big moment in this quarterback race. They may not have the quarterback situation decided until early in fall. This game may not be the deciding factor, but boy, Bobby Newcombe certainly made a statement. Newcombe wants to throw. He's harassed by Kaiser. More pressure, and he's wrapped up and thrown out of bounds way back at the 12-yard line. Mike Brown, the rover back, came up to make the play, but the pressure was put on by Kaiser, the defensive tackle.
Well, Kaiser trying to make a statement in there at the defensive tackle position. Of course, they're losing the likes of All-American Jason Peter. Warren goes in there as well, and Wiltz is going to be filling in where Peter left off, but Kaiser making a statement early.
A loss all the way back to the 12-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 23, 10:39 to play in the first quarter. Wiggins coming onto the field late, and the Huskers will spread things out. 4 receivers in the pattern, and London fires his first pass. It's a strike to Matt Davison, who's out across the 25 to the 30, hit down at the 32-yard line. Corey Reynolds, the left cornerback, covering on the play, and Clint Finley came up to lay a lick. But it was a big, big gain from London to Davison.
Well, that's why he led the team in receiving yardage last year with 232. He has blazing speed as a true freshman out of Tecumseh. The all-state super stater receiver knows how to carry the ball, especially after he catches it.
Well, Matt Davison had 11 catches a year ago, but only 1 touchdown, and I think I remember that 1 touchdown at Missouri.
Oh, really? He did have 1.
It's incredible. That was the only touchdown he had all year.
It really is.
He is a true sophomore. 3rd down and 3. Gain of 20 on the play. This is Correll Buckhalter straight up the middle. And Buckhalter is all the way out to the 44-yard line. A gain of 12 yards. Mike Brown made the stop in the secondary.
Well, I'll tell you what, before he even gets into the secondary, some great blocking up front. As we said, the offensive line wants to make a statement here. Everyone is vying for a starting position. We have Sherman, Jolch, Baldwin right in the front there doing a good job.
A pickup of a 1st down, so a nice recovery by the Red Squad after that huge loss on 1st down. It's 1st and 10 now at the 44, 9.5 to play in the first half. This is Correll Buckhalter on the sweep. He's got Schwab out in front of him, but that white defense definitely clogging things up. Mike Rucker, the right rush in, and Ralph Brown, the right cornerback, came up to make the stop.
Well, you mentioned Schwab out in front, the pulling guard coming around, and he just missed Rucker. Rucker has plenty of speed. He's an all-state basketball player as well coming out of Missouri, so he can make some moves in there, and he's known for the big plays.
No question about it.
You want to do the interview at the next play?
Loss of 2 on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 12. The ball back at the 42-yard line. The White Squad on top, 7-0. 1 play, 1 touchdown. This is the 2nd series for the Red Squad.
Bring Mike back on, Luke.
And London will keep it again, ducking upfield, and he may have got back to the line of scrimmage. A late penalty flag coming in. Rucker and Chad Kelsey, the 2 rush ends, combined to make the stop.
Well, those are 2 guys you don't want to get hit by, and then Shaw coming in as well. May have been a late hit.
Well, they'll sort things out. A penalty on the White defense would be somewhat disastrous for that squad, but it looks like they're going to mark it off against the Red squad.
Interesting. When it happens around there, it could be holding. We'll see what the call is.
We should mention our captains today for the Red offense: Joel Makovica, Josh Hesku, who is not playing. He's not played at all this spring after back surgery following the Orange Bowl. Sheldon Jackson, also one of the Red captains for the defense. And the White squad: Mike Rucker, Chad Kelsey, and Jay Foreman. And holding is the indication against the Red squad. And they'll do second down again, but this time 22 yards away as they spot the ball just inside the 32-yard line. And London will operate out of the shotgun. And again, he'll have 4 receivers in the pattern. He connected on a 20-yard pickup with Matt Davison a moment ago out of this formation. London stepping up. He'll keep it himself across the 35 to the 38-yard line. Gain of 6 on the play. And Chad Kelsey wrapped him up and brought him down.
Stopped on the play. Well, I'll tell you what, London had plenty of room to run out there. We saw the speed of Chad Kelsey. He demonstrated why he actually set a record in the performance index testing for the spring drills in his position for rush ends. And he's quite the trainer in the offseason as well, Chad Kelsey.
Well, he was named Nebraska's Lifter of the Year a couple of weeks ago, and that is a very prestigious honor. It's voted on by his teammates. 3rd down and 15 now. London again wants to throw, working it out of the backfield. Buckhalter has it go off his fingertips and incomplete. And the Red squad will have to kick it again. Chad Kelsey covering on the play.
Well, Buckhalter took his eyes off of the ball for a second there. He is anticipating possibly a stick being made by team captain Kelsey. And you saw what happened. He's got to get that ball in first.
Bring up 4th down and 16, the ball at the 38-yard line. So the holding penalty was devastating. Last time LaFleur, a 32-yard effort, but again he had the bad snap. LaFleur stands at his 24. Ralph Brown and Joe Walker again deep to receive the kick. This one is much, much better, and it's blocked! And recovered at the 28-yard line. Oh, baby, they got the great snap, and this time they can't get the kick away. DeMond Finister, coming in from the left side, recovered the block kick.
Wow. Finister, he has some speed and some hops. He has a 37-inch vertical leap. Shows us how he does it. And it's just not panning out the way the Red would like it to.
We've got a timeout on the field with 7:45 to play in the first quarter. We'll come back with more from Memorial Stadium right after this.
When every equipment broke or the pumps froze up, we could count on Lindweld and the Breslows for help. Now, there's a lot of people running for governor, but John Breslow has made his living in our business. John Breslow knows how tough it is to make a living off the land. So I believe he will cut spending and cut our property taxes. But most importantly, we've learned we can count on the Breslows when we need help. That won't change when John's governor.
Elect John Breslow governor.
This is what the American people are looking at if Washington gets its way. More tax and spend. $500 billion in new tobacco taxes to pay for new federal spending. The result? Huge new taxes for working people. Cigarettes at $5 a pack, $50 a carton. A black market in cigarettes with unregulated access to children. Jobs at risk for thousands of Americans. Even with a huge budget surplus, does Washington really have to raise taxes again? It's time to speak out.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium. The white team is sitting on a 7-0 lead, and they're looking to add to it after a big momentum shift once again, Bill.
There's no question about it. The block kick coming in. The special teams are always a key, and one of the great aspects of Nebraska football is the emphasis that they put on the special teams. Not just offense and defense, but they put a lot of extra time on those special teams, and I'll guarantee you that's one area of concern for this Nebraska football team. The White squad, they have one snap from center, and it's a touchdown. This time on the 1st down and 10 play. Newcombe gives it to Dan Alexander, and he's brought down after a short gain. Let's go down to the field and check in with Luke Stuckmeyer. Luke?
Bill's got him down here with Kyle Vandenbosch, true sophomore of the Huskers at left rush end, but you're out with a hamstring, and this is your first spring game.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating. I mean, we went through all winter conditioning and worked real hard to get on the field this spring and really secure my spot, and then I strained my hamstring and been out for the last few weeks.
What'd you think of that Newcombe run? You'd have been one of the guys chasing him.
I would have been chasing him, but I don't think I would have caught him.
I don't think anyone would have come. We'll send it back up to Scott.
Well, I'll tell you what, Vanden Bosch, he's going to make some noise in there next season.
He is a terrific player. Here's Newcombe rolling out, firing a pass. It's complete and dropped, they say. The intended receiver was Sean Applegate, the wingback. And the pass just a bit behind him. It'll bring up a third down and long situation, 3rd down and 9, and even 7 minutes remaining here in the first quarter.
Looked like he was taking notes from Chevin Wiggins there. He almost caught it with his feet.
It'll be 3rd down and 9. The ball spotted just inside the 28-yard line. Dominic Raiola is the center for the Cornhusker white team today. And Newcombe gives it to the I-back, straight up the middle. This is Dan Alexander bowling his way to the 13, fumbles the football, and it's recovered by the Red Squad.
Wow, they definitely needed that break. Aaron Wills with the recovery in the right place at the right time. It was a great run by Alexander, but Red needed a break, and they got it.
Well, it's a game of breaks and big plays here in the first quarter. Alexander with a terrific run up the middle. And a helmet on the football causes the fumble. And Aaron Wills alertly falls on the ball. That'll bring up 1st down and 10 now for the Red All-Stars. They begin deep in their own territory. And opening up at quarterback, this is Eric Crouch, number 7. So we've seen our first substitution at quarterback. And Crouch keeps it on the ground. The give is to the fullback. And that is Joe Makovica. And Makovica bowls his way out to the 21, maybe 22-yard line. If so, that's enough for a 1st down.
Just incredible running by the bowl back of Makovica, the Mack truck. Shows why he never had a run for a loss last season. He just twists and turns, and it turns into a 1st down.
Makovica last year, 105 carries, 685 yards, more than 6 yards a carry. In all likelihood, he'll top the 1,000 career yard mark. Next fall, he's 11 yards shy of that milestone. Crouch will keep it himself this time after faking the handoff, and he works his way upfield to the 29-yard line. A gain of 7 on the play. Joe Walker came up from his rover spot to make the stop on Crouch, the redshirt freshman from Millard North.
Well, he's known for his arm, but he can also sprint. He's up there in contention for the state championship in the sprint title, and he showed some of the speed right there.
They spot the ball at the 29, 2nd down and 3. Coming up on the 6-minute mark, the white team leads the Reds 7-0. The tailback, this is Correll Buckhalter on the carry, and he is wrapped up at the line of scrimmage. Little of gain of any. He needed the 32-yard line to pick up the 1st down. Eric Johnson made the stop along with Chad Kelsey, and they'll spot him about a yard shy at the 31. That'll bring up a 3rd down and 1 situation for the Red Squad.
Well, you said we'd be hearing a lot about Eric Johnson. You've been calling his name quite a bit already.
He reminds a lot of people of Toby Wright, who was a junior college transfer who played at Nebraska in the early 1990s, now plays with the St. Louis Rams. Very aggressive, attacking style linebacker. Crouch keeps it again, ducks upfield across the 35, he's to the 40, 45, nifty move to midfield, brought down by Clint Finley, but a big play for Eric Crouch. He has come in and played with some confidence.
He sure has. Right there you saw a bit of it, and that's what he needs, is confidence, because he can only build upon that, and he turned something out of nothing. It looked like he was tied up in the middle, and then he busts the move. Next thing you know, he's across midfield. Look at it right there once again.
Boy, that's pretty familiar to see a number 7 from that quarterback spot bowling his way through traffic and picking up big yards. A 19-yard play for Crouch, and that gives the Red Squad another 1st down. They are on the move at midfield. Crouch wanting to throw. The pressure's on, and down he goes. Eric Johnson in there along with Bobby Gill to wrap him up and bring him back down.
Play by number 1, Eric Johnson.
Well, the defense throwing a little blitz wrinkle in there, and it catches the offense off guard.
A loss of 7 on the play. That'll bring up 2nd down and 17. The ball back at the Red Squad 43-yard line. 4.5 minutes to play in the first quarter. And Buckhalter will be the lone setback for Crouch. Chevin Wiggins is in there along with Kenny Cheatham. Double tight set. They give it to Buckhalter, keeping it on the ground. And he's tackled in the backfield, gets away, but they'll whistle him dead. Warren Kaiser came in and made the initial hit, grabbed him by the foot, and then enabled the rest of the defenders to get there and bring him down.
Kaiser doing a good job just knifing in there, diving for the shuffling legs of Buckhalter, and he ties him up. Gets a lot of help from the white jerseys thereafter.
Loss of 2, 3rd down and 19 now. The ball back at the red 41-yard line. We've seen this a couple of times today where the red squad has marched on that white defense and then has been pushed back, either because of a mistake or just great defense. 3rd down and long situation. Crouch rolling out to his left. He wants to throw. He's hit as he let go of it. Johnson again coming in from that will spot to lay a lick on Eric Crouch. Rush also put on by Lauren Kaiser. And we've got a Husker who's still down, and that may well be Eric Johnson.
Well, it looks like he fell a little awkwardly, possibly on his shoulder. Another look at it right here as we see Kaiser putting the heat on and Johnson with that blitz. Ball goes down, but that was after the hit.
And it was Johnson who gets up slowly.
Eric Johnson breaking up the pass.
And incomplete pass is when it's ruled. It'll be 4th down and 19 now, and LaFleur is back in to kick it away.
For the Red Squad.
So a great job by the white defense to step it back up, force the Reds back into a punting situation. Ralph Brown and Joe Walker back to receive once again. Well, we've had a bad snap on a punt attempt, and we've seen a block kick already. Can LaFleur get this one away cleanly as he kicks it into a south breeze? Not much of a rush that time when LaFleur gets it away. This will be Ralph Brown at the 15-yard line. Trying to find the wall across the 20 to the 30, 35, still going out to the 38-yard line. Wes Woodward finally made the tackle on Ralph Brown, and you talked about it a moment ago. Nebraska needs to find the return man. Ralph Brown's the guy who played some running back in high school. He could certainly get the job done.
Well, he certainly displayed it right there. He didn't get any returns in last year, but he may very well be the man to fill in, and Bobby Newcombe is the man that takes over where Scott Frost left off. Of course, that remains to be seen.
3 minutes, 18 seconds remaining in the first quarter of play. The white squad with a 7-0 lead on the Reds. Bobby Newcombe with an electrifying 91-yard touchdown run on his first play from scrimmage. Put the whites on the board. Dan Haydenfeld connected on the PAT, and that's where we stand. Nebraska, of course, coming off a national championship campaign in 1997, 13-0, a Big 12 championship. Tom Osborne stepping down, and it's been an exciting spring and really off-season for this Nebraska football program as Frank Solich continues his transition into the head coaching role. And I know he's been excited about this ball game today.
He certainly is, and he said the biggest adjustment he has to make is one of a physical one, being back down on the sidelines literally since he's been up in the booth, as you said. More than 15 years as the running backs coach. So just getting down there, talking on the headsets down there. In fact, funny story is getting used to something coming out on his first spring drills practice. He forgot his whistle.
Tom always handled that.
Right.
3:18 to play, 1st down and 10 from the 37-yard line. Newcombe on the option. Pitches the football. A big gain out to the 50 to the 45-yard line. That's Sean Applegate, the wingback. We saw that play last year, worked very effectively with Lance Brown and Sheva Wiggins. Here it's Sean Applegate taking the pitch and getting the white squad into red territory. Travis Toline and Julius Jackson combining to make the stop.
Well, Applegate did his share of running as a Lynx over at Lincoln High here in the capital city.
First down and 10, the ball at the red 45-yard line. And they keep it on the ground with the fullback. Looks as though it's Ben Kingston, number 22. Kingston, a junior from Omaha West Side. Little gain on the play, if any. Now they say it's 25, Travis Susi on the carry. Susi, senior out of Hastings St. Cecilia. No gain on the play, 2nd down and 10, the ball at the 45. 2.5 minutes to play in the opening quarter. The Red Squad has made a change at quarterback. Eric Crouch spelled Frankie London. Bobby Newcombe continues to man the controls for the White Squad. Jay Runny is another quarterback that we'll see for the Whites today. Newcombe keeping it himself, dancing, getting to the outside, trying to get the corner, and he's brought down by Tony Ortiz. A tremendous play by the strong side linebacker. Otherwise, Newcombe had a lot of room to run along that left side.
Well, Ortiz, he's pretty quick. He came on to Nebraska out of Waterbury, Connecticut, and he was suffering from a virus, so he got a slow start. Didn't quite make the impact that the coaches were expecting him to. But now he's at full strength, and he is contending with Shaw there at the Sam linebacker position, and they go back and forth, and we saw his speed on that play.
Pickup of 2, but could have been a whole lot more. 3rd down and 8. The ball at the 43. Newcombe will operate out of the shotgun formation here. And Bobby looking to throw for the first time. Good coverage downfield. Newcombe gets away from Carlos Polk, fires downfield, has the man wide open. 10, 5, touchdown!
Wow. Newcombe, once again, shows his wheels, gets out of the pocket and fires his strike for the touchdown.
Casey Vanderhoff from Alpine, Utah gets into the end zone and gets the white squad back on the board.
Another look at it here. Newcombe doing everything, scrambling out of the pocket. He's such a threat running now. He just puts the defense on the back of their heels.
13-0. White All-Stars right now. That's the way they're playing. A lot of big plays for this white squad. 1:29 remaining in the first quarter, and Haydenfeld looking to make it a 14-0 ball game.
Frankie London.
Good snap, good hold, good kick. And with 1:29 to play in the first quarter, the white leads the Reds 14-0. We'll have more in just a moment.
Anderson Ford Automotive Group.
Get ready to rumble!
Announcing the Anderson Ford Automotive Group's National Championship Kickoff, a competition between the Lincoln, Grand Island, and St. Joseph stores.
The one who sells the most vehicles will be declared national champion.
Help us decide who will be the official winning team by choosing from over $11 million in new inventory and over $3.5 million in used inventory. You've never seen a sale quite like this. See us today at Anderson Ford in Lincoln, Grand Island, or St. Joseph.
Lyford Concrete Construction Company, offering concrete solutions for your residential and commercial properties. Commercial footings, laser floors, metal buildings, paving and parking lots, and architectural concrete surfacing and stamping are just a few of Lyford's multidimensional services for truly designed fast-track construction. Free estimates and material and labor warranty. Call or visit the concrete professionals today at Lyford Concrete Construction Company, 441-3000.
Well, I'll tell you what, they always anticipate some close contests here in these spring games, but White is jumping out to commanding lead thus far, 14-0, and we're only in the first quarter, Bill.
A good performance so far for the White squad. And the football kicked away, coming down to Kenny Cheatham, who will see it sail over his head through the end zone, and the Reds will set it up, first down and 10 at their own 20-yard line. Chase Long out of Wahoo doing the kicking on that kickoff. One of the perils of spring football is sometimes they will change some signs, change some jerseys around. Chuck Tack has been doing the place-kicking chores so far for the White All-Stars. He was listed in the program as playing for the Reds. So there has been a change in the place-kicking spot as well. So it's Chuck Tack who has added the PATs for the White team, who leads it 14-0. Eric Crouch continues at quarterback for the Red squad. He had a nice drive going, but that drive stalled in midfield. Chad Kelsey with a big hit on Correll Buckhalter in the backfield. It'll be a loss all the way back to the 16-yard line.
Get a strip in there! Rip it out!
It's kind of tough to get outside Chad Kelsey, the starting rush end for the Huskers most of the season.
Now that ball carried by Dan Alexander, so they've switched Alexander now to the Red squad, and he'll wear 38 for the Reds. So the changes we thought were going to take place at halftime are beginning here in the first quarter. Inside a minute to play in the opening quarter of play. The Whites leading the Reds 14-0. Crouch, 2-minute split, one to each side. And Crouch will work the option. Great pitch to Alexander. He's got to find some blocking. Got one from Sheldon Jackson and gets out near the 20-yard line. May have picked up 4 on the play. It'll bring up third down and long. Eric Johnson and Mike Brown combined to make the tackle and force him out of bounds.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Dan Alexander doesn't find a hole, he's going to create one. That guy, the lifter of the year last season, is just a freshman. He can bulldoze over plenty of guys, and in fact, Chad Kelsey even said that's one guy I wouldn't want to meet in the open field during the spring game, and it's last year's lifter of the year, Dan Alexander.
Third down and 11. The ball spotted at the 19, and they may or may not get this play off, and they won't. So the first quarter comes to an end. The Red squad with the ball, third down and 11. When we come back, the ball at the Red 19-yard line. The first quarter is in the books, and it was a good period for the White team. They lead it 14-0.
It's here at last, the four most incredible shopping days of the year, the wall-to-wall pandemonium of the Post & Nichols Midnight Madness sale. Thursday through Sunday only. Prices so low you can step on them. Find men's and women's clothing, sportswear, and footwear at 20, 30, up to 50% savings. The Post & Nickel has everything on sale. All prices have been slashed in the best Madness tradition. This is all the good stuff, marked down like never before. Midnight Madness, Thursday through Sunday only at the Post & Nickel, downtown Lincoln, 14th and P.
Judy Veldhuizen just won the top prize in Cash for Life, the new lotto game from the Nebraska Lottery, which means she'll get $1,000 a week for the rest of her life. You can play Cash for Life every day. Just pick 4 numbers for a chance to win $1,000 a week for life. Then we'll give you 14 more sets of 4 numbers, all for just $1. That's 15 chances to win $25,000 or more. And right now, play 7 days a week for just $6. Play Cash for Life from the Nebraska Lottery. It's the chance of a lifetime.
Yeah, it was great. The sales rep from Eeks came to the office, measured all the rooms, talked to us about colors and styles, and then came back to us with an entire layout for our new office. This new design service Eeks has is just one more reason to call them.
Well, the people in Eeks service department are actually employed at Eeks. Well, yeah, and see, those national chain stores just hire the workout. And if we have a problem, it's not like we can just call them up, and that's why somebody here called Eeks yesterday. No hassle.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
We begin play in the second quarter. 3rd down, 11. Eric Crouch, the quarterback, keeps it himself on a quarterback draw, just trying to get some yardage and give some more room for Billy LaFleur. And Crouch gets it out across the 20 to the 22-yard line. That'll bring up a 4th down and 8, a gain of 3 on the play. They'll spot it at the 22, and the red team will now punt it away to the white squad, who leads it 14-0 with Scott Kilberry and Luke Stuckmeyer. I'm Bill Dolman. We're pleased to have you with us this afternoon for Spring Game 98. It's been a great performance so far by Bobby Newcombe and company. We've had some big plays. We've had some mistakes. You kind of expect that in spring football. LaFleur to kick it away for the 4th time. This comes to Joe Walker, trying to find some room to run. Dancing at the 45, gets it out to midfield, and a nifty little run with very little blocking by Joe Walker.
Very creative, slashing and knifing his way, trying to get to midfield.
Tom Beveridge made the stop. It'll be 1st down and 10 now for the white squad. And as we look down on the field, it would appear as though number 1 is in there at quarterback. That means that Frankie London has now switched sides. So we were told earlier that there may be some changes at halftime. They're making the changes early in case you're just joining us. 1st and 10 from the 48-yard line. And London looked as though they wanted to try one of those shuffle passes. That wasn't open, and London keeps it himself, gets out across the 50 to the 49-yard line. Travis Toline, the senior from Wahoo, steps up to make the stop.
Well, you have to wonder if Frankie London is already in there. They want him to get more reps. They want Eric Crouch to get some reps. Newcombe already out there. Maybe Newcombe's already made a statement. I don't know.
It'll be 2nd down and 7, a gain of 3 for Newcombe. Alik Tillery is in there as the I-back. Ben Kingston is the fullback. And Newcombe again working the option. The pitch is to Tillery. He's out across the 50. Picks up some blocks. Gets to the 45-yard line. And a gain of, call it 4 for Alik Tillery. He has turned some heads this spring. A walk-on from Brussels, Belgium. He comes from a military family, originally from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Interesting story. Wanted to come play football back in the States. Sent 2 tapes, one to Michigan State, one to Nebraska. Nebraska is the one who made the call. And he is now a Husker. He's a freshman, and he has had a very good spring camp, trying to make a name for himself in a very crowded field of I-backs. Gain of 5. 3rd down and 2. Here's London keeping it himself, stringing the play out, trying to get the corner, and he's tripped up out of bounds at the 34-yard line. Plenty to get the 1st down. Wes Woodward came up to make the stop.
Number 20, Wes Woodward.
Well, Tony Ortiz was behind Woodward, and he was trying to gain ground, but he just couldn't get beyond his own teammate to make the stop on Frankie London.
Woodward, a freshman from Creighton Prep, walking onto the Husker program. He posted some pretty good spring test after winter conditioning. Pretty good numbers in the performance index as well. First down and 10, the ball at the red 34-yard line. The Whites lead at 14-0, and they are looking for more. And we've got a timeout called by Frankie London. 12:45 to play in the first half. What a wonderful day here in Lincoln. A lot of folks on hand, and it's great to have you with us. We're going to take a timeout with them. 12:45 to play in the half. We'll come back with more from Tom Osborne Field right after this.
The Journal-Star Classifieds work for you. We're the marketplace for today's lifestyle.
I think I found a way we can afford a new car.
I like that idea.
Or we could put the money toward a new house.
Oh, I can see it now.
Or maybe we could just remodel and redecorate.
I could live with that.
Let the Journal-Star Classifieds make your dreams a reality. Call 473-7373. Journal-Star Classifieds. Put them to work for you.
We've been in this business for almost 70 years. It's our way of life. The best reward is knowing that I've helped someone. That's our commitment here at Lincoln Memorial. A family makes one call and we do the rest. Our staff takes great pride in knowing we help families. For funeral services or funeral prearrangements, we're here to help. Lincoln Memorial Park and Funeral Home. We're simply people helping people.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium. Tom Osborne Field. You saw a look at the scoreboard, 14-0 in favor of the White, and they're looking to make a move again with Frankie London taking the snap.
First and 10 from the 34-yard line. London to throw. Steps up. He'll keep it himself again. Across the 30. He's to the 20. Pulls his way down to the 16-yard line. Boy, is he fired up. This has been a great afternoon for London and Newcombe.
Well, they said that this could very well be the game that makes or breaks a quarterback. They're hoping to make a decision after this spring, or shortly after this game, reviewing all the film and tapes. Who will be the #1 quarterback? London, Newcombe, or Crouch?
Gain of 18 for Frankie London. 8 carries now, 50 yards in the contest. First down and 10, the ball at the 16. On the ground, Ben Kingston bowls his way ahead for a couple of yards. Kingston out of Omaha West Side. He takes it down to the 12-yard line. A gain of 4 on the play. It'll be second down and 6 as we reach the 12-minute mark. London began the game as the starting quarterback for the Red Squad. And I would assume with his jersey change that we will see Bobby Newcombe now wearing a red jersey. And the Red Squad gets possession again. Malik Tillery, the setback, 4 receivers in the pattern. Huskers spread it out. And the pitch, this is Sean Applegate, the wingback. He had a big gain earlier. He's forced out of bounds at the 3-yard line, and penalty flags fly. It appears as though he may have been hit late. That's that wingback option that we saw. Lance Brown scored a touchdown during the regular season. Chevin Wiggins also scored a touchdown on it in the Orange Bowl win against Tennessee. It's twice we've seen it now with Applegate.
The Huskers hold on to that play. They don't want to unveil it too often, and the very few times that they do use it during game time, it usually translates into points on the scoreboard. Surprised the Tennessee Volunteers when Wiggins marched into the end zone untouched last January 2nd.
And personal foul is the indication against the Red. Half the distance to the goal. It's only a 1.5 yard penalty. And it'll be first down. The ball inside the 2. They'll call it the 1. Kingston, the fullback. Malik Tillery is the I-back. Finister set in the slot to the right. London keeps it himself and steps into the end zone for the touchdown. Frankie London with a 1-yard touchdown run has put the Whites back on the board again. And they now lead it 20-0.
Well, the blocking was pretty good on that play. The fullback, Kingston, coming up big, just opening a Red Sea, and that sea of red just goes in virtually untouched.
Brian Morrow will do the holding. This is Chase Long who will kick the PAT. Good hold by Morrow. The snap was a little bit high into his right. Got it down. Long kicks it through. And with 11:33 to play in the first half, the White Squad now with a surprising 21-0 lead on the Reds.
You know, we can't let it go without mentioning Chase Long. You gotta love that name. Out of Wahoo, I'm sure a lot of folks down there in Wahoo know that guy, but I swear we saw his name surface earlier when Bobby Newcombe was taking his first snap, and there was a long chase on the play.
And nobody caught Bobby Newcombe. A 91-yard touchdown run on the Whites. First play from scrimmage. There's Frank Solich on the sidelines for the first time in 15 years as a head coach. He, of course, coached at Omaha Holy Name. He also coached at Lincoln Southeast and was the head freshman coach here in Nebraska, but then has spent the last several years as a coach in the press box. So he is heading back down to the sidelines and getting reacclimated. A lot of times in the past, Tom Osborne would sit in the press box and kind of observe what was taking place during the spring football game. Frank said, no, I want to be down the sidelines. I need to get back into the swing of things down there as well. I want to be in control of this football game.
They say it's a rehearsal for the players. It's kind of a test for the players. Well, it's a test for Frank Solich as well. See how comfortable he is down there in that new role.
Chuck Tack has it teed up. Cheatham and Wiggins deep to receive. Not too deep, though, with that wind coming out of the south, but it's a good kick by Tack. Cheatham takes it 1 yard deep into the end zone, brings it straight upfield, cuts to the outside, makes a couple of moves, and gets it out to the 29-yard line.
Cheatham, he just didn't know what to do with himself. He had one man to beat right there against Tyson Gilroy, but the solo tackle is made, and he saved what could have been a big play for the Red once again.
Well, Kenny Cheatham's a pretty good kick returner. In addition to being a solid split end, he had that kick return for a touchdown a couple of years ago and that demolition of Oklahoma down there in Norman. 11:22 to play in the first half. Bobby Newcombe is the quarterback now for the Red Squad. And they give us to the fullback, Billy Legate. And he's out across the 30 to the 31-yard line. And we've got an injured Husker down, and it's the left tackle, Adam Jolch.
Well, hopefully it's not serious, because Jolch has been tabbed for the starting left tackle position to replace the departing Huskers, and he is not getting up anytime soon.
That's one of the dangers of spring football, is that somebody who may have a promising spring and show a lot of potential may go down with an injury. Last year, Dan Alexander had a magnificent spring game, scored a couple of touchdowns, but unbeknownst to him at the time, he tore his ACL, and that set him back quite a bit. It certainly set him back in terms of being ready for the start of the fall camp and the start of the regular season. It wasn't until the middle of last year that he really got into the swing of things and was able to see some playing time, most of it though in a Montbert role. Had he been able to be healthy from the start of fall camp, you never know what kind of impact he would have had for the 97 Huskers. Well, with the injury on the field, we're going to take a timeout. We'll come back to Tom Osborne Field and Memorial Stadium in just a moment.
As long as I've known John Christensen, he's represented the conservative values that I think Nebraskans really care about. Whether it's standing for life, or whether it's cutting taxes, or whether it's working on the crime and drug problems in Nebraska, he is willing to stand, even in the face of adversity, to get things accomplished on behalf of Nebraskans. Being conservative is not a new idea to John Christensen. John has the courage of his convictions. He has the boldness, he's a leader, he has guts to go for what he believes.
Introducing the Sicilian pizza from Pizza Hut. This ain't no ordinary pizza. It's the most intense tasting pizza we've ever made. This ain't pin the tail on the donkey. This is hammer the tail on the donkey with a baseball bat. This is opening a gift from the Pyrotechnic Society. This is oregano, basil, and garlic rolled into a perfectly innocent looking crust and exploding in your face. This is the energized, kick in the teeth mother of all pizzas. The new Sicilian pizza from Pizza Hut for only $8.99. Can you handle it?
Welcome back to Tom Osborne Field, and you're Steve Warren, nose tackle for the Huskers. You're not playing because you're injured.
Yeah, I sprained my ankle on the last scrimmage we had that past Saturday. I rolled it on the outside, so it's been bothering me all week. I didn't practice all week, but I just thought I'd come out today and see what I could do. I'm having trouble moving lateral, so I decided not to go.
Now you guys have the task of replacing Jason Peter in the middle, and he was obviously one of the great players, 14th pick in the NFL draft. How do you replace Jason?
We just go out there and we play our position to play the best we can and do what we can do. We can't. And everybody's an individual, so we can't go out there and try to be Jason Peter. We have to be the Steve Warren, the Jason Wilson, the Mike Ruggers. And we have to do what we can do with our God-given talent that God's given us. So we just have to go out there and play hard and do the best we can, and hopefully that's going to win.
Thanks a lot, Steve. Look forward to seeing you in the fall. Appreciate your time. We'll send it back up to Bill and Scott.
Thank you, Luke. Some big hitting going on down there. Shevin Wiggins taking the pitch from Bobby Newcombe on a third down play. And Clint Finley came up and laid a lick on Shevin Wiggins. And Wiggins is short of the first down by about 3 yards. A nifty play, but not nearly enough. That'll bring up 4th down and 3. Derek Johnson may have also been involved in that play as well. Jay Foreman was in there to make the stop. So great pursuit by that White defense. Ball now at the 36-yard line. And Billy LaFleur is in there once again to kick it away. But the snaps have been much better since that first one. And now with the wind behind him, LaFleur uncorks a good one. This is over the head of Joe Walker. If he touched it, it's a live football. The Reds down there in coverage. Still loose. Still loose. Who's going to come up with it? Oh, my goodness. The White squad dodged a huge bullet. They're able to recover, but all the way back at the 5-yard line. The red team needed that. They trail at 21-0. They could use a break.
Wow. It looks like Mike Brown helped the White dodge a bullet because Red was sitting on pretty field position inside the 10-yard line had they gotten that ball.
Mike Brown alertly fell on the football. Boy, that thing's tough to get a hold of.
Well, they watered down the field. I think they greased up the football before this game.
First down and 10, the ball at the 5. London is the quarterback for the White squad. He's got the lead with this squad, but he's got a whole lot of territory to cover here. And the Whites keep it on the ground. Little gain on the play. And that ball carried by Travis Soucy.
Ball carried by number
tailback from
Travis
Hastings.
Soucy. Stopped on the play by Travis Soucy.
Coming up, 9 minutes remaining and counting in the first half. Nebraska's offense last year, 514 yards, exactly twice as much yardage than their opponents a year ago. The defense holding opponents to 257 yards a game. This offense trying to match that. Frankie London wrapped up at the 10-yard line.
Ball carried by London.
In there to make the stop, number 51, Jamie Burrow, the freshman from Ames, Iowa. He's a redshirt freshman. The name's familiar to Husker football fans. His dad, Jimmy Burrow, played football here at Nebraska, then went on to be an assistant coach at several schools, including Iowa State, but Jamie opted to come to Lincoln to play collegiate football.
Yeah, his dad said he was rather surprised when his son, just out of the blue, decided, I want to go with Big Red. He was happy, but he didn't want to influence him in any way, especially in the land of Iowa, where you want to be a Hawkeye.
Well, Dan McCarney shouldn't have been surprised when he opted to come to Nebraska instead of Iowa State. London to throw again. Nope, he's going to keep it himself, and he's hit hard at the 6-yard line. Falls forward to the 7. It was a 3rd down and 5 play. London well short, and the White will have to kick the football away. And with that wind blowing out of the south, the Reds should get good field position and an opportunity to put some points on the board here as we near halftime. Ben Butenbach, a linebacker. Maybe that's not Ben. We'll check the number.
Looks like it could be Wiltz. Be bad news for the Huskers that they already have Steve Warren out of the lineup.
Yeah, it could be 89, 69, or 99. I'm not sure Wiltz is playing today. And we're still trying to get a number on him. Injured Husker. 7:33 and counting now. 4th down and 3.
Number 14, Lance Brown.
Lance Brown back to receive along with Shevin Wiggins. And Chuck Tack is doing the kicking for the Whites. Situated in the end zone. Good snap, good kick, great kick into the wind. That drives Brown all the way back to the 37-yard line. Gets a block from Wiggins and is brought down at the 47. 10-yard return, but a terrific kick by Chuck Tack into a pretty strong breeze out of the south. Levi Mell out of Crete, who's in there on special teams to make the tackle.
Tack just uncorks one out of nowhere into the window, Les, like you said. He had his back to the wind, so those balls were carrying when he was kicking from the other end of the football field, but he just booms one from his end zone down at the 37 in a short return just outside of midfield.
Chuck Tack, a freshman from Millard South. First down and 10. They spotted at the 48-yard line. Newcombe is the quarterback. Correll Buckhalter, the tailback. He's got Brown split to the near side. And they keep it on the ground with Correll Buckhalter. And he has little room to run as he's wrapped up at the line of scrimmage.
Ball carried by Buckhalter.
Ben Butenbach, the middle linebacker, number 39 in there for the white squad to make the stop, along with Chad Kelsey, the senior from Auburn. Two-time academic All-American. Chad Kelsey is in a position to earn All-America honors for his play on the field as well this year. No gain on the play, 2nd down and 10. The ball at the red 48-yard line. 6.5 to play in the first half. And the Reds trail it 21-0 here in the first half of play. Newcombe wants to throw. He'll keep it himself. Ducks upfield across the 50, across the 45, and down to the 44-yard line. He'll be about 1.5 yards shy of the necessary first down yardage. Kelsey makes another tackle.
Boy, I tell you what, Bobby Newcombe is somewhat of a Michael Jordan on the football field, Mr. Excitement, and he has that first step. Like in basketball, you want to watch the first step. If he gets by the defender, he's gone. It's just explosive out of the gates. He's just hard to get a wrap on.
Bobby's got 3 carries. It was a 9-yard pickup. He's got 102 yards in the ball game. That's pretty impressive.
Not bad for a first half of play.
On the ground again. And that ball carried by Joel Makovica. Joel last night speaking at the Tom Osborne National Championship celebration, speaking for the 97 Huskers and also all of the Huskers who ever played for Tom Osborne, and spoke very eloquently. Very impressed with his speech last night, and he is a tremendous leader for this football team. A walk-on from East Butler High School, played 8-man football, followed his brother Jeff to Nebraska, and they have been terrific for this program. 1st and 10, the ball at the 40-yard line. Newcombe to throw, hit as he throws, and nearly intercepted through the hands of Josh Cole, the linebacker.
The pass from Newcombe.
Let's send it downstairs to Luke Stuckmeyer.
Well, the update with Adam Jolch over on the red sideline is that he is done for the day. It's some sort of ankle injury. They hope it's just a sprain. They've taped it up, but he's going to be leaving the field here in just a few minutes for x-rays. He's headed off to the hospital. So Adam Jolch hopefully is okay. That offensive line is young. He is injured, and his spring game is done.
Well, that's too bad. Thank you, Luke, because Adam Jolch is a guy that they are really relying upon for leadership, despite the fact that he has not seen a lot of playing time. He is a key for that Nebraska offensive line. Here's Newcombe trying to get to the outside, breaks one tackle, breaks a couple of more, across the 30 down to the 29-yard line. Chad Kelsey finally made the stop along with Josh Cole, number 47.
Boy, when you look at Bobby Newcombe run, as far as recent quarterbacks of Husker history, I'm sure another name comes to mind because he looks awfully familiar the way he runs that ball. Looks a lot like T. Frage.
We remind a lot of people of Tommy Frazier, but I'll tell you what, wearing that number 12 and the way he moves, he also reminds me a little bit of Turner Gill.
Sure. Turner liked to say the same thing.
Working out of the Maryland I. Makovica goes in motion, the fake to Legate. Bobby again wanting to throw. The pressure was there, and he's wrapped up and brought down by Lauren Kaiser. And Josh Cole is also in there. Boy, we've called Josh Cole's name a lot. He's out of Hastings. Jerome Peterson also applied some pressure as well, coming in from that right cornerback spot. And the loss is back to the 32-yard line. That'll bring up a 2nd down and 13 situation.
Well, Peterson started a couple of games last season, and then in comes the true freshman Erwin Sweeney out of Lincoln Northeast. He's not in the game now. He's nursing a pelvic injury. So cornerbacks looking to make some noise out there and make a statement with the absence of Sweeney.
Wiggins split to the left, Cheatham to the right. Newcombe fires out to the right, and pure perfect timing pattern. Wow. The pass is complete to Kenny Cheatham at the 24-yard line. Wow. Cheatham turned around, and immediately the football was there. Newcombe threw it on a rope.
He sure did. Talk about a timing pattern. Cheatham had his back turned, and you're thinking, what are you doing, Newcombe? But it was scripted perfectly as he turns around. It's right in his hands.
Newcombe now 2 of 4 for 51 yards through the air. He's got that touchdown pass to Casey Vanderhoff of 43 yards. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Now the red squad doing some time management here. They'd like to put it in the end zone and not leave the white squad any time to do any more damage here in the first half. Great pitch. This is Correll Buckhalter off to the races, and he will score. Touchdown!
beautifully set up by the pitch. Newcombe, it was a long pitch at that, probably 6 yards back to Buckhalter, and he's no foreigner to the end zone. He found it 6 times last year, 4 in the first 2 games, and he does it again there today.
Perfect execution that time, and Buckhalter with great speed, a sophomore to be out of Mississippi. 24 yards, that's his 6th carry of the day, now is 34 yards. But perfect execution that time, and the Reds are finally on the board. And Chris Brown is on to do the kicking. And Frankie London will do the holding.
Could we see a fake?
And Brown chips it in, and the Reds score on a 24-yard touchdown run by Correll Buckhalter. 3:32 to play in the first half. The Whites still lead it 21-7. Well, we were talking about clock management just a moment ago. They were content to keep the football on the ground, but now with 3 minutes and 32 seconds to go in the first half, there's some time now for the Whites to put some more points on the board. And you know, London is going to go out on the field here and say, hey, Bobby, you did that. I can do you one better here.
Yes, if he definitely wants to put a lasting impression into the coaching staff as they get set for the summer, and a long time to think about it if that's what it takes about the quarterback decision. He's got to make something happen before halftime.
All-American here at Nebraska and world champion with the Denver Broncos, Neil Smith, in attendance today.
Chris Brown will tee things up at the 35-yard line. That's the time remaining in the first half. The Reds will kick it away. They trail it by 2 scores, 21-7. And back deep to receive for the White squad, Corey Reynolds, number 9, and Joe Walker, 25. And again, the wind blows the football off the tee, and Chris will get a little help.
Well, we haven't seen Chris Brown kick too many times this far in the spring game. He's already the proven starter. The guy owns virtually every kicking record in Nebraska school history. 299 points, a record. He had a record 116 last season alone.
There's a pretty familiar face to not only Nebraska football fans, but pro football fans. Neil Smith is in town for the spring game and the banquet honoring Coach Osborne tonight. This is a short kick coming down at the 20-yard line. That's surprising because that's with the wind. And it's taken by Ben Kingston, number 22, and Kingston's out to the 33-yard line. So that'll set a pretty good field position for the White squad. They'll have it first down and 10, the ball at the 33-yard line. And they've got plenty of time to put some more points on the board with 3:22 to play in the half.
Well, you mentioned that ceremony that's coming up after the spring game. The celebrations continuing throughout the entire weekend, beginning last night, the spring game tonight, and right now, and another tribute to Osborne afterward.
Well, Eric Crouch has changed teams. Number 7, he is now the White team quarterback. And Alik Tillery takes the handoff, takes it straight upfield across the 35. They'll spot him just shy of the 37-yard line. That'll bring up second down. Matt McGinn, freshman from Anselmo Myrna, coming in to make the stop, number 70.
Well, Tillery, you said he's making some noise. Well, he leads all the rushers in spring ball thus far with 166 yards rushing on the scrimmages up to this point. But still looking to make some noise here this afternoon.
Gain of 3 on the play, second down and 7. Inside 3 to play in the half. Tillery again, taking along the right side, across the 40 to the 41-yard line. That'll be a gain of 5. Rod Baker, 41. Strong side linebacker in there to make the tackle.
Number 41, Rod Baker.
He's a sophomore out of Hastings St. Cecilia. Seeing a lot of the backups and reserves and last year's scout team players on the field right now. Getting some playing time in the final minutes of the first half. Crouch on the option, ducks upfield, hit right at the 43-yard line. That's what he needs to pick up the first down. He spun down. Forward progress will be one of those right-left things as to where they're going to spot the football if it's enough for a first down. Baker again in there to make the tackle.
Well, you mentioned how there's a lot of guys out there that we haven't seen before. Guys from the scout team, and you never know. This could be their breakthrough game as he gets set to go into fall drills. This is the last chance they would have to make an impression on the coaching staff when it comes decision time. Who's going to redshirt, who's going to play, who's going to start.
Well, they say it was enough for a first down, so that'll give the white squad a first down and 10 at the white 43-yard line with an even 2 minutes remaining in the first half, and the whites have called a timeout. And they have one remaining. They called one earlier in the half. Eric Crouch in there at quarterback. The only quarterback we have not seen so far is Jay Runny. He is another one who figures to play quite a bit in today's ball game as he tries to work his way up the depth chart into a backup role for the Huskers. Running out of Elkhorn, Nebraska, a familiar name. His father was Tom Osborne's first starting quarterback in that victory over UCLA back in September of 1973. And Running has a tremendous throwing arm. He can really put the football out there, and Elkhorn enjoyed a lot of success when he was the quarterback. So he's a very, very heady quarterback. And he's somebody you'll probably hear quite a bit of as the years go by. Now, one guy you won't hear of tonight, and probably this season, the way it sounds, is Monte Cristo. He suffered another thumb injury, had surgery, and his status for the '98 campaign is in doubt. Tyrone Euler from Battle Creek gets the carry here on that first down call. Scott Siebenborn from Columbus in there to make the stop. And they'll move the sticks out to the 47.
By Tyrone Euler.
A gain of 4 on the play. Second down and 6. A minute 40 to play in the first half. The white squad leading the Reds 21-7.
Number 78.
In case you missed it, on the very first play from scrimmage for the white team after they took possession, Bobby Newcombe, with 10:56 to play in the first quarter, sprinted 91 yards for a touchdown. Here's Eric Crouch in the open field, making a lot of guys miss. Ducks upfield to the 40-yard line. A gain of 7 on the play. Mick Botner from Miller North tripped him up. These guys used to be teammates in high school.
Well, he should know his moves if that's the case, making the open field tackle, and that's not easy to do. Crouch, as we said, he has the wheels and some quickness, making some cuts on the turf.
6 carries, 37 yards for Eric Crouch, a gain of 13 on that play. First down and 10, a minute 16 and counting. The Whites with 1 timeout remaining here in the half. If you're thinking field goal, remember that wind is blowing out of the south and they're heading right into it. Crouch to throw. Finister in the pattern. Crouch, perfect pass. Finister goes up and it's broken up by Botner.
Wow. The throw was there, but it was great coverage by Botner, as you said, and it was kind of just thrown up for grabs.
Let's send it downstairs to Luke Stuckmeyer one more time. Luke?
Bill Scott, one player we are not going to see in the second half and really didn't get to see much in the whole spring game, D'Angelo Evans. He is done for the day. But the good news is it's just an ankle injury, a sprained ankle. Nothing serious, has nothing to do with the groin injury or the surgery that he's had. So that was just fine. It's an ankle injury. He is done for the day.
I guess you're right. I guess that is good news.
Good news of a sprained ankle.
Second down and 10. On the ground, Tillery. No room to run. He's wrapped up at the line of scrimmage. May have surged ahead for a yard. Inside a minute, and the clock continues to roll. Jamie Burrow, 51, in there to make the tackle. I know that's disappointing for D'Angelo because he really wanted to come out, show the fans that he's back, playing as healthy and hopefully better than ever. He had a tremendous freshman season, 776 yards, scored 14 touchdowns 2 years ago, and did not play any football for a year, maybe 14 months. But he got out on the field, showed the fans that he's back, and you know he'll be really hungry come fall. 24 seconds remaining, third down and 10. Crouch keeps it himself, ducks ahead to the 37-yard line, a gain of 3 on the play. Brandon Roth from Milford is in there to make the tackle. 10 seconds and counting, and that may have been the final play of the first half. And they call a timeout with 1 second remaining. They got the play in late from the sidelines. Milt Tenneper is down there calling the plays for the white squad. No doubt in coordination, I'm sure, with Frank Solich, and Turner Gill is also over there. Solich is over on the red sidelines. They want to treat this as much like a game as they possibly can, the kind of game that they'll see next fall. But there's still a lot of things going on that they want to make sure everything is perfect, that they can make it a game-like situation. So I'm sure there's a lot of communication between the coaches as to what kind of personnel they want. We've already seen the players changing uniforms and things like that. 1 second to go. Fourth down and 7. They're going to spread things out for Crouch. Halfkey, Applegate, Finister, all in the pattern. Jake McKee, this is Finister. Complete at the 10, and he's hit down hard, and that will do it, though. A big play to end the first half for the Red Squad, or for the White Squad, rather. Mitch Epke from Fairbury came up to make the stop. A gain of 30 on the play, but too little too late for the White Squad as the first half comes to an end, and the Whites lead the Reds 21-7. We'll come back with more from Memorial Stadium and Tom Osborne Field. We'll have our halftime activities coming your way right after this.
The Journal-Star Classifieds work for you. We're the marketplace for today's lifestyle.
I think I found a way we can afford a new car.
I like that idea.
Or we could put the money toward a new house.
7373. Journal-Star Classifieds. Put them to work for you.
Gary Novotny with Gary Michaels Clothiers. If you think you're difficult to fit, well, worry no more. Gary Michaels Custom Collection can help you at half the price of truly custom-made clothing. Select your suit from 70 different sizes, and we will have it for you in 72 hours. If you're a 52 extra long with the 36 waist, 48 regular with the 34 waist, or 42 short with the 32 waist, we can fit you. Gary Michaels Clothier's Custom Collection, located in Williamsburg Village. Your suit worries are now over.
Alliance Cellular would like you to meet two powerful little Huskers.
We refuse to lose!
No, that's not quite what we had in...
Nothing but net tonight.
No, we mean the Husker phones, exclusively at Alliance Cellular. Available as a Motorola personal or bag phone with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phones. Great phones. And a great way to say, go Big Red.
You're gonna buy a net. Put some more filling into it, buddy.
Go Big Red!
Alliance Cellular, making it easier to communicate.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium. Tom Osborne Field. A look at the final play of the first half. Eric Crouch back to throw, and he finds somebody at the other end of this. Fortunately for the White, it's not quite in the end zone.
Damon Finister on the catch, 30-yard pass play, comes up short on the final play of the half, and the first half comes to an end with the White Squad leading the Reds 21-7. Bobby Newcombe engineering 3 touchdown drives in the first half, a 91-yard touchdown run just moments into the ball game. Then Newcombe hit Casey Vanderhoff on a 43-yard touchdown pass. That with 1:29 remaining in the first quarter. And then Frankie London got the Whites back on the board as he traded sides, a 1-yard touchdown run. And then Newcombe, playing for the Red Squad, engineered a drive that ended up with Carell Buckhalter scoring from 24 yards out. Of note, Bobby Newcombe's 91-yard touchdown run is now the longest in red-white game history, breaking Todd Euler's record set back in 1995. Euler scored from 89 yards out. So London playing with a lot of confidence. Newcombe showing some excitement. It's been a great afternoon for football here in Lincoln.
It sure has. And you know that Frank Solich, he should be happy what he's seeing on the field. You know, for years, he was the assistant to legendary coach Tom Osborne. Now, Frank Solich is the man in the spotlight for Husker football. He's following in the footsteps of two of the greatest coaches in college football history. And since that day, late in 1997, when he became head coach, life has not been the same.
Is it gone like you've expected?
I think for the most part it has. You know, it's gone quick. We wanted to make the most of every day that we had to practice, and I think the players have given a great effort, and so it's gone as well as I think I could have hoped. You know, certainly you want the offense to move the ball, you want the defense to stop the offense from moving the ball, but that's the way it is, you know, and you can't have both, best of both worlds when it comes to how things get done in spring. But I think everybody's worked hard, and I feel very good about what we've accomplished.
Now, as far as your first spring practice, you went out there without even the whistle. So a lot of things that you got to do as a head coach that you don't even imagine as an assistant. What are some of those things that come to mind?
Well, if you're talking about you know, certainly on the field practices, it's a little different setup. Normally I was just working with the running backs and with on the field drills. Now I really try to touch base with a number of the different units as they go through group work to see how, you know, things are going with each of the coaches and the players in those units, and certainly same thing with when it comes to being involved with the teamwork part of it. You know, rather than being at one station, I move around all the different stations, just try to get a general overall view of how the practice is is going.
So can you go out to the grocery store now without somebody stopping you and talking football?
Well, you know, that part of it's different. You know, it does take you a little while longer to get from point A to point B, you know, but yet that's understandable too. There's just a tremendous interest in Nebraska football by the fans within the state, and so, you know, you're always going to face those type of situations where you're always visiting and dealing with people, but that's fine now. That's part of it.
Now, you inherit a team, obviously, with a lot of tradition, but you also have, if you want to call it a controversy, you got to fill that quarterback position. Now you got to figure out who the running back's going to be. So not actually the ideal situation for you. What would you call it?
Well, in some ways, you know, it may seem difficult, and the final decision on who will be the #1 quarterback will be a very interesting, very difficult decision to make, because the guys that are at that position are very talented athletes, and I believe any one of them could take that job over and do a very fine job for us. So there's going to be difficult decisions along the way, but that's the nature of being the head coach, making those decisions, and certainly you're going to get critiqued on those decisions as you make them, and I understand that also. You know, there's going to be just a share of people out there who feel that maybe the decision was a correct decision, regardless of what you're talking about. Some will feel that it's not, and that's part of coaching. There'll be certainly enough interest that fans will be on one side of the fence or another when it comes to the decisions that you make, and you always want that interest there, because without the fans having the great interest that they have, this wouldn't be much of a job. So I understand that, and I appreciate all that.
And what would be your ideal spring game? Would you like to see the defense step up? Would you like to see the offense, a balanced attack? What would you like to see out there?
Well, I'd like to see us play very good technique football on both sides of the ball, and you know, certainly you'd like to see the offense move the ball some, but in spring ball, if your offense is running up and down the field on your defense, then that probably means that you're going to struggle next year in terms of slowing people down. So, and that's not been the case. You know, our defense has been very strong and played very well the entire spring, and I guess that's the way it'll be also come spring game. But yet our offense is improving. I thought they did much better this last scrimmage, and I think we'll be able to put together a team that has really is very fine offensively and very fine defensively.
Now, everything you do is a first. Frank Solich's first practice as head coach, your first decision as, you know, quarterback, and to controversy, if you want to call it, this is going to be your first spring game. Do you look at yourself as being under a watchful eye, as this being a first, or what do you want to just
No, you know, in fact, those kind of things have not played very big into my thinking. You know, this being my first spring, this being my first practice, when the first game rolls around, I'm sure that, you know, the excitement will be there for me and the intensity, but I'm not worried in terms of thinking that far down the road. What I've been trying to do is just do a good job with this job on a daily basis, day by day, and if I do that, I think things will take care of themselves.
Well, we will have more from halftime of today's Red-White Spring Game in a moment, where we have the White leading the Red 21-7.
We've been in this business for almost 70 years. It's our way of life. The best reward is knowing that I've helped someone. That's our commitment here at Lincoln Memorial. A family makes one call, and we do the rest. Our staff takes great pride in knowing we help families. For funeral services or funeral prearrangements, we're here to help. Lincoln Memorial Park and Funeral Home. We're simply people helping people.
Your new home is more affordable than you think. Fremont Mobile Homes is a family-owned, family-run business with over 35 years in the industry. They know what it takes for families to live comfortably and affordably. Come on in, grab a cup of coffee, and relax with Elmer, Lois, Donna, Steve, or any of their hands-on sales staff as you create a home that perfectly suits you and your budget.
Let our family put your family into your new home. Take the money-saving drive to Fremont Mobile Home Sales, just 4 miles west of Fremont on Highway 30.
Anderson Ford Automotive Group.
Get ready to rumble!
Announcing the Anderson Ford Automotive Group's National Championship Kickoff, a competition between the Lincoln, Grand Island, and St. Joseph stores.
The one who sells the most vehicles will be declared national champion.
Help us decide who will be the official winning team by choosing from over $11 million in new inventory and over $3.5 million in used inventory. You've never seen a sale quite like this. See us today at Anderson Ford in Lincoln, Grand Island, or St. Joseph.
Husker fans, you can experience the 1998 Orange Bowl like never before as Husker Vision gives you an all-access pass inside the Husker practices and team meetings leading up to the national championship game. Go inside the locker room as Tom Osborne gives his final pregame, halftime, and postgame speeches. Plus, listen in as Coach Osborne calls the plays and discusses strategy with his assistant coaches and players with exclusive footage you won't see anywhere else. To order, call 1-800-965-8674.
Welcome back to Tom Osborne Field at Memorial Stadium. We are joined by Super Bowl champion Neil Smith and, of course, former Husker Neil Smith. Neil, what do you think of the game so far?
I think it's it's a lot of talent on the squad. I think that you get a chance to see every kid that have an opportunity to play a part into this organization next year. And the red and white game has been a big game for so long, and you can see the true Husker fans are out here. And the stadium is packed, and this is a special day for everybody that's big red fans, along with the kids.
Who do you think is going to win the game?
Well, it's up right now. I mean, it can go any way. You're 2 scores down. It's not surprising that the defense is taking over right now, but I wouldn't give up on offense.
Super Bowl champion, probably your greatest moment as an NFL player, I would guess. You want to describe what that night in January was like?
It was a special night for me. I really worked hard all my career to try to get there, and having an opportunity to get there when I was, being in my 10th year, and it was 60 minutes away, and I had so much focus in trying to win in that ball game that when it was all over, the only thing I could do is thank the Lord for what He's done for me throughout my career. It felt like I had a heavy burden that was lifted off me. But it was a special moment because we had a veteran team, and there's a lot of veteran players that was on that ball squad that fell short for so long and had an opportunity to go out and be the huge underdogs and upset the world.
Tom Osborne Field at Memorial Stadium has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
It does, man. You can only say so much for Coach Osborne. I think that being here this week and hearing everybody speak about how much Coach Osborne meant to him, I'm glad I have an opportunity to come back and see the ceremony that they had for him last night, the naming the field, and hearing the president and the former players come and just say hello and goodbye, and meant so much to us. The guy has touched many lives and players that he's been with, but yet he's special to us all because if you can get one thing from Coach Osborne and take with you, and that's the realness in him. He have a great heart, and all my love and goes to him and his family because it's well deserved everything he ever wanted.
Neil, congratulations on the Super Bowl. Welcome back to Lincoln. We appreciate you stopping by. Thank you very much. The halftime festivities continue. White leads 21-7.
One of the Nebraska Lottery's biggest winners is our future. Because every day in classrooms around our state, student learning is enriched by nearly $39 million in grants from the Education Innovation Fund. These educational grants encourage exploration and discovery. They challenge and motivate. They inspire dreams, nurture accomplishments. Our state of education is expanding through grants funded by the Nebraska Lottery.
How good can it get? A powerful 132 horsepower engine, new interior refinements, split fold-down rear seats, race-inspired handling, and over 40 total quality improvements. How good can it get? It gets this good. Plymouth Neon, 10,355. Or now, it gets even better with 1.9% APR for up to 60 months for over $2,000 in savings. Only at your Chrysler and Plymouth dealer.
Have you seen ads like this?
We're having king-size fun at the casino. Have a royal time with king-size food, king-size shows, and of course, king-size fun.
The truth is, if you're a compulsive gambler, you're probably not having much fun. If you can't stop gambling, if you gamble to escape life, if you're neglecting your loved ones or relying on gambling to make up losses, you may be a compulsive gambler. Help is available. Call the toll-free number today and help yourself, help your family, before you lose it all.
Nebraska schools are some of the best in the country. Our students consistently score near the top in the nation in college entrance exams.
And job number one for the next governor is making sure that it stays that way. I'll work to keep classes small, put resources into the classroom where it counts, on new textbooks and the best teachers. I'm Bill Hoppner. When I'm governor, we'll make education our top priority and Nebraska's children our most important issue. Right, kids?
Right!
Right.
Bill Hoppner, building on Nebraska's best.
It's halftime of the annual red-white game. The white leads 21-7. Bobby Newcombe, 3 of the 4 touchdowns. At least he was part of 3 of the 4 touchdowns. It's been a great game so far. We have a whole half to come here at Memorial Stadium, Tom Osborne Field. We'll be back in just a moment.
This is what the American people are looking at if Washington gets its way. More tax and spend. $500 billion in new tobacco taxes to pay for new federal spending. The result? Huge new taxes for working people. Cigarettes at $5 a pack, $50 a carton. A black market in cigarettes with unregulated access to children. Jobs at risk for thousands of Americans. Even with a huge budget surplus, does Washington really have to raise taxes? Again? It's time to speak out.
You know, the way we look at it is the pricing is basically the same, yet nobody touches EEC's service. I mean, last week, I'll bet you the EEC's sales rep was here 2 or 3 times just finishing up the details of our order. It's just easier to call EEC's and know that you'll get exactly...
Well, you know how much we depend on this equipment. We have to make sure we're getting exactly what we need. So, if EEC's is the only one that can really provide the product and the support, well, then somebody call them and have their technicians figure out how we can...
Liefert Concrete Construction Company, offering concrete solutions for your residential and commercial properties. Commercial footings, laser floors, metal buildings, paving and parking lots, and architectural concrete surfacing and stamping are just a few of Liefert's multidimensional services for truly designed fast-track construction. Free estimates and material and labor warranty. Call or visit the concrete professionals today at Liefert Concrete Construction Company, 441-3000.
I've traveled this state for the past 30 months, and I can tell you Nebraskans don't want a negative campaign. They want someone who has a proven track record of lowering taxes.
The facts about Mike Johan's record: he cut property taxes for city services 4 years in a row, turned a budget deficit into an $18 million surplus, and reduced the number of civilian government employees. Mike Johan's for governor.
This is about governing, and I've done it.
It is 21-7 at halftime. Players getting ready to come out on the field pretty soon here. Last night's celebration, the dedication of the field, Tom Osborne Field. We'll be replaying that, delayed with some editing in there, but at 10:30 you'll see the celebration on 10/11. We'll be back with the second half from Memorial Stadium in just a moment.
Okay, hold on. It's closed. We'll just come back tomorrow, okay? All right, I got one idea.
The StarTAC cellular phone from Motorola.
Hello, Tom's Toys. This is Tom. Hi, listen, are we too late? Sir, I'm sorry, we closed at 6. We're right outside the door. I was just wondering if...
StarTAC. Good things happen.
Hold on, I'll be right out.
Because it's always with you. Motorola.
Come in and see our terrific prices on StarTACs today at Alliance Cellular, making it easier to communicate.
How good can it get? A powerful 132 horsepower engine. New interior refinements, split fold-down rear seats, race-inspired handling, and over 40 total quality improvements. How good can it get? It gets this good. Plymouth Neon, 10,355. Or now, it gets even better with 1.9% APR for up to 60 months for over $2,000 in savings. Only at your Chrysler and Plymouth dealer.
We got a guy. What do you mean we can't do that? We do.
Welcome to the 90s. You can do
Yes, welcome to the 90s. Go in the water. You guys get water bath.
That's right.
No, it's a great idea. You can go.
That's all right. Oh, that looks
Did you get
good.
They make your dresses?
You guys been married when? How long?
18 years. No, 19.
Better remember.
19.
Here's to 19 years.
To 19 more.
If you're lucky.
Congratulations.
Bob, don't smoke.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium. A beautiful afternoon as the players get set to take to Tom Osborne Field, just recently dedicated last night. Some quick halftime stats to pass along to you. Category that jumps out at you, the total offensive yards, and White just dominating in this category.
285 yards in total offense for the White squad, 27 snaps from center. Take a look at some of the other numbers. Rushing yards, the Whites with 215 yards on the ground, 91 of those coming on Bobby Newcombe's touchdown run. The Red squad with 119 yards on the ground, 147 yards in total offense. The Red squad has been forced to punt 5 times, averaging 35 yards, just 1 kick for the Whites. Time of possession, though, has been dominated really by the Red squad. 18 minutes, just 11 minutes for the Whites, but the Whites lead on the scoreboard. That's the most important one, 21-7.
Certainly is, and we look at the players getting set to take the field, getting set for the second half. As they lead, the White does 21-7. We'll be back with second half coverage after this.
The Journal Star Classifieds work for you. We're the marketplace for today's lifestyle.
I think I found a way we can afford a new car.
I like that idea.
Or we could put the money toward a new house.
Oh, I can see it now.
Or maybe we could just remodel and redecorate.
I could live with that.
Let the Journal Star Classifieds make your dreams a reality. Call 473-7373. Journal Star Classifieds. Put them to work for you.
Shopping for quality total home furnishings? Discover the Ernie's in Ceresco difference. You'll get the guaranteed low price and much more. Ernie's delivers free of charge, unlike the competition that charges extra. We go to cities, small towns, and farms, bringing you the nation's most wanted brands of furniture, carpet, electronics, and appliances. With over 50 years of customer-friendly service, Ernie's in Ceresco goes the extra mile to serve you better. Ernie's in Ceresco.
Introducing the Sicilian pizza from Pizza Hut. This ain't no ordinary pizza, it's a date with the Bomb Squad. It's oregano, basil, and garlic packed so tightly into the crust it'll make your eyeballs sweat. It ain't no Walter Matilda debutante cotillion, it's an all-out in-your-face headbangers ball. They're having an all-night party in your mouth and they ain't serving pate. This is the most intense tasting pizza we've ever made. The energized, kicking the teeth mother of all pizzas. The new Sicilian pizza from Pizza Hut for only $8.99. Can you handle it?
Hi, I'm Kevin Murray, and this is Trev Albert. Trev just recently underwent a major career change from this to this. He had a head start on his professional wardrobe, but he needed the sophistication and elegance of some great fabrics and tailoring, along with some eye-catching accessories.
You know, I really liked what Kevin was able to do for me, so I decided to team up with him this year to help the man of stature get the look he deserves.
Remember, think big, stand tall, and turn heads.
Shop Murray's Big and Tall, 70th and O, Meridian Park.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium. This is how it got started for Bobby Newcombe and the White team. The first play of scrimmage, and he's going untouched. Thus far, it's been the Bobby Newcombe show. Wouldn't you say so, Bill?
Bobby's been terrific, engineering 3 scoring drives on the day. A couple of touchdowns for the White squad, and boy, nobody's going to catch him on this play once he turned that corner. He also has a touchdown that he engineered. Correll Buckhalter scoring from 24 yards out. That got the Red squad on the board. But we don't want to leave Frankie London out of the equation. Frankie's played extremely well today, playing both for the White and the Red squad. Frankie with 11 carries, 53 yards in the first half. Eric Crouch has also come in and played very well from that quarterback spot. So the quarterback competition has been very heated here in the spring game, and I'm not sure they're going to have this that race decided until next fall, the way things are looking.
Yeah, they tried to put a deadline on themselves. The coaches did that. They hope to come to a decision entering fall ball. They will know who the starting quarterback is, but they didn't rule it out that, hey, they might not know. And you mentioned Crouch. He had a great pass to Finister to end the first half, and he's demonstrated some great play. And that Bobby Newcombe run, you had mentioned it earlier, the longest run of scrimmage for a spring game, a new record, previous record, 89 yards, set back in 1995.
21-7 is our score. We're just about ready to go with action in the third quarter. Josh Heskew, Nebraska's starting center, not participating in spring drills for the second straight year. Last year he had surgery on an ankle. This year it's been back. So he has had a tough go when it comes to spring ball. And I talked to Josh. I said, what do you get, senioritis for 2 years straight now? You don't want to play go through those spring drills? He said, no, I really want to get out on the field, especially with this young group, because he is going to be the elder statesman. We are underway. Corey Reynolds and Joe Walker deep to receive. And Walker watches it sail over his head into the end zone. Kicking the football was Chuck Tack. And the white squad will take over. The white squad will take over first down and 10. The ball at the 20-yard line. And it will be Eric Crouch who will open up at quarterback. One guy we have not seen is Jay Runny, the fourth quarterback in that equation. I talked to Frank Solich earlier in the week, and what they're going to do this in the next couple of weeks is he and Turner Gill are going to sit down and they're going to go back and regrade every scrimmage, probably a few of the practices, and certainly the spring game of everybody in that quarterback competition. So they've seen him once, they're going to see it again. We've got some confusion here as the third quarter gets underway, and the white squad is forced to burn a timeout just 4 seconds into the period. They did not have all the personnel on the field. I guess some guys didn't know what jersey they were supposed to be wearing. But
that's right. They were still on the sidelines switching jerseys. As we found out early, they were anticipating to do those kind of switches at halftime. They did it as early as the first quarter.
Those are timeouts you just do not want to burn, even in a spring game. First play from scrimmage. Crouch keeps it on the ground. And the fullback is 40 Billy Legate, who has changed sides here in the second half. Really a tremendous player on special teams and a very solid backup behind Joel Makovic at that fullback spot. Fullback is not a position that Nebraska has a lot of concerns with. You've got Makovic coming back, Billy Legate coming back. Willie Miller has been outstanding in scout team duty. He just needs to get a chance to get on the field. And that's a position that Nebraska folks love, because that really is a Nebraska spot. They've had so many great native Nebraskans who have succeeded in that fullback position. Penalty flags fly on a second down and 10 call. Carlos Polk indicating that it's against the Whites.
Well, you talked about the fullback position. Joel Makovic making Sports Illustrated's all walk-on team, coming out of Brainerd and playing 8-man football. One of 3 Huskers that made that list.
You know, I don't know why there just wasn't all Nebraska players, right. Because nobody has a walk-on program like Nebraska football. So to just single out 3 guys, but, you know, Makovic certainly is as good as there is in the country. Second down and 15, the procedure penalty against the Whites. Crouch will take it to the air. Hit as he throws. The pass is caught by Billy Hafke. Good coverage on the play by Jeff Hemge, but he didn't get turned around in time, and Hafke breaks off the pattern and hauls it in.
Hafke doing a good job. Hafke and Hemge, good coverage, but pass rather underthrown, but could have been thrown better. Otherwise, it would have been an interception with great coverage if he was on the play.
Billy Hafke with 1 pass completion last year. Crouch fakes to the fullback, follows him into the hole, and cuts up across the 40-yard line, just shy of the 42. It'll be second down and 6 yards to go. Julius Jackson, the Will linebacker, junior from Gainesville, Texas, in there to make the tackle.
That's another person that should be making some noise. You mentioned Eric Johnson. Julius Jackson, definitely formidable for filling in the middle.
He has really stepped up this spring, too. They are very happy with Julius's play. Second down and 6. Crouch faking again. He's got Darren Diedrich tailing him on the play. Crouch takes it himself and is wrestled down by Aaron Wills and Carlos Polk. A gain of a yard on the play. It'll be third down and 5.
Aaron Wills. Definitely looking forward to seeing Darren Diedrich touch that ball. Highly touted recruit out of Canada, the first scholarship recruit out of Canada. There's been a few guys that have come from Canada on the Husker roster, but this is the first scholarship recruit, and they say he can blaze a path when he touches the ball.
And Diedrich graduated high school a semester early so he could come down here to Lincoln and participate in spring football to get a leg up on everybody else in his recruiting class. Crouch again on the option. He's brought down by 70, Matt McGinn. We called Matt's name a couple of times, so the folks in Anselmo Myrna have been kind of happy and proud today.
Number 70, Matt McGinn.
Well short of the first down. They needed the 48-yard line. They'll spot it at the 45, and the white team with the 14-point lead will punt the football away.
Well, I'll tell you what, if McGinn weren't there, Crouch could have broken that thing because there was daylight in front of him. It was a solo tackle from McGinn.
And Brian Morrow has come in. Brian, a senior from Middletown, New Jersey. He will punt it away. It's the second punt for the white squad. Shevin Wiggins and Lance Brown. Deep to receive. Nearly blocked. Brian got it away. This is Wiggins settling under it at the 5-yard line. Got a block from Brown. And Shevin gets it out to the 19-yard line. Mitch Epke, who made the play at the end of the first half, nearly blocked the punt there. Epke tackling DeMont Finister at the 10-yard line, keeping the white team out of the end zone on a big pass play in the final play of the first half. And Epke nearly comes up with a big play here at the start of the third quarter. First down and 10 now for the red squad. Bobby Newcombe is the quarterback. Kenny Cheatham split wide to the right. Newcombe to throw. Has time, has a man, and bounced it at Cheatham.
Kind of hurried that throw and wasn't exactly what he was looking for. Newcombe a little better armed than that. Just kind of a botched pass.
That'll bring up second down and 10. The ball again at the 19-yard line. Well, the announcement has just been made that the Nebraska women's softball team has defeated Oklahoma 5-2 in game one of a doubleheader. Nebraska has won the Big 12 championship. What a great year for Rhonda Revell's club. They have been fantastic this year, unranked at the beginning of the season. 7th in the country now. Here's Karev Buckhalter as Nebraska works the option. Out across the 28 to the 30-yard line. He may have himself a first down. Terrific pitch by Bobby Newcombe. Eric Johnson and Ben Butenbach combined to make the tackle.
The Nebraska softball team undefeated in Big 12 play.
Look at Karel Buckhalter here. Good speed to the outside, cuts upfield, and does indeed pick up the first down at the 30. 7 carries, 45 yards on the day for Karel Buckhalter. First and 10, the ball at the 30. Newcombe fakes the handoff to the fullback, keeps it himself. Hit by Finley, bounces off, loses the handle of the football. Kelsey trying to recover it.
Looks like the red may have gotten on it and dodged a bullet, and they do.
Oh, Kelsey was right there. I don't think he realized how close the football was. Newcombe with a big gain on the play. Tracy Wistrom is the last man up. He may have recovered that fumble.
Boy, I'll tell you what, that has been driving Frank Solich nuts throughout the spring drills is the loose balls. Every time they go to scrimmage, he says, we've got to put the ball away, and it's been touching the turf all too often for the Huskers.
Clint Finley put a pop on him, but it was Lauren Kaiser who came in from behind to knock the ball away from Newcombe. Here's Joel Makovica on the fullback dive. Look at him carry tacklers all the way across the 45 to the 43-yard line.
Wow, shades of Akron last year in the first game of the season when he bulldozed his way into the end zone, and we saw that replayed across televisions across the nation.
Well, that run really, I think, set the tone for the 97 campaign. I mean, it was a tremendous 20-yard touchdown run, hit down about the 6-yard line, and just continued to keep those legs driving, and finally falling into the end zone for the touchdown. And I'll tell you what, he proved that day that he meant business in 97. He had a terrific year last year. And they expect big things from Joel Makovica again this year. Karel Buckhalter following his blockers to the 40-yard line. A gain of 3. It'll bring up second down and 7.
Well, with D'Angelo Evans sidelined now with a sprained ankle, Buckhalter has a chance here to turn some heads. You know, that I-back position still is up in the air. Of course, D'Angelo, if he were at full strength like he was in the 96 campaign for a portion of it, he would get the nod easily. But as it stands, it's anybody's position to be earned.
10 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Makovica again. Across the 30, down to the 29-yard line. Mike Brown and Eric Johnson in there putting a pop on Makovica. But Joel's having quite a drive here.
It's the Mack truck. Jump on and he'll carry a convoy.
Makovica now 5 carries, 41 yards. Willie Miller is in there at fullback. Makovica right behind him. The deep back is Corell Buckhalter. He takes the handoff, and he stripped up at the 30-yard line. Falls forward for a couple of yards. Chad Kelsey was there to make sure he came down.
Well, Makovica can also block on that play. He was one of the leading blockers, and Ortiz some way finagled his way past the line of scrimmage, and Makovica just flattened him.
Tony Ortiz changing sides. He played with the Red Squad in the first half. Second down and 9.5 to go. He spotted just ahead of the 30. This is Newcombe keeping it 15, knocked out of bounds at the 12-yard line. Joel Makovica with a terrific block from his fullback spot. Sprung Bobby Newcombe along that right side, and once it cut upfield, he had lots of green territory to cover.
Wow, take another look at it. Of course, Bobby Newcombe, he is a man with blazing speed, but the Mack truck, like we said, paving the way, and he says, get out of the way. Newcombe, man, he is exciting.
First down and 10, the ball at the 11-yard line. Newcombe again. Cuts upfield across the 10, wrapped up by Eric Johnson at the 9-yard line. Gain of 2, it'll be second down and 8. Bobby now with 8 carries, 136 yards rushing in the game. 91 of those, well, several of those yards actually, more than that coming with the white team, and he's picked up some big yards here with the red squad. Newcombe again, they'll work the option, and again he'll take it. At a huge lane, cuts upfield, brought down by Corey Reynolds, who saves the touchdown, but Newcombe all the way inside the 2, down to the 1-yard line, and that'll be close to a first down.
Well, teams across the nation can say how tough it is to defend option football, and that's what you face in Nebraska. Well, right now the white squad is trying to figure out the option, and the red squad had to deal with Bobby Newcombe when he was on the white side. So when you put him into the equation of an option football, you can make your head spin.
Well, and you're seeing a lot of first-team defensive players out there for the white, so this is not easy. This is not scout team duty that he's doing this against. Makovica straight up the middle into the end zone. Touchdown!
That's the Mack truck going through the middle.
5th touchdown of the day scored. Here's Makovica on a 1-yard touchdown run. Jason Schwab, 65. He's excited. There's a lot of pride in the line today for those offensive linemen. They really want to come out and show this Nebraska defense, show the Nebraska fans, and whoever else might be tuning into this. This is not going to be an offensive line that's going to see that tradition drop off any. Chris Brown is on for the PAT. That's good. And the Red Squad back on the board with an impressive drive. They trail the Whites 21-14. We'll have more action from the 98 spring game right after this.
Growing up in Nebraska, you learned how important tradition and values really are. Working hard and being honest are the true signs of success. I'm Scott Frost, and I'm proud to be a part of the winning team at Anderson Ford. Their #1 goal is customer satisfaction. Whether it's sales, service, parts, bodywork, or just answering a question, don't settle for anything less than the winning team at Anderson Ford.
Zig's Discount Muffler has always offered quality at a fair price. And right now, owner Brett Ziegler is slashing the Lincoln market even more. Mufflers start at just $29.95. Muffler and tailpipe just $36.95. And converters installed are only $109.95. The prices are lower than ever, but the motto still applies. The service is friendly and the estimates are free. Compare prices. Zig's is quality at a fair price. 2701 North 27th, Lincoln.
21-14, the white leads by a touchdown over red, and the white is now receiving.
And straight up the middle, this is Corey Reynolds, the cornerback, out to the 28-29 yard line. That's where the white team will set up shop. And we would expect to see Frankie London now at the controls. And it'll be Eric Crouch coming back in for the white squad. And he will engineer this drive as the white takes to the field, leading it now 21-14. 7 minutes, 54 seconds remaining in the third quarter of play. With Scott Kilberry, I'm Bill Dolman. Pleased to have you with us this afternoon. What a beautiful day it is in Lincoln, and what a terrific crowd we have here on hand at Memorial Stadium, Tom Osborne Field. 60,498 for a spring football game. What a true testament to the loyalty and the enthusiasm of Nebraska football fans. Wow. 1 yard pickup now for Eric Crouch, Travis Toline, and Matt McGinn in there to make the tackle.
Wow, you said 60,000. Is that right? I'll tell you what, there are teams across the nation that would give anything to have that type of crowd on a Saturday afternoon for homecoming.
In the fall. Unbelievable. Pickup of 2, second down and 8. Travis Soucy is the I-back. Billy Legate the fullback. And this is Travis Soucy taking the handoff from Crouch. Very little room to run along that left side. Aaron Wills in there to make the tackle from the right rush in spot.
Something that we were talking about before the game, they watered this turf down, except for a safety measure.
Well, the study, as I talked to Frank earlier in the week, was that the study was conducted or commissioned by the NFL, and they found that the safest surface to play on is not grass, not dry artificial turf, but a wet artificial turf surface. Fewer injuries occur on a field like this. That pass from Crouch is through the hands of Devon Finister, incomplete. And that'll bring up a 4th down and 7. So Nebraska's taken to watering down the field before regular season games, before all their scrimmages. They want to try and limit the injuries, and a lot of people might scratch their heads when they hear that this is actually a safe field, but that is indeed the case. Nebraska sold on it. Tom Osborne talked about it for years and years and years. That's why Nebraska has not changed, and I don't think they're going to change anytime soon. This is Tom's field now. He can do what he wants with it.
Exactly. If he comes out with a lawnmower tomorrow, feel free to mow down the 50-yard line.
Dan Haydenfeld.
Dan Haydenfeld will kick it away for the white squad.
Penalty flag before the play.
Lance Brown and Chevin Wiggins deep to receive for the Reds, but we do have a penalty flag. 6:31 to play in the third quarter. If you're just joining us, the white team led at one point 21-0 before the Reds got on the board. And that was our score at halftime, 21-7. The Reds have added a touchdown here in the third quarter of play.
Good ball. Ball start.
Procedure penalty whistled against the Whites. That'll back them up 5 yards. 4th down and 12 now. They'll spot it at the 27-yard line. Haydenfeld still in there to kick it. Wiggins and Brown still deep to receive it. Special teams have been a bit of an adventure. Good snap. Nearly blocked again. Great kick by Haydenfeld, driving Wiggins all the way back to the 17-yard line. Wiggins has a wall. He's got some room to run, and he is belted at the 30-yard line. It'll be 1st down and 10 for the Red Squad. We're going to take a timeout here and come back with more action in the third quarter right after this.
Alliance Cellular would like you to meet 2 powerful little Huskers.
We refuse to lose.
No, that's not quite what we had in...
Nothing but net tonight.
No, we mean the Husker phones, exclusively at Alliance Cellular. Available as a Motorola personal or bag phone with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phones. Great phones. And a great way to say, go Big Red.
You're gonna buy net. Put some more filling into it, buddy.
Go Big Red.
Alliance Cellular, making it easier to communicate.
It's here at last, the 4 most incredible shopping days of the year, the wall-to-wall pandemonium of the Post & Nichols Midnight Madness Sale. Thursday through Sunday only. Prices so low you can step on them. Find men's and women's clothing, sportswear, and footwear at 20, 30, up to 50% savings. The Post & Nickel has everything on sale. All prices have been slashed in the best Madness tradition. This is all the good stuff, marked down like never before. Midnight Madness, Thursday through Sunday only at the Post & Nickel, downtown Lincoln, 14th and P.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bill, there are bodies flying around there. Here's another look at the punt return of Chevin Wiggins. If it comes into the picture, there's people blocking, people flying, and then a stick is made at the end of this play as well.
No mercy even in spring games. Welcome to Tom Osborne Field in Lincoln. Well, I'm telling you what, if you're running a golf course on a day like this, you're pretty bummed out. 60,498 fans here enjoying the spring game on what is a beautiful afternoon and one of the best days of spring that we've had here in Lincoln. 1st and 10, the ball at the 30. London is the quarterback. And a deep handoff to the tailback, Dan Alexander. And Alexander's going to lose a couple of yards. It'll be 2nd down and 12. Lauren Kaiser steps in, along with Tony Ortiz to make the stop. We've talked about Lauren Kaiser a lot today. He's been impressive, and Nebraska needs somebody like him to step up because they lost Grant Wistrom, they lost Jason Peter, they come back with Jason Wilson, Steve Warren. They don't have a lot of experience on that defensive line. That may be the Achilles heel for the Black Shirts. But boy, the way Kaiser has played today has been magnificent, and he is really vying for a lot of playing time. 2nd down and 12. London dancing out of the shotgun, still looking to throw, tucking it under here, and diving forward to the 34-yard line. A gain of 6 on the play. Jay Foreman in there to make the stop.
Well, you mentioned the depth of the defensive line. Of course, we're going to have Warren and Wiltz taking over from where Jason Peter left off. And then you have a crop of recruits coming in come fall. But the guys that are here now want to make a statement before those guys get here because they have the advantage, and that's putting a lasting impression on this coaching staff before the fall.
3rd down and 6. Oh, the wind has really picked up dramatically out of the north.
We have a "You Go" sign in the middle of the 50.
Well, actually, the wind is blowing out of the south and out of the north right now. The flags at the top of the stadium in the south end zone are whipping one way, and the flags at the top of the north end zone are blowing another way. And a lot of dust and haze has kind of come over the stadium right now.
Had to get one of the referees to make a recovery on one of the banners that strategically flew into the middle of the field.
This is bizarre. 3rd down 6. London changed the play. Fires to the flat, and the pass is incomplete. Jerome Peterson out there in the coverage. Pass intended for Matt Davison. And that'll bring up a 4th down and 6, and the red team will kick the football away once again.
Well, Matt Davison and Frankie London hooked up a few times last year. Right away, right off the bat in the first game of the season against Akron, one of the longer receptions of the year was from London to Davison.
London now 1 of 3 on the afternoon for 20 yards. Well, there's all kinds of debris now coming onto the field. A lot of cups have come onto the field, looks like, blowing in from the sidelines, and we've got a penalty flag to hold things up. Billy LaFleur has come on to kick the football for the Red Squad.
With all that garbage out there, I think the flag was for trash talking.
Procedure penalty against the red. That'll move them back 5 yards. The flags are whipping around every which way. 4th down and 11. 10 men along the line. And they'll put the heat on the floor. He gets it away easily, and he gets away a great kick with the wind. It settles into Ralph Brown's arms at the 20-yard line, and Ralph has nowhere to go. Got to the 25, backtracked to the 21, and that's where the white team will take over 1st down and 10. Nick Gregert, a fullback playing special teams out of Columbus, Nebraska, in there to make the tackle.
By number 54, Dominic Raiola and Brian Shaw.
1st down and 10. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter of play. The white squad on top of the Reds, 21-14. And Bobby Newcombe has changed sides. He's back in controls of the white offense. Bobby keeps it himself, gets out of trouble, thought about throwing, picked one man out, cuts upfield. He'll have big yards to the 44-yard line.
Ball carried by number 12.
Boy, oh boy, he turns a lot out of nothing.
Stopped on the play by number 20.
And when there's just one guy to beat,
Wes Woodward.
you can just give the advantage to Newcombe because
50,
he has so many moves. You don't know what to do with him.
Well, he had nowhere to go there. Picked up a nice block from Steve Allstat, changed direction, tucked the ball under and said, it's my ball, I'm going to run with it. Out to the 44-yard line. A big play there for Bobby Newcombe. 1st down and 10 now. Here's the fullback, Travis Soucy, rather the I-back. Soucy carrying across the 45 to the 47-yard line. Julius Jackson and Carlos Polk in there to make the tackle.
Number 13, Carlos Polk.
Carlos is a guy who came on very strongly at the end of the '97 campaign. Played very well toward the latter stages of the Big 12 season. And there's a look at that great crowd that's here at Memorial Stadium this afternoon. 43,000 fans here last night for the championship celebration and 60,500 here today. Ben Kingston with the football. He's spun down at the 49-yard line. A pickup of 2. That'll bring up 3rd down and 5. Ryan Shaw, a junior from DeWeese, Nebraska, played his high school football at Sandy Creek, is there to make the tackle.
Shaw, another testament to the great academics on this Husker football team. Sports a perfect 4.0 GPA.
3rd down and 5. Newcombe, pass complete to Craig Fisher. He needs a 45, and he's got 4. That's enough for the first down.
Fisher stopped on the play.
Gain of 6 on the play. Newcombe now 3 of 6 through the air for 56 yards. Bring up a 1st down and 10 now. The ball at the red team 45-yard line. Moving inside, 3 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter. Newcombe to throw again. Has time. Has a man, and he overthrew it. Casey Vanderhoff out there with a step on Wes Woodward.
The
pass falls incomplete.
Number 26, Casey Vanderhoff.
Vanderhoff scored on a 43-yard touchdown back in the first half.
Haven't really had the opportunity to look at Newcomb's arm today, although he does have another touchdown on passing. He's been running it so much, but he can throw as well.
2nd down and 10. And they'll sweep it with Soucy. Across the 45 to the 40, down to the 38-yard line. Travis Soucy with a nice carry. His 5th of the day. He now has 5 carries for 16 yards after that 7-yard gain. Wes Woodward in there to make the tackle along with Brian Shaw. That'll bring up a 3rd down and 2. Seeing a lot of plays on the ground here in the second half. That means the offensive line really needs to step up, especially in a situation like that. A 3rd down and short yardage. They give it to Soucy, and he's got plenty for the 1st down. You get the feeling that maybe the Nebraska coaches are challenging those young guys along the offensive line, saying, hey, we can give you a shot to step up.
You're exactly right. With the absence of 4 starters from last year, Josh Heskey, the only returning starter, as you made mention, and he's not out there because he's still recovering from back surgery. Have 5 new guys out there on both sides of the ball. They've seen plenty of playing time, and none of them have started, so those starting positions really up for grabs.
1st down and 10, the ball at the 32-yard line of the Reds. Newcombe fakes the handoff. On the option. That's Sean Applegate once again, the wingback, coming around from that left side. He's had a couple of big gains on that play in the first half. That time, a very little gain. Strung out well by Travis Toline and Brian Shaw.
We were just talking about the offensive line, and one of the men who's in line to be a starter out there is Adam Jolch. He left the game in the first half, you recall. He is out with a dislocated ankle.
Ouch. 2nd down 9. And the intended receiver was Vanderhoff, and he was tripped up in the secondary, and the pass falls incomplete.
And the injury report keeps coming. Jeff Clausen, the offensive tackle, he's out with a broken hand.
If there's any place Nebraska could ill afford to have injuries, it's along that offensive line. I guess if there's a bright spot, it's in the spring. It's not during the fall campaign when they can ill afford to lose anybody, so those guys will have time to heal. But there is no off season in Nebraska football. Once spring ball is done, these guys have to maintain their conditioning. The pass is complete to Billy Hafke. He's forced out of bounds at the 26-yard line. He'll be well short of the 1st down. The yard line to make is the 22-yard line.
Hafke run out of bounds by number 28, Josh Anderson.
Newcombe was kind of rushed out of the pocket there, had to rush his pass a little bit, so it may have been slightly off the mark after he had to come back for that ball. Hence, he was just shy of the first down marker.
It'll be 4th down and 4. The ball spotted at the 26-yard line, and the white team will try a field goal here. And it'll be Dan Haydenfeld, who is wearing 17 for the Whites. As we were told at the beginning of the game, they changed the information and told us it was Haydenfeld indeed. So Haydenfeld's on. This is a 42-yard attempt with the wind, and he makes it easily. The winds have shifted here at Memorial Stadium from the south to the north. It shifted to the north to the south. So with that wind, Haydenfeld takes advantage and drills a 42-yard field goal that gives the Whites a 24-14 lead with 1 minute and 1 second remaining in the third quarter.
Well, he had a good 10 yards to spare. Maybe it was the wind that assisted him, aided him there, but he got good leg behind that ball.
Oh, the ball took off like a rocket off of his foot. Of course, the kicking duties at Nebraska seem to be pretty strong heading into 98 with Chris Brown coming back. I don't think you're going to get any argument from anybody that he is probably the best kicker that Nebraska has ever had.
He's not bad. 16 straight field goals, 62 consecutive PATs. Owns nearly every kicking record in the book in Nebraska. Could very well be an All-American as well.
24-14 our score. And kicking it off for the white squad is Chase Long out of Wahoo. Kenny Cheatham and Shevin Wiggins deep to receive. And with the wind, the ball carries to the 3-yard line. This is Kenny Cheatham straight up the middle. Hurdles one would-be tackler all the way to the 29-yard line. Nice return for Kenny Cheatham. Decent field position for the red squad, who now trails it by 10, 24-14. With 51 seconds to play in the third quarter.
Well, Cheatham displaying his vertical ability here, straight up the gut, and he's going airborne. He may have cleared 2-3 Huskers.
He's a terrific track athlete. When he graduated high school out of Phoenix, he had track scholarship offers from National Powers, basketball scholarship offers from National Powers before deciding to play football at Nebraska. This is Jay Runny, the quarterback, keeping it on the option. They have gotten back to the initial line of scrimmage.
I'll tell you a bizarre story about Kenny Cheatham. The guy that I played high school football with was his high school coach.
Is that right?
Down at South Mountain High School.
Boy, everybody wanted his talents. And I've seen him play some basketball. He is a terrific basketball player.
Pretty good size.
No gain on the play for Jay Runny, the quarterback out of Elkhorn. This is Alik Tillery getting the handoff. He falls forward across the 30. And that's where they'll spot it. And it'll be 3rd down and 9. Lauren Kaiser and Ben Butenbach combined to make the tackle.
Number 93, Brandon
Newberry was also in there.
Kaiser is just making some noise out there, making a statement like you said. Somebody needs to step up with the absence of Peter.
And that will do it for the third quarter of play here at Memorial Stadium. The white squad leading the red squad 24-14. We'll have our fourth quarter action coming your way in just a moment.
There's a new game in town where dreams come alive. Just north of Topeka on Highway 75. Just one name to remember, just one place to play. Sack and Fox Casino, put yourself in the game. Sack and Fox Casino, put yourself in the game.
How good can it get? A powerful 132 horsepower engine, new interior refinements, split fold-down rear seats, race-inspired handling, and over 40 total quality improvements. How good can it get? It gets this good. Plymouth Neon 10355. Or now, it gets even better with 1.9% APR for up to 60 months for over $2,000 in savings. Only at your Chrysler and Plymouth dealer.
Hello, Norwest. You heard what? That's right. We do offer preferred loan rates to our checking customers. Why? Well, we just believe in giving our own customers a little special treatment. Well, you're right. I guess it is a little like family. Then it's my week to take out the trash.
Get a 7.95% APR from Norwest.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
Well, welcome back. We're just getting started in the third quarter. One play coming off the line of scrimmage, and Runty is in there now at quarterback taking some snaps.
Jay Runny, walk on from Elkhorn. We told you about him earlier. He is the son of Steve Runny, the man who made the first start of the Tom Osborne era when Nebraska beat UCLA back in September of '93. While we were away, running with a pass completion to Tom Beveridge that picked up a first down. Running just tackled from behind a moment ago by Brandon Mooberry. Now 2nd down and 12. Third snap of the fourth quarter. This is Alec Tillery. And he is swarmed by a host of white defenders. Kaiser, Bobby Gill, going to make the stop. John Coyne is also over there. Brandon Mooberry. A whole host of Huskers to make the stop. 24-14 is our score. 14 minutes to play in the 1998 Red-White game. Glad to have you with us with Scott Kilberry. I'm Bill Dolman. I should tell you that 1011 is your official Husker station coming up this fall. In an agreement with the Nebraska Athletic Department, you'll be able to see the Frank Solich Show, the kickoff show with Frank Solich, and a whole host of other Husker Vision productions on 1011, and we're certainly excited about that arrangement. We're also able to bring you the 98 spring game. It's great to have you with us this afternoon. Running, working the option. The pitch is ahead of Alec Tillery. He gets it on the bounce, but he's brought down from behind. Eric Ryan from Overton in there to make the tackle. 3rd down and 9, well short of the first down, and that'll force another punting situation for the Red Squad.
Yeah, it was a miscue in the pitch back to Tillery. Tillery, fortunate enough to get a good bounce so he can pick the ball up and just get it back to the line of scrimmage. He may have gained a yard on that play, but just a matter of chemistry, something that Scott Frost had to work on his first year with the Huskers, and once he got that option down, things worked out pretty good.
Billy LaFleur back in. And Ralph Brown and Joe Walker. This is off the side of Bill LaFleur's foot, bounding into the hands of Ralph Brown. He's wrapped up immediately by 41 Rod Baker, but great starting field position for the Whites. It'll be 1st down and 10 at the 32-yard line.
Rod Baker.
Well, LaFleur just kind of rushed that kick. It wasn't exactly blocked. He may have had a defender approaching him, but it just shanked it. Not very pretty.
Eric Crouch is the quarterback. And this is Darren Dietrich, a true freshman from Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. Dietrich last year in the high school ranks rushed for 1,886 yards to set a provincial record. Deion Booker and Brandon Quint make the stop.
There's a name we're familiar with, Booker.
Brother Michael, a first-round draft pick out of Nebraska to the Atlanta Falcons last year. Deion redshirted last year. Figures to be a key player for the defense this season as a free safety. Eric Crouch keeping there. Stretches out to the 45-yard line, and that should be enough for the first down. And they'll move the chains. Marcus Johnson, 56, makes the tackle along with Brandon Quint. Quint out of Scottsboro, Johnson out of Oceanside, California.
Jennifer at the Southeast First Aid Station.
Well, last spring, or actually last fall, the Huskers were in dire need of filling their secondary and defensive backfield, and they were considering Booker, somebody to come out there to make the impact. They chose Erwin Sweeney.
1st and 10 from the 45. Crouch pumped once, and he's sacked. Scott Sensaborn from Columbus came in from the right side to smother Eric Crouch. And a fumble on the play. And it's recovered by the Red Squad. Matt McKinn, it looks like, may have come up with a loose football. So credit Sensaborn with the big hit on the play. And there's the scramble.
Well, he just blindsided the quarterback, and hence the fumble. And Red with a big break. They get the ball in great field position in White territory.
And they trail it by 10, 24-14, 11:43 to play in the game. Alexander is in there as the I-back. Frankie London is the quarterback now. And Beveridge the man in motion. London harassed by Chad Kelsey, gets his pass away to Alexander, who's tripped up at the 38-yard line. Tony Ortiz showing that speed to bring him down.
Boy, the pressure was applied, and London barely got that ball off. Alexander converting some positive yardage out of the play. Alexander, he is a big guy. He could be a fullback. Of course, he plays out of the I-back position, but the guy is virtually all muscle.
250 pounds playing that I-back spot. Willie Miller now the fullback. He gets the carry here. Hit at the line of scrimmage by Jay Foreman. He carries him forward down to the 32-yard line. And that's where he needs to be to pick up the first down. Eric Johnson came in to give Foreman some help.
Stopped on the play.
And it'll be about a half-yard shy, bringing up third down and less than 1.
You mentioned Foreman on that play. Jay Foreman, another one of the leaders for the Black Shirts. Of course, there's plenty of them out there. He has plenty of playing time, a long-time starter as well, and he has football in his blood.
Father Chuck, an all-pro with the Minnesota Vikings. Well, this is a situation that you would think would be ideal for a guy like Alexander. Third down, 1 yard to go. Just let him go straight ahead. Instead, they work the option, and London is tripped up by 77 Bobby McGill, who shot in from Lincoln Northeast and makes the tackle.
Number 77, Bobby Gill.
Big play, diving grab. You would think that the advantage would go in favor of the quick quarterback in London, but Gill just getting the shoelace tackle, and that brings up 4th and short.
Well, it looked like London had plenty of room to pick up that first down, and Gill came from out of nowhere. 4th down and 1. They're going to go for it here. The Reds trailing it by 10. Brown goes in motion. London keeps, ducks ahead.
That's going to be close.
This is going to come down to the spot. And I'm not sure he made it.
So look at Foreman. He's pumped up for this. He's looking to make a statement. We talked to him before the spring game. He says, this is a big game. You know, it's just like an ordinary game. You don't come out there pumped up like he is, and the other team's going to run all over you, and they make the stop.
They didn't even measure that one. So no doubt about it. A good defensive stand by the White defense. The Reds had great field position. Their drive comes to an end, and the Whites now with that 10-point lead have the football. Crouch is back in there. Crouch fakes the handoff. Julius Jackson's got a handful of jersey, and he brings him down finally. Julius got a handle of him, then got some help, and Crouch was helpless.
Number 50, Julius Jackson.
Well, it was designed play where he does the fake reverse handoff, and he just does a draw and just goes right back up the field. We saw Scott Frost do that last year against Washington with a lot of success and throughout the whole season, and Julius Jackson read it like a book.
Aaron Wills also coming in to make the play. Loss of 4, 2nd down and 14. The ball back at the 29-yard line. Travis Soucy straight up the middle. Hit head on by Carlos Polk. Brandon Quint coming in from the rover spot. He also laid a lick on him. And Soucy got the football back to the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd down, make that 3rd down and 9. They give him 5 on the play. And the ball at the 34.
And number 13, Carlos Polk.
8 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in the 98 spring game. Third down and 9. We've not heard a lot today from the Husker tight ends. Crouch will keep it himself. Made a move on Carlos Polk, got past him, but Matt McGinn came up from the defensive tackle spot, tackled it from behind. Deion Booker came in from the free safety spot, and also made the tackle. That stops Crouch well short of the first down yardage. 4th down and 5 now at the 38, and the Reds will get the football back. Brian Morrow is in. He'll kick the football away. Chevin Wiggins is in there with Lance Brown. Lance Brown, you'll remember, in the game against Texas A&M was back to receive a punt. The Aggies tried to fake the Huskers, and Brown turned into a defensive back. Epke nearly blocked another one. Morrow danced away from him and got the kick away. Brown with it across the 40 to the 45, and the Red is going to have great field position when we come back. It'll be 1st down and 10 for the Red squad. 7:38 to play. Stay with us.
We got a guy. What do you mean we can't do that? We do.
Welcome to the 90s. You can do
Yes, welcome to the
Yeah, no,
90s.
no,
Go in the water. You guys have water rats.
That's right.
No, it's a great idea. You can come.
That's all right. Oh, that looks good.
Thank you.
Make your dresses.
You guys been married when? How long?
18 years? No, 19.
Better remember.
19.
Here's to 19 years.
To 19 more.
If you're lucky.
Congratulations.
Bob, don't smoke.
With Scott Kilberry, I'm Bill Dolman. Welcome back to Memorial Stadium. Frankie London just misfiring on a pass attempt to Sheldon Jackson. Now 2nd down and 10. The ball at the red 48-yard line. Here's Correll Buckhalter bumbling the football. It's still loose, and the Reds have gotten it back. Oh, that would have been disastrous as they try to get back into this ball game. They trail it by 10 with 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
I'll tell you what, the defense of the White comes up big here, and Correll Buckhalter better look on the turf for his eye teeth because there was some carnage flying around in there. Blindsiding Buckhalter. A swarm of white jerseys.
Tough to see from that angle who it was that
could have been Lauren Kaiser.
It forced the bad pitch. Brandon Mouberry applied the pressure to Frankie London. The quarterbacks have changed teams several times. We've seen Newcombe with the Whites, with the Reds, London with the Whites and Reds. Also, Eric Crouch has traded teams as well. Here's Correll Buckhalter spinning his way out to the 50-yard line on a 3rd down and 20 call. But this drive is going to stall as well for the Red, and they're going to have to kick it away one more time. Time is becoming a factor for the Red team. They trailed at one point 21-0. They scored 2 straight touchdowns, including 1 in the 3rd quarter. The Whites answered back with a field goal in the 3rd quarter, and that's where we stand with a 10-point margin, 24-14. There's Frank Solich patrolling the sidelines. Dave Gillespie to his right. Gillespie spent the last few years at the University of Kansas. And they're going to go for it on 4th down and 8. London gets away from Kelsey, trying to find somebody. Sheldon Jackson is in the pattern. He tried to break it off and come back, and the penalty flag comes in late, and we may have a defensive holding call in the secondary. Tony Ortiz was back there covering Sheldon Jackson, and when Sheldon came back for the football, the flag flew from the backfield.
Ortiz may have had a hold of Sheldon Jackson's jersey because he made you scratch your head and wonder where was London throwing, but Jackson was on course to catch that ball. Sheldon Jackson, a pair of touchdown catches last year. He was the backup tight end, and when he was in there, he was a great receiver, a great game in the Orange Bowl.
And the interference is called against the defense. You know, we talk about Nebraska having to replace so many people along the offensive line, the 4 guys, the guards and the tackles position, but Nebraska also loses Rashawn Jackson and Tim Carpenter at the tight end position. Now, Sheldon Jackson is a terrific receiver, has played some very solid tight end, but they need to develop the depth that Nebraska likes to have at that tight end spot, especially when you're working an option. They need somebody to come in who's going to be that offensive line type tight end. Ball carried that time by Correll Buckhalter on that 1st down. The Red drive is alive thanks to the penalty and a gain of 4. We'll spot the football. Well, they'll give him 5 yards down to the 30. It'll bring up 2nd down and 5 with 5.5 to play. Buckhalter now 12 carries, 60 yards on the afternoon. One guy who's not playing today is TJ DeBates. He's out. His grandmother passed away, and he is back with his family in Minnesota. Chad Kelsey making the stop that time on Makovica.
Ball carried by Makovica.
And little or no gain on the play. They have edged the football across the 30. And they'll call it the 29. It'll bring up a long 3rd down and 4.
Well, you're talking about the value of the tight end. Tim Carpenter, a great blocker. Rashawn Jackson, a great blocker. Jackson signs with Seattle in the professional football, so his football's still alive.
London working the option. Got a great block. got some room to run, and he's hit out of bounds at the 18-yard line. He picks up the first down. Joel Makovica out of the fullback spot with a terrific block as London strung the play out.
Makovica could do everything. There's another look at the front end of it. And then the hit at the end is Walker coming into the picture.
Joe Walker, the rover. Nebraska is so solid in the secondary. Mike Brown, Ralph Brown, Erwin Sweeney when he gets healthy. Joe Walker. You know, Clint Finley's a huge hitter, and Deion Booker has a lot of talent as well. Here's Willie Miller. Hit by Jay Foreman. Drags the middle linebacker down to the 12-yard line. So the red drive is alive with 4:30 to play in the ballgame. And the clock continues to run. The red team has 3 timeouts. The white squad with 2 timeouts, and we're nearing the 4-minute mark remaining in the game. London, the quarterback. He's got Willie Miller and Dan Alexander behind him. And London to throw. Into the end zone, intended for Sheldon Jackson. And it's incomplete. And that'll bring up a 3rd down and 3 from the 11-yard line. Nebraska through the air today has not been all that efficient. Frankie London now just 2 of 6 for 24 yards, 20 of those coming on his first completion of the day back in the first quarter. 3rd down and 3. Davison split wide to the right. You got Lance Brown in the slot to the right. Alexander's in there along with Kenny Cheatham and Chevin Wiggins. Wiggins, that pass is complete at the 8-yard line. If they spot it at the 8, it may be enough for the first down. And this, no doubt, will bring out a measurement. The clock, unfortunately, for the red squad continues to tick. Coming up on 3.5 minutes remaining, and they will stop it now to measure. They won't have to go far to do it. The change along the far sideline. This has been a good drive for the Reds, engineered by Frankie London. Both he and Bobby Newcombe have played well, and as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Turner Gill and Frank Solich will go back through and grade the scrimmages and this game as well, regrade them, and maybe that will sort things out between Frankie London, Bobby Newcombe, and Eric Crouch as they head into fall camp. Jay Runny has not seen a lot of playing time today. It is indeed a first down, so first down and goal now from the 8-yard line. London out of the shotgun, wanted to throw, thought he had some room to run, and instead he's brought down and may have lost a yard. Bobby Gill is in there to make the tackle. He's had a couple of big plays here in the fourth quarter. Again, Steve Warren, the nose tackle, and Jason Wiltz are not playing today because of injury. That's given some of the younger guys along the defensive line a chance to play. Well, they do have those veterans on the ends, Mike Rucker and Chad Kelsey. Brandon Boomer's also played well today. A loss of a yard, 2nd down and 9. London working with Alexander. Alexander pulling over one guy, pulling over another, into the end zone, touchdown! Clint Finley had a chance at the 5-yard line. Alexander ran him over. And then Joe Walker had a chance at the goal line, and Alexander ran him over. And oh man, that 250 pounds sure does come in handy. And he's also got some great speed, so when he builds up a head of steam, I'm telling you what, this guy's impossible to come down. Look at this, boom! Hitting Clint Finley, and that guy's a big hitter. There's Joe Walker. And finally, Dan Alexander finds himself into the end zone. He came into this spring camp saying, I don't want to just be a great spring player. I know I had a great spring game last year. I want to prove to the folks that I can play, not just in the spring ball, but I intend on playing some great football when it comes to the fall. All right, Chris Brown has the PAT through with 2:42 to play in the ballgame. The Reds have tightened the score. The Whites lead it 24-21. We'll have the finish coming your way in just a moment.
All Republican candidates for governor are talking about less government, lower taxes, and their pro-life agendas. Only one candidate has actually done it, Mike Johans.
Other candidates are going to talk about what they hope for. I'm going to talk about what I've done. 4 years in a row, I've cut the property tax for city services. I have fewer civilian employees today than when I took office.
Mike Johans, governor. Proven conservative leadership.
This is about governing, and I've done it.
We've been in this business for almost 70 years. It's our way of life. The best reward is knowing that I've helped someone. That's our commitment here at Lincoln Memorial. A family makes one call, and we do the rest. Our staff takes great pride in knowing we help families. For funeral services or funeral prearrangements, we're here to help. Lincoln Memorial Park and Funeral Home. We're simply people helping people.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium and Tom Osborne Field. I'm Bill Dolman. Scott Kilbury has gone downstairs. We hope to get a chance to talk to Frank Solich at the end of the ball game. No guarantees there, but Scott has worked his way down to the field. 2:42 remaining in the game. The white squad holding on now to a 24-21 lead over the Reds. The red team scoring on a Dan Alexander touchdown run. The PAT try is good. They will kick the football away. Corey Reynolds and Joe Walker back to receive for the Whites. The white team led 21-7 at the break. The red has played much better football here in the second half. And Chris Brown, with a huge wind out of the north, sends it through the end zone. May have hit the goalpost. And the white team will have it first down and 10 at its own 20. A key defensive stand here now for the red team. And it will be Bobby Newcombe out to man the quarterback controls for the white squad. And this is the way we began the football game. Bobby Newcombe was the starting quarterback for the Whites on the first play from scrimmage for the white team offense. He went 91 yards for a touchdown. We'll see what he and his white teammates can do. This is Darren Dietrich taking the handoff, cutting back to the middle across the 25 to the 26-yard line.
Ball carried by number 21, Darren Dietrich.
Josh Anderson in to make the tackle, number 28 out of Wahoo. We've talked about a lot of Wahoo kids today. Travis Toline, Josh Anderson. Chase Long has done some kicking today. We've talked about Paul Fuyan, but 4 guys from Wahoo playing in this ball game. Listed on the Husker roster. A gain of 6 for Darren Dietrich. It'll be second down and 4 from the 26-yard line. The clock now at 2 minutes remaining in the game. Dietrich again. And you have got to believe the white squad is going to be content to run that clock down. We've got a referee's whistle stopping play. Dietrich shy of the first down yardage. Now they're going to spot it right at the 30, and they will say that's enough for the first down. So they'll move the change with 1:55 left to play in the game, and the Whites with a 3-point lead, and the Reds have used one of their 3 remaining timeouts, as I said, with 1:55 to play in the game. Well, when you look at the quarterback comparison today, both Frankie London and Eric Crouch, well, and also throw in Bobby Newcombe, have traded sides. They played for both the Reds and the Whites throughout the afternoon. But when you compare their overall numbers, Frankie London 16 carries for 67 yards. He's got a touchdown. Through the air, 3 of 7 for 27 yards. Eric Crouch 15 carries, 53 yards. 2 of 5 through the air for 50 yards. Bobby Newcombe with 10 carries, 167 yards on the ground. He's also scored a touchdown. That was the big 91-yarder. Through the air, Bobby Newcombe 4 of 9 for 61 yards. He also has a touchdown pass to Casey Vanderhoff. That was in the first half. Jay Running on the day, 2 carries, -2 yards, 1 of 1 through the air for 10 yards. So I'm not exactly sure that those numbers will sort things out in the race for the #1 quarterback job and the replacement for Scott Frost, who has been drafted by the New York Jets. Big play here as Julius Jackson comes in from the will spot and tackles Bobby Newcombe all the way back to the 23-yard line. A loss of 7. They'll stop the clock with 1:47 to play. And the Red Squad, I believe, has used another timeout. Yes, they have.
Timeout called by the Red Squad.
Well, Frank Solich says that his Nebraska football team will remain a heavy option team. And why not? He's a running backs coach. Those are his guys. He wants to see them working that Nebraska option. It's always amazed me when you listen to folks around the country talk about Nebraska's antiquated running game, yet nobody in the last 5 years, or really in the last 15, 17 years that they've gone to it, has been able to figure it out. Nebraska, of course, 60-3 over the last 5 years, the best 5-year stretch of any team in college football history. And there are high expectations for this Nebraska football team. you get the feeling that Nebraska fans and college football observers will allow a learning curve for Frank Solich, that they may not be expecting perfection in this 98 campaign, but there are certainly hopes amongst the guys on the team for yet another national title. They feel they have the talent to do that, and they would certainly like to usher in the Solich era on a successful note. Broken play here. Newcombe keeps it himself, and he's wrapped up at the 30-yard line. That'll bring up a 3rd down and long. Carlos Polk, the middle linebacker, makes the tackle, and another timeout is called. There's a lot of respect and reverence for Frank Solich amongst the players on this 98 Nebraska football team. And a great tribute to Coach Solich and also to Tom Osborne as well, that everybody on the coaching staff has come back for this 98 campaign. When you take a look ahead at the 98 season for Frank Solich and company, the Huskers open up the campaign on September 5th. They'll take on Alabama Birmingham right here in Lincoln. Then they travel out to California, a game that was added last fall. That's on September 12th. And after an off week, Washington comes to town, and that will be a big, big contest. Washington lost a lot of key players to the NFL draft, but they figured to be another national power in 98. Here's Newcombe on 3rd down and 10, brought down from behind by Carlos Polk. And the red offense is going to have another chance, but with time running out, they won't have a lot of time in their final possession. The red squad out of timeouts. They trail it by 3. And they'll spot it down at the 30-yard line. The wind now is blowing out of the north, so this kick will be into the wind. Dan Haydenfeld is in there to kick it away. And you figure that the red squad will have approximately 45 to 50 seconds time of possession to work with. And again, no timeouts. Haydenfeld fumbles the snap. Ebke nearly blocked it, and the flag will fly. Brown fumbles the football. It's still loose. And we've got a mess on this 4th down play. The snap was bad. Haydenfeld bobbled it. Ebke coming in from the right side nearly blocked it, and as Haydenfeld tried to regroup the football, he got hit by Ebke. No fault for Ebke. He's just trying to block the kick. Brandon Quint of the red squad got in there to recover the loose football on Lance Brown's muffed reception. And now they'll try to sort everything out. The penalty flag lays down there at the 19-yard line. And Newcombe is down there talking to our official, trying to sort things out. That's the story. 38 seconds remaining in the game. The white squad with a 24-21 lead, rather. I don't want to say win yet. 24-21 lead over the red squad. Somewhat of an upset, I guess, if you can have upsets in spring games. The red squad has won the last 7 of 8 meetings in the spring. Now the penalty is declined for running into the kicker, and that will give the red squad an opportunity to have the football with 38 seconds remaining. It'll be 1st down and 10, the ball at the 38-yard line. Now what can Nebraska do with no timeouts on the clock? Well, take you back to Columbia, Missouri, and with 1 minute and 7 seconds remaining in that ball game, Nebraska did some damage with no timeouts as well. Now, we don't quite have that same situation nor the dramatics, but it can be done. And it's Eric Crouch, wearing a familiar number 7, who will man the controls here for the final 38 seconds. The snap gets away, and all they can do is recover the football. And that's disastrous because the clock will run, and the red squad has no way to stop the clock unless they down the football. They've got to hustle up. 20 seconds, now 25 seconds remaining in the game. It is possible to get into field goal range with that wind blowing at their back. Another tough snap. The pass is complete to Wiggins, but he's wrapped up at the 34-yard line. He doesn't get out of bounds, and the clock will run out. 2 seconds, 1 second, and that will do it for the 1998 spring game. The white team holds on after getting out to a 21-7 halftime lead. They hold on in the second half, and they defeat the Reds 24-21. We'll come back to Tom Osborne Field and Memorial Stadium in a moment. We'll wrap things up, but Spring Game 98 in just a moment.
It's here at last, the 4 most incredible shopping days of the year, the wall-to-wall pandemonium of the Post & Nichols Midnight Madness Sale. Thursday through Sunday only. Prices so low you can step on them. Find men's and women's clothing, sportswear, and footwear at 20, 30, up to 50% savings. The Post & Nickel has everything on sale. All prices have been slashed in the best Madness tradition. This is all the good stuff, marked down like never before. Midnight Madness, Thursday through Sunday only at the Post & Nickel, downtown Lincoln, 14th and P.
There's a new game in town where dreams come alive. Just north of Topeka on Highway 75. Just one name to remember, just one place to play. Sack and Fox Casino, put yourself in the game. Sack and Fox Casino, put yourself in the game.
Growing up in rural Nebraska, he learned the value of family, of helping your neighbors, and of coming together as a community. From Bob Carey, he learned that courage defines a leader, and that by helping business, you help people. From Jim Exon, he learned the value of optimism, and that if you invest in this great state and its people, you get back much more in return. Bill Hoppner. These are the values and experience he'll use in the fight to improve our schools, reduce the burden of property taxes, and defend the family farm. Bill Hoppner, building on Nebraska's best.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium. The red goes on to win 24-21, or the white. The white.
Yeah.
You know what? The Huskers are winners in this game, and I'm standing here with Coach Frank Solich. You have a good showing from the offense. The defense shines as well. You're pretty happy with today's performance.
Yeah, I thought everybody played hard, and we executed pretty well. You know, we still had a few balls on the ground. We still had some things. We still got some things that we can certainly improve on. But I was pleased with today's effort and for a share of the execution. Discouraging thing is we had a couple injuries today. We had a broken hand with Jeff Clausen, and it looks like Adam Joltz maybe has a dislocated ankle. So those are, two injuries that are really kind of tough on us right now.
Now, as far as individual performances out there, first play of scrimmage for Bobby Newcombe. That guy can run. He had a great game.
Yeah, it really opened up well for him, and then he used his speed. So he's done a great job all year long using his speed when it's necessary, and the option well today, threw the ball well, and the wind really picked up in the second half. It was very difficult to throw in the second half, but I was pleased with the quarterback play today.
A little different on the sidelines?
Yeah, it's a great deal different, but actually I enjoy it and looking forward to it.
All right, thank you, Frank Solich. Take care. That's all from Memorial Stadium. We'll be back with some final thoughts after this.
I can cut taxes in Washington. Only one candidate for governor has cut property taxes.
Sometimes what you hear is not what you get. John Christensen says he's a conservative, but since he's been in Congress, spending has increased almost $200 billion, and he's voted to raise your taxes 83 times. As mayor of Lincoln, Mike Johans increased taxes and fees 43 times. Has spending increased almost $62 million. Johans and Christensen, 2 peas in a pod. If they're elected governor, we're cooked.
You and I are among the Nebraska Lottery's biggest winners because our lives are enhanced by more than $38 million in grants made by the Nebraska Environmental Trust Fund. These environmental grants create and revitalize. They shelter and restore. They enliven natural beauty and safeguard precious resources. The state of our environment is prospering through grants funded by the Nebraska Lottery.
How good can it get? A powerful 132 horsepower engine, new interior refinements, split fold-down rear seats, race-inspired handling, and over 40 total quality improvements. How good can it get? It gets this good. Plymouth Neon 10355. Or now, it gets even better with 1.9% APR for up to 60 months for over $2,000 in savings. Only at your Chrysler and Plymouth dealer.
Okay, hold on. It's closed. We'll just come back tomorrow, okay? All right, I got one idea.
The StarTAC cellular phone from Motorola.
Hello, Tom's Toys. This is Tom. Hi, listen, are we too late? Sir, I'm sorry, we closed at 6. We're right outside the door. I was just wondering if...
StarTAC. Good things happen.
Hold on, I'll be right out.
Because it's always with you. Motorola.
Come in and see our terrific prices on StarTax today at Alliance Cellular, making it easier to communicate.
The Journal-Star Classifieds work for you. We're the marketplace for today's lifestyle.
I think I found a way we can afford a new car.
I like that idea.
Or we could put the money toward a new house.
Oh, I can see it now.
Or maybe we could just remodel and redecorate.
I could live with that.
Let the Journal-Star Classifieds make your dreams a reality. Call 473-7373. Journal-Star Classifieds. Put them to work for you.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium. 24-21 is the final in favor of the White. Well, to say the least, the Huskers win. Some bright spots from today. Bobby Newcombe, first play of scrimmage for him. He takes the ball untouched, goes 91 yards down the sideline. And who knows, this could separate him from the other quarterbacks. We don't know. We should get a decision shortly after the spring break going into fall. We'll find out who the starting quarterback is, who the starting I-back is. Some few injuries out there. D'Angelo Evans sprained ankle as the I-back, and some linemen as well. To fill us in on some other maybe injuries and reports on the game is Bill Dolman, somebody we want to thank for joining us today. Bill.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yeah, what a terrific day and what a terrific weekend for Nebraska football. The national championship celebration and the farewell to Tom Osborne last night, and what a beautiful day for football in Lincoln, Nebraska this afternoon. 60,498 fans on hand here today at Memorial Stadium, Tom Osborne Field, for this annual red-white game, and they really enjoyed, I think, a very good football game. I think Nebraska saw great leadership, in addition to great talent on the field, but great leadership out of the quarterback position from both Frankie London and Bobby Newcombe, and you got to throw Eric Crouch into the equation. He played extremely well today when called upon, changing sides. All three quarterbacks played for both teams throughout the day, and I think Nebraska got very good leadership out of that spot, and that is a key. Lauren Kaiser is another guy who stepped up along the defensive line. He filled in with two other guys injured. So I think Nebraska saw a lot of guys step up, guys that they didn't anticipate, but guys that they thought that they needed to get big games from, and they certainly did that. But a great day and a great weekend for Nebraska football. Husker fans can now look ahead to September 5th when the Huskers take on Alabama or Birmingham in the 98 season opener. We want to thank a lot of people today, the UNL staff, Bill Byrne, the coaching staff, Chris Anderson and her great sports information office, Butch Hugg for helping us in logistics and putting this game on. Also the folks at Husker Vision, Jeff Schmall, Kirk Hartman, and Shot Clean, and the folks with the 1011 production and engineering staffs. It has been a wonderful afternoon. We certainly hope you enjoyed it. A lot of people here certainly did. We hope you enjoyed it at home. Again, 1011 is your official Husker station coming this fall. You'll see the Frank Solich Show and the Kickoff Show with Frank Solich coming your way as we bring you Football 98 right here in Nebraska. It has been a lot of fun to be here this afternoon. We certainly hope you enjoyed it. Once again, the Whites defeat the Reds 24-21. For Scott Kilberry and Luke Stuckmeyer, I'm Bill Dolman. So long, everybody. We'll see you come September right here at Memorial Stadium, Tom Osborne Field.
Your official Husker station, was proud to present the Husker Spring Red-White Game. Brought to you in part by Alliance Cellular, the Lincoln Journal-Star, and your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
How much are you willing to risk for a friend? Watching a chronic gambler lose everything is a helpless feeling. You watch them draw their next card, their next roll of the dice, their next bet, and you wonder what you can do. Getting involved can stop the process. If you know someone with a gambling problem, call now for help. The Nebraska Council on Compulsive Gambling, 1-800-560-2126. Come on, they're your friend, right? What can you afford to lose?
The most award-winning brand of 4x4s has done it again. Presenting Jeep Grand Cherokee, just named Best Sport Utility. And now, for $299 a month, you can lease the leader with a special $299 a month leadership lease. Grand Cherokee, highest in owner loyalty, and now named Best Sport Utility. No wonder year after year, Grand Cherokee always winds up on top. See your dealer today while these offers last.
My idea? Install a stereo system on the Jimmy Page Robert Plant tour bus.
You're in for a surprise.
Amazing!
Isn't it? And look at this installation. 16 150-watt amps. Tweeters for high end. Mid-range is here, and subwoofers for powerful bass.
You can drive it, we can put tunes in it. Best Buy. Now that's a great idea.
Should I get a job on this tour?
Husker fans, you can experience the 1998 Orange Bowl like never before as Husker Vision gives you an all-access pass inside the Husker practices and team meetings leading up to the national championship game. Go inside the locker room as Tom Osborne gives his final pregame, halftime, and postgame speeches. Plus, listen in as Coach Osborne calls the plays and discusses strategy with his assistant coaches and players with exclusive footage you won't see anywhere else. To order, call 1-800-965-8674.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island. We now join our regularly scheduled programming, already in progress.
Kind of a help.
Shoulders crossed. Yeah. Come on, go, go, go. Again. Good. One more time. We're going to move on right away. Give me a step knee lift right here. It's step knee. Join me when you're ready. Now, when you do this, I want you to drop the supporting leg just a little bit. Go ahead and sink down into the heel of that foot. Take the arms up.
Making it a little more difficult for us, Deborah.
We want to get the heart rate up. We want to burn lots of fat here.
That's right.
Use up a lot of those calories. Good. Heading out with those arms.
Keep it going.
Take the arms up, you guys. We're going to pull the elbow to the knee. That's it. Come on.
And if this is too difficult, just keep your hands on your waist. Just keep moving, that's all.
Good. 4 more. We're going to take the arms back down. Keep knee lifting, though. Pull the arms up with the knees. It's a bicep curl. Now add the arms up. Pull to the knee. Good. Bicep curls for 4. Down. Pull. Yeah.
Keep the abs in tight on the knee lift.
Come on. Go. Elbow, knee. Let's do that again.
Biceps.
Woo. Hey. Take it up. You guys ready to take it from the top?
Ready.
Are you ready? Walk it right here. Give me 2 taps. Go, go, go. Take it back. Come on. 2 taps. Now step knee. Step knee. Good. Elbow. From the top. Are you ready?
Ready.
Here we go right now. Go. Hup. Take it back. Woo! 2 taps. Step knee lift. Step lift. Abs in, nice and strong upper body. Take it up, pull it down, up, pull it down. From the top. Here we go. Woo! Take it back. 2 legs. Step knee. How are we doing?
Great.
Good, my heart rate's up, I'm breathing. Woo! Again from the top, then we got more for you. Walk it, come on, move. Go, go, good job, keep going. Come on, 2 taps. Step knee, step knee. Yeah, good. Now you guys stay right here. I'm gonna move on. It's a grapevine, watch me. It's just a grapevine. Good, join me. All right. Sometimes I feel like we're in chorus line, you know?
I like that.
Let's have the arms.
Oh yeah, now we're at a little dance.
A little dance, a little grooving.
It's all about having fun.
Good, give me 4 more. Good job, keep it up, come on. Last 2, I'm gonna show you the last part, get ready. 2 scoops right here. Up, other side. Do that again. Here we go, here we go. Grapevine, come on, here we go, grapevine. Yeah. Good, now give me 2 scoops. We're gonna take it from the very top. Here we go, walk forward, come on. Woo, tap 2. Good, take it back. Tap 2 again. Step, knee lift. Step, pull, nice and strong. Elbow, knee. All right, what's next?
Grapevine.
All right, here we go. Woo, I gave you guys a little hint there, huh?
Little
Scoop
tap.
2. We'll take it from the top. Ready?
Ready.
Here we go. Come on. 2 taps. Go, go. Good. Take it back. Woo! Step knee, nice and strong. Come on, you guys. Abs tight, chest up. Elbow, knee.
Breathe evenly.
Woo! Grapevine, let's go.
Let out a little.
Woo! Scoop it. All right, great job. Take it to a march. Keep moving through the break. We'll be back with some legs for you.
Right, so stay with us.
Keep watching Fitness Beach and keep burning that fat.
This summer, if
If you're looking for danger, excitement, and adventure, X marks the spot. The X Games, a Mountain Dew production.
Tonight, the world is full of light, with suns and moons all over the place. Tonight, tonight.
Let's just be friends.
Tonight, tonight, there's only you tonight.
Riding a specially designed stationary bike to energetic music led by a motivating instructor has quickly become very popular with both men and women. The instructor varies the intensity of the workout by including hill climbing intervals and sprints during a 30 to 45-minute routine. If you have trouble doing your cardiovascular training on your own, give this new innovative group fitness class a try.
From Friday morning's breakfast at Churchill Downs to highlights of the race immediately after its run on Saturday, tune into ESPN and ESPN2. It's the Run for the Roses on ABC, and it's a weekend of winning Derby coverage beginning tomorrow, only on ESPN and ESPN2.
Fitness Beach is brought to you by Body Shaping, America's innovator in home fitness equipment.
All right, this is Fitness Beach Basics. We hit the upper, we burned some fat, and now we're gonna work on our lower body. We did bring out our dumbbells. You don't have to use these. You can still do the same exercises without them, same effects. If you're a little more advanced, grab your weights and join us. I'm gonna show you the exercise first, okay? It's a 4 count, side leg lift, squat. Ready? I'll
6
show
and
you.
7 and 8.
Up and out and squat and up. Lift it together. Now close squat. Other side. Join me.
We're here. We're ready. We're going.
Lift it together. Some things to remember. When you lift your leg, it's not a competition of how high you're lifting it. Find a range that's good for you. Go with it. And don't lean over. You want to keep your upper body stationary. Woo! I like this exercise because it's hitting all areas of our legs. When we do the close squat, we hit more quadricep. Lifting it out, we're hitting everything.
Everything, that's for sure. Remember to think about everywhere. Yeah, remember to think about contracting those muscles. You want to squeeze the glutes right here, right now. Squeeze your abs. You get more out of it if you squeeze and contract.
Let's do 2 more at the slow pace, and then we're gonna bring it up to tempo. It's gonna be a little quick.
We're ready.
This is the last slow. All right?
Yes.
Ready? Hit it. Out, down, squat, up, out. All right.
Squeeze.
Concentrate on the movement. If you're not doing it properly, go back to slow. Oh, yeah. I feel it. That burn.
Good combination.
Again.
All right.
Let's get 4 more.
Good.
Last one. Or 2. One more.
It's up to you.
March it out right here, just slightly. All right, let's loosen up those legs. Kick them out a little. Because you know what? We're taking that same thing forward. So it's gonna be, let me show you. Front lunge. Ready? Out, down, up, step it back, other leg.
Our favorite things, lunges. They're so basic, but they're so good. Even when you're advanced, you still will do lunges.
I'm gonna add a twist though, guys.
Okay.
We're gonna do 4 more of these, and then we're gonna hold it down in the pulse position.
I might have known you love those pulses.
I love those pulses. All right, this leg right here. Hold it down. Down. Hold it. Pulse it. Pulse it. 4, 3, 2. Step it back.
Woo!
Other side.
Woo! I feel it. And 4.
And 3. And 2. Switch
Oh,
it.
yeah. Woo! And 4 more. Come on. push.
All right.
Woo. These are great. Remember when you push back, you want to flex that forward foot. Push back.
Last one.
Push off the heel.
And 4, and 3, and 2. All right, stepping back.
Oh, yeah.
And down.
What are you doing today?
And
Wait a minute,
4,
Kathy, I thought we were done.
And 2,
oh
oh
step
no.
together.
Again, back and down. And 4, and 3, and 2. One more on each side. And down.
These are great.
See, we didn't say our basic workout had to be easy, did we?
Oh, yeah.
Last one. Down.
And
All
4.
right. Bring it up, and then we're just gonna raise it up and down on the calves, just like this. Watch my feet. It's lifted and down. Up. We want to get that whole leg in there.
Well, we
Calves
got
look
it.
great. Tone them up. Really isolate that area.
Up next, a relaxing cool down. Enjoy the music.
I work out, eat plenty of carbs. I stay away from fat. I'm in training.
To store fat.
A bagel for breakfast. Banana before I work out. I'm eating the way I should.
To store fat.
Why isn't it working?
Why?
If you're eating a high carbohydrate, low fat diet, you're actually training your body to store fat, no matter how much you work out. The solution? The PR Bar and Fast Burn Nutrition Program.
Burn fat. Build muscle.
A cutting-edge approach to eating that allows your body to burn fat instead of storing it. The great-tasting PR Bar is at the core of the program. Start losing up to 2 pounds of body fat a week. Start the PR Bar and Fast Burn program today. Order now and receive a free personalized nutrition program. PR Bar is not available in stores, so you must call now to order. Tap into your fat burning zone with PR's Fast Burn Nutrition Program.
What's my prize? Simple. To create a sports magazine readers love. What's the word on Phil Jackson? Why is Jerry Krause breaking his horns? Dennis, Scotty, Michael, are they completely unstoppable or just totally unbeatable? And hockey, lots of hockey. Print it, baby.
Join the Fitness Beach Club. Send your letter to Fitness Beach and receive this beautiful 8x10 photograph of the Fitness Beach cast. Just send $3 to Fitness Beach, Radio City Station, Post Office Box 786, New York, New York, 10101. And thank you for all your letters.
All right, Leanne has joined us for our Fitness Beach Back to Basics, and we are cooling down from it. Just move your head side to side. We worked out just about everything, so now we're cooling down from head to toe. Alternating head tilts. Last one. Take this into a shoulder roll to the back. Slowly. Good, now bring them forward. And right from here, take the hands to the front of your quadriceps and just stretch out the lower back. And curl it. Hold it there, and release. One more, curl it, and release. Roll it up, and just take your arm across your chest and pull it in slightly.
This is a really nice stretch, especially after Denise worked me out today.
That's right. Yeah, and all of you at home. And extend it forward. Let's get that bicep stretch in there. Good, across the chest, pull it in. And to the front, bicep stretch. Good, now let's work out, let's cool down our quadriceps. Little balancing act here, arm goes up, hold it.
Definitely can use this stretch, Kathy, after that workout you
Definitely, the lunges. Woo.
That was excellent.
All right, now step back right into there. Hands come to the front of your thigh. And sit back into it. Let's stretch out the hamstring. Notice the toe is elevated.
This goes right up the calf.
And now let's just bring it in and do the other quadricep. Bring it up. Arm goes over the head for balance. Hold it there. And step back into a lunge. Hold it there. All right, step back into it.
After looking at all of us today, I kind of feel like I want some sherbet.
Yeah, exactly. Our different flavors
Pick your
here.
flavor. That's right.
After a workout like we had, we deserve it today.
I think so
Exactly.
too.
Especially when it's hot. Every now and then a treat is not bad for you. Treat yourself right.
Great. Step it up and roll it up. Great. Come on back with us again for more Fitness Beach. Have a great day. Roll your shoulders.
Accommodations provided by Grand Lido in Negril, a Super Club's super inclusive resort.
Kiana's Flex Appeal is coming to you from the La Quinta Resort and Club.
Hey everybody. One of my favorite body parts to train have got to be my shoulders. Now today I'm going to show you my favorite shoulder routine, which will help you build shapely, sexy delts. I'm going to start off with shoulder presses, front delts, side raises for the side head of the deltoid, rear delts, and an exercise that'll help strengthen the rotator cuff area. So let's get started. Our first exercise in today's shoulder workout is the shoulder press. Now this is one of the most basic exercises, or an adjustable bench like I have here. Go through the complete range of motion, retracting the scapula at the start of the movement and squeezing the delts at the top right here. You can really feel it. Concentrate on contracting the shoulders. You want to keep the dumbbells moving along the same plane as the shoulder area, not forward or behind the body. I'm going to start off with 10 to 15 repetitions to warm up the delts, and then we're going to move on to an exercise called the front raise. 8, 9, and last one, 10. Okay, let's move over here. For this exercise you can do standing. I'm using the same weights, feet slightly wider than shoulder width apart, and abs tight. And lift the weight straight up in front of the shoulders. Now remember to do this exercise with very little rocking of the body. Keep a slight bend in the elbow and lift the weight straight up and hold for a beat at the top. Here on Flex Appeal, I want to help you build symmetrical shoulders and a symmetrical body. It's important not only to work the front delts, but you want to work the side delts and the rear delts. Strong shoulders not only look great, but they help you improve your posture as well. 8, 9, and 10. Now, even though I'm only using 5-pound weights, I can still feel this pump. Feels excellent. Okay, now I'm moving on from the front delt to the side head of the deltoid, starting with the palms facing each other, slightly forward and up. Now, one of my favorite parts about training at home is I don't have to wait in line. You don't have to pay for an expensive gym membership. And if you're busy like I am, you can train early in the morning or late at night, whenever your schedule permits. Notice my posture. I'm leaning slightly forward. Again, holding the weights for a beat at the top. Exhaling. Whew, feel that one. Okay. Let's move on now to an exercise for the rear delts. Now we've worked the front, the side, now we're moving on to the rear. Using the same weights, feet shoulder width apart. This time I'm bending forward, tightening the glutes, the quads, the hamstrings, and lifting up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, let's take a look at this exercise that I just did, the rear delt exercise. You want to make sure, lead with the elbows, and flex and contract the rear delt as you come up. It's very important. Okay, now I'm going to show you an exercise which is important for the rotator cuff. Now here we've got an adjustable bench. If you don't already have one, I suggest you invest in one. You can find one at any local sporting goods store. Basic idea here is you want to lay on your side. Keep the elbow resting on the waist. Keep your forearm perpendicular to the upper arm. Keep your elbow in a fixed position. And just move the shoulder. And the rotator cuff is one of the most common injuries, so you want to make sure and strengthen this area of the body. It's a very limited range of motion. I'm going to make sure and concentrate on feeling the muscle do the work. Now while you're down here, you can also do an exercise. While you're down here, you can also do an exercise for the rear delt. Lay back down. This time your arm's straight, your elbow's not bent. You're lifting straight up. I like to do this movement with my thumb pointing down to isolate the rear delt even more. Now remember, it's very important to watch what you eat and to eat something light before you train. But make sure you know what you're eating. You want to make sure and watch out for those sugar highs and sugar lows. So coming up next, we've got a nutrition tip to help you avoid an insulin rush and then a insulin low. And 10. When you hear the term high glycemic carbohydrates, think in the terms of refined white bread and sugar. These carbohydrates raise your insulin levels and make it difficult for your body to burn excess fat. Instead, look for fruits, vegetables, and unrefined grains such as 100% whole wheats, especially before you train. Don't touch that remote because coming your way is an on-the-road workout using your own body weight as resistance.
ESPN2 Fitness is presented by Valley Total Fitness, North America's #1 health club chain. Call 1-800-34-VALLEY to be connected to the club nearest you. Be fit.
Cut! Take 5, everybody.
Hi, I'm Kiana. When I'm taping my fitness show, I'm not just working out. I'm also producing and choreographing. It can get pretty crazy. Believe it or not, even I run out of energy.
That's why I keep balanced nutrition bars on the set. They provide all natural energy, which gets me through my workout and the rest of my day, even if I don't have time to eat lunch.
Has anyone seen my balance bars?
They taste so good, I have to hide them.
Kiana, have you seen my balance bars?
Gotta go. Balance bar. You can do anything on it.
So, what are we gonna do today, Matt?
Shave it off. All of it. Just.
Okay.
It's just this dandruff. It goes away, comes back, goes away, comes back.
Well, we can take care of that.
Head and Shoulders?
With regular shampoo, flakes can keep coming back. But Head & Shoulders helps prevent flakes before they start. You may never see flakes again.
And your hair looks great.
Glad I didn't do something stupid like shave my head.
Head & Shoulders changes dandruff problems into beautiful hair.
How do you get this equipment to these troops when there's a river between them? Build a bridge. Problem solving. You need it now in college. Learn it now in the Army Reserve.
All that you can be. You don't know me, but I have something you may want to hear.
The Big Hit is the #1 movie in America.
Is that true? The truth? Yeah, I want the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
Shut up.
USA Today raves it's big-time fun.
A constant adrenaline rush.
That's right. Yeah.
Sexy and stylish.
Sounds great.
Mark Wahlberg shines.
He's a regular sex machine. Is that love or what?
The Big Hit. Perfect. Rated R. It happens. Now in theaters.
How many times have you heard someone say that they couldn't work out while they're traveling because their hotel didn't have a gym? Many times, I'm sure. But if this has happened to you, the missing link in your workout program may just be a little ingenuity. Check this out over here. To start off your total body hotel room workout, all you need is a railing if you're lucky enough to have one, or use a door jamb. Using an overhand grip, try to do as many chin-ups as you can without hitting your head. This works the lats, the muscles in the back, and the biceps. Start off with as many reps as you can and work your way up to 10 repetitions and do 3 sets. Another easy exercise to do right in the convenience of your own hotel room is for the back of the arm or tricep muscle. Now I'm staying at the La Quinta Resort in Palm Desert and they have all this great furniture to work out with. Now using this basic chair and my gym bag, using the gym bag to stabilize the chair, I can do chair dips. Overhand grip, keeping my abs tight, inhaling as I lower and exhaling as I push up. Nice and slow. You can really feel it tightening the back of the arm. Now beginners might want to start with their legs straight, back and forward. Down easy, protect the elbow and the shoulders, keep the abs tight. Work your way up to 3 to 4 sets. Start off with as many reps as you can. Feels good. Okay, moving on now to an exercise for the abs, using the same chair, putting the feet up. This is an exercise for the obliques or side area of the abdominals. Notice here I'm starting with my shoulder up, crunching up to the side. Feel it right in through here. Do as many reps as you can to failure. For some people it may be 5, for some it may be 50. It's an individual thing. And remember, you can do these anywhere. You can also do the basic crunch to the front, keeping the shoulders up, pressing the small of the back into the floor. Okay, so I've shown you 2 exercises, one for the tricep, one for the abs, and now we're moving on to the chest and shoulders. Another basic exercise that's easy to do just about anywhere is the good old push-up. The push-up is great for strengthening the chest, shoulders, and triceps. I like to start off with a wider grip, using my hands a little bit wider than shoulder width, lowering down, using the same basic form that I show you in home gym and pro gym. Retracting the scapula, inhaling on the way down, exhaling as you push up. As you move the hands closer together, you're getting more of the shoulders in on the action. Same basic form. Do as many reps as you can. And if you want to finish off maximizing your triceps, keep your elbows close together, next to the body, making a triangle position with your fingers. And if you really want to make it difficult, try putting your feet up on a table. Now remember, all of these exercises I've shown you today are using your own body weight as resistance. So stay tuned, we've got a great cross-training workout coming up next that you can do right on the road.
The more the world changes, the more you have to learn just to keep up. That's why I'm studying electronics engineering technology. ITT Tech has the classes I need for the associate's degree I want, and my class schedule makes it easier for me to keep working while I go to school. The world isn't standing still. Neither should you.
Convenient class schedules, focused courses. Take control. With a degree from ITT Tech, call 1-800-942-0099 today.
Do you need cash now? Thousands of families have turned to J.G. Wentworth for money when they needed it most of all, for business opportunities, debt consolidation, and new homes. If you're receiving periodic payments from a structured settlement or annuity and need cash, call now. Representatives are standing by 24 hours a day to answer all your questions. If you're receiving structured settlement payments over a long period of time but need cash, call now.
1-800-469-1544. A deadly asteroid. A radioactive dinosaur. Another deadly asteroid. Whatever. This summer, if you're looking for danger, excitement, and adventure, X marks the spot. The X Games, a Taco Bell production.
Hey, Flexi Flexi-Peelers, if you love sports like I do, then you know how important it is to set fitness goals to excel in your favorite sport. For example, if your goal is to jump higher, then you've got to practice your jump shot in order to achieve this. On land, high-level training is very limited without the threat of fatigue, damage, and injury. Sports-specific water power workouts began at the International Sports Medicine Institute in Los Angeles for pre-Olympic conditions. Results showed that athletes were actually getting stronger during this rehabilitation process, and therefore water workout components were helping them excel. So if you want to train like the top athletes and maximize your performance, try water power workouts with your specific sport in mind. We're starting off our water workout with the curl and stretch. The basic idea here is to bend the knees, feel the stretch throughout the lower back, in the glutes, in the lats, and then straighten the legs, feeling the stretch in the hamstrings, throughout the lats, the shoulders. It feels so good.
This is one of my favorite ones. Really, really great exercise for stretching.
The stretching in the water is so relaxing, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a great way to start your workout. Okay, let's do one more. Straighten the legs. Take a nice deep breath. Stretch it out. Okay, let's move on now to front kicks.
Oof, I'm all stretched out.
Ready to go. Okay, front kicks are a fun exercise. You just want to kick the leg up, bringing the arms together. When you bring the arms together, you're training the chest. When you push the arms out, you're strengthening the back and the triceps. Good job.
This is also great if you ever want to do Broadway or anything. It's great for that. It helps you practice in the water.
Helps you with your high kicks.
Yeah.
So what we're doing under the water is bringing the arms together and out, palms together and out. So you're getting the resistance both ways. Together is chest, out is triceps.
You can really feel that resistance.
Definitely. And when you're kicking the leg up, you're strengthening the hip flexors and the abdominal muscles. So it's really a total body workout. Good.
And a fun one.
Yeah, I love working out in the water. It's nice and cool. Okay, our last exercise is great for tennis players or racquetball players. Now all you want to do here is just do a forehand swing under the water. Boom, right there. Turn around, do a backhand swing under the water. You've got the webbed gloves on for resistance. So do a forehand and a backhand. Good, Tatiana. See, Josh? All right, forehand and backhand. So just simulating the movement, even changing our feet, lunging forward on the quads, strengthening the pecs and the shoulders. The backhand, we're strengthening the rear delts and the back. Good. Let's go. And Kiana hits one cross court, and Josh hits one
Good
on the
shot.
line. All right. Okay, 5 more. So whether you want to cross-train just to work out and have fun or improve your tennis game, give these exercises a try.
Please rise for our anthem.
Gorditas, gorditas, taco souls are we, whose lives are pledged to warm flat bread. Your salsas make us free. Gorditas.
Bless you, Taco Bell.
Let's go eat one now.
With AT&T One Rate, it costs $1.35 to make a 9-minute call from New York to L.A. With 10321, it's $2.51. Surprised? Most calls from home cost less with One Rate. So give us a call today.
You know all those stories you hear about how good it was and how much fun we had and how young we all used to be, about how much it all mattered and how much we all cared, and how no one has ever done it higher, or faster, or harder, or better. All those stories you hear, they're all true.
This segment of Kiana's Flex Appeal is brought to you by Balance Bar and Balance Powder Mix. You can do anything on it.
Hey everyone, welcome to my Pro Gym workout.
Josh will be joining me today for a little co-ed training. It's my lucky day. We'll be training opposing muscle groups, the chest and the back, with a little superset action. We're starting off with some incline presses and moving our way around to the back with some pull downs. Hey, Flexi-Peelers, you're just in time to join us for our superset for the chest and back. Josh is starting off with the incline bench press for the upper chest. Okay, come on. Last one, and up. Excellent. Okay. Now, because we're supersetting, he's moving on immediately from the incline bench press to the chin-ups for the back. Good. Now, supersetting opposing muscle groups is a tough workout because of the two major muscle groups involved. If he needs a spot, I'm helping him right here. Chin-ups are great for the upper area and the entire lats. Good.
I love supersetting because it gives you a time-efficient workout.
All right, look at that. Such control.
Good job. Yeah, you know.
Okay, Tatiana, what weight do you want?
I'll take the 2.5, please.
Okay. This is what's nice about training with friends is you can change the weights for each other, can motivate each other, help spot. She needs a spot. Josh can help her with a lift-off right here.
It's really important to have a good hand placement.
Good.
That's first and foremost.
Now again, you want to lower the bar to the upper chest level. A good way to remember what area of the chest you're working is where the bar is being lowered to is basically where you're training. She's getting the complete range of motion, nice and slow, exhaling on the way up, retracting the scapula. Perfect.
I like to get a good stretch on the way down and fully extend, squeezing the chest at the top.
Perfect. Come on, let's go now. Concentrate.
You can adjust your hand. There's different ways you can put your hand to work different parts of your upper chest, too.
Okay, one more.
Good, Tatiana. Okay, now she's moving on right over here. Chin-ups. Are you going to do wide grip like Josh? Or are you going to do close grip?
I'm going to do close grip, under grip.
Ready? Go. Okay.
I'll spot again.
Okay. Now again, chin-ups are hard to do. You're using your own body weight. Start off doing as many as you can and train to failure. Work your way up and set a fitness goal. If you can only do 1 or 2, that's fine. Work your way up to 3, 4, 5, 15, 20, as many as you can.
One more.
Oh, good. Now the underhand grip works more the biceps too. Don't you feel it there?
Yeah,
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Good.
I'll do a warm-up set too. Jump down here. I love starting off with the incline bench. Okay.
You see, Kiana's grip is a little bit wider than Tatiana's was, and she's working a little bit more on the outside of the upper chest.
The key is to try to press the shoulder blades together and initiate the movement from that position.
Good.
Good form.
Make sure you continually breathe also while you're doing this. Very important, keeping the back flat against the bench.
Look how she's really working her delts along with her chest. Really squeezing, exhaling at the top.
And one more. Okay.
Good job.
Thanks, Josh.
If you also have a mountain with you, you can also bring that with you to the gym. It's perfect.
Great view.
Okay. Help, help,
I'll help it.
help.
Thank you. Also, in between sets, it's a good idea to stretch. Stretch your chest, stretch your back.
And also just tell me when you need a spot right here.
I like an ankle spot personally.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
What she's doing is she's at
Then
an
I
ankle
can
spot.
push against him like this and straighten my legs.
Look how she's really leading with the chest. Her chest is up, upward, using a lot of bicep work.
Thank you. Perfect spot. Okay. Ta-da! Our next superset for the chest and the back is starting off with the pec deck. Now this is an excellent movement to shape and give you that nice squared chest that looks so great on the men. Women don't want the squared chest.
We want a nice toned chest.
That's
what
right.
we want.
Now, strong pecs are very important for all you athletes out there. Any racket sports, your pectoral muscles are responsible for bringing the arms across the chest.
One more.
Good, Josh.
Notice how straight his back is and how his abs are in tight.
Good. Okay, now he's going to jump over here to the pull downs. Wide grip pull downs for the back. Now, the wider the grip is, the more of the upper lats you're getting. You want to pull it all the way down to the upper chest. There you go. Perfect. And notice here he's keeping his back straight. He's not leaning back. A lot of times in the gym, have you seen this, Tatiana? A lot of guys will try to max out by leaning and
too
swinging.
far back. Right.
Then it becomes an arm movement.
But he has a good, solid, stable base.
That's because I'm cool.
And very modest.
And girls like it.
What you want to do is think about using your arms as a hook, a means to pulling with the back. Good, Josh.
One more.
Perfect.
It's also a good idea to stretch. Stretching before your workout.
What weight do you want, Tatiana?
I'll take 30.
Okay.
Thank you.
And it's important to adjust the seat height. Now, fortunately, we all have about the same
length of torso so we can use the same seat heights.
Also changing the arm levels up at the top.
She's talking about this up here, the arm adjustments. If you have a more limited range of motion, you want to start a little bit closer together. Good, Tatiana. Notice she's leading, palms out, flexing, contracting the chest as she brings the arms together.
I really like to open the chest and really squeeze on the way in.
Good. Okay.
One more.
Perfect.
All right, moving on. Lat pull down. I'll take 30, please.
Now, when you're doing the pull downs, it's a good idea to concentrate on retracting the shoulder blades right back here. She starts the movement trying to push the shoulder blades, squeeze them together. Perfect form. Good, Tatiana.
See how she's also kicking her chest out just a little bit, not arching her back, but having a nice smooth movement.
And spotters, you're right here, giving them a little help, pushing down right here at the handles. Start off with a light weight, pyramid your sets, meaning increase the weight gradually. Good.
This feels good.
Another 30, Perfect. You'll be done. There you go.
I think that was 30 right there.
Right there.
All right. Okay, my turn. Now, I love supersetting. It's a great way to get more done in less time. Okay, now when I do this movement, I like to keep my palms open. I don't like to squeeze. I like to make sure and keep the contraction on the pecs. Keep the elbows high.
Also keeping constant tension.
When you superset, you're going to feel it a lot more. You're going to feel a lot more of a burn. It's going to feel more like a cardiovascular workout. And you're going to see it in your body. You're going to be sweating a lot and really going crazy in the gym.
Oh, I love it.
Good.
So I don't like to waste time. I like to keep moving. And when I work out, I like to train as much as I can in less time without fatiguing the muscles. So by hitting 2 different muscle groups, you can get more done. Okay, pull downs.
Workout.
Now, in addition to wide grip pull downs at the same station, I can do close grip pull downs. Again, back straight, bringing the bar to chest level, contracting the biceps, the abs, and the back. Hold it for a beat, exhale.
And this is again the same kind of spot. Just push down on the bar.
But notice how strict her form is, pulling down with the bar to her chest.
Do 2 more, 8, 9, and 10. So next time you want an awesome workout for the chest and back, try these exercises.
See Kiana as you've never seen her before in her brand new swimsuit video. See Kiana in the hottest swimwear, filmed in Maui's most beautiful locations. Listen to Kiana's candid interviews about her career, background, life, and more. Order your copy of Kiana's video for only $29.95 plus $5 shipping and handling. Send check or money order or call toll-free 1-888-HI-KIANA. Order yours today and also receive a beautiful 8x10 photo. Limited quantity available, so call now.
Summer's just about here, so get fit and enjoy the best summer of your life. There's still time for you to get in shape and look fantastic. Join Bally Total Fitness now for just $5 to start, plus get your first 6 months free of dues. Hurry, call 1-800-FITNESS now. This incredible offer ends soon. The summer of your life's almost here, but this great offer's almost gone. Get started now for $5 to start, plus 6 months free. Call Bally Total Fitness today. It's your last chance, so do it now.
For 50 years, NASCAR has drawn some of the most dedicated and loyal fans in the country. Now, some of Hollywood's biggest stars are celebrating NASCAR's most thrilling moments by paying tribute to the champions and legends who paved the way for one of America's great sports. Join us from Hollywood's historic Wilton Theater for the most anticipated awards event in racing history, NASCAR's Night in Hollywood, a golden celebration, Saturday at 7 on ESPN.
Hi, Flex Appealers. Did you know that eating the wrong food, eating too much food, or eating at the wrong time can actually hurt athletic performance? Yep, it's true. Everyone is different, so take the word possibility literally as we look at some common problems and possible causes. Possible cause of headaches could be MSG, which is monosodium glutamate, red wine, or chocolate. Possible cause of sluggishness could be excessive sugar or a high-fat diet.
Possible cause of heat cramps could be insufficient sodium, insufficient potassium, or insufficient chloride. So make sure you take a look at your body and how you feel and find out what the possible causes of your problem so you can fix it. Thanks for watching us today, and we'll see you tomorrow on Flex Appeal. Next time on Kiana's Flex Appeal. In home gym, we'll go after shapely arms as we train our triceps. Missing Link takes us into the pool with water-strengthening exercises. Then it's a killer leg workout in Pro Gym as we blast our quads, hamstrings, and calves into shape. And just when you thought your legs would give out, we jump on our mountain bikes for cross-training. It's going to be a fun and wild workout you won't want to miss. See you next time on Kiana's Flex Appeal. Our beautiful location was provided by the La Quinta Resort and Club.
From Las Vegas and the Texas Station Casino and Hotel, the best in the world are here for World Challenge 6. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Firefighter Combat Challenge from the Texas Station Casino in Las Vegas. I'm Bob Ramsey, and alongside the founder of the Firefighter Combat Challenge, Dr. Paul Davis.
You know, Bob, this is more than a game. This is about doing one of the toughest jobs in the world, better, faster, and more efficient. And probably even more important, each firefighter is relying on your buddy if you're in a crack and you need somebody to get you out.
The real story of the competition today involves team pride. It starts in Canada, and who knows, may end up in the U.S.
Well, as you know, Brampton is the defending champion. They lost in the Canadian Nationals to Toronto, but there's a good 6 or 7 U.S. teams that'd like to bring the trophy back to the U.S.
Let's take a look at the course and our expert analyst, Dr. Jack O'Connor.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here on the course where the competition will soon be beginning. And let me tell you, in the 6 years I've been associated with the Combat Challenge, I've never been more excited. This is the fastest course I've ever seen. The competitors are as in good a shape as I've ever seen them, and they're raring to go. And let me give you an example of how I think the competition is going to go today. Yesterday in the preliminaries, we had a firefighter get close to the 90-second barrier, a level of competition and speed on this demanding course that we never thought would be approached when we started 6 years ago. Let me tell you, watch this closely. We're going to have a world record today.
Thanks, Jack. 17 regionals and thousands of competitors have converged here in Las Vegas for their championship. Paul, it takes a crew of 10 and a full day to assemble 85,000 pounds of equipment that make up our challenge course.
And Bob, this is just the culmination of a lot of hard work for an awful lot of guys as you see the course going together right before you.
And this same crew and all this equipment travels all around the country to get these competitors ready for the finals here in Vegas.
That's right. 35,000 miles covered this last year.
Let's take a look at the course, and we begin at the base of the tower.
Right. Here's Lieutenant Jerome Williams from Fairfax, who's going to show us the little techniques and the rules as we walk through. Of course, he's got to carry the high-rise pack to the top of the tower. This is the equivalent of a 5-story building. Total of about 60 stairs to take you all the way till the top.
And that hose is 45 pounds.
That's right. And you got to touch, or you can skip stairs going up, but of course on the way down you got to touch each step.
Then you pull a 45-pound donut roll of hose to the top of the tower.
Exactly. That's a hand-over-hand motion. He's using a Kern mantle rope, and it has to clear and stay on the top. If you lose it, you're disqualified. This is the one event that can get you disqualified. Now he's returning, has to touch each step on the way down, exits the tower, picking up the 9-pound shot mallet, and he's going to drive that beam 160 pounds, a distance of 5 feet. And just like football, when it breaks the plane, he's done. Now the 140-foot walk, and walking is being defined as having 1 foot in contact with the ground at all times. And he weaves his way through and around the fire hydrants. If you knock one of those over, that's a 5-second penalty. Picks up the attack line. He's got the
fully charged with water.
Fully charged, that's right. 1 3/4 hose. He's pulling almost 200 pounds. Cracks the task force tip nozzle, knocking the target down, moves over to the last and most grueling of the events, which of course is taking the 175-pound Simulates Rescue Randy home.
And that is so tough, not only just because of the weight and pulling him with all the equipment you have on you, but because you're already exhausted.
Absolutely. It's the last event, and anybody will tell you they're spent at the end.
We'll be back with the Firefighter Combat Challenge from Texas Station in Las Vegas, Nevada.
I'm the Tim.
Duncan. And he ain't front end, drives the rock, and he'll show you something.
Kobe. Bryant. Slam dunk giant. Outplayed the Kobe, son, don't try it.
It's Kobe and Tim, both games are tight. Grabbing points like they grab a Sprite. Game action like movie stunts. Obeying the thirst with Missy scoring points. Obey your thirst. Sprite.
I got set up! What if the devil gave a concert? And someone made a bootleg?
I need my board.
The music from the X Games. A dozen dirty tracks featuring the Mighty Mighty Bosstones, Fat Boy Slim, 311, The Descendants, Days of the New.
Get the clown.
Plus Pennywise, Fu Manchu, Pantera, and more.
Let's take a ride.
Get the music from the X Games. Available now from Mammoth Records.
What is that? A Wendy's honey ham and chicken.
Hey, that looks good. I'm gonna go get one.
Is that a whole breast filet?
It sure is. Unbelievable!
Hey, did you get that here?
No, Wendy's.
Looks like a Dijon sauce to me, Chris.
It's got 2 slices of honey ham.
I'm hungry. Go to commercial.
Introducing Wendy's new honey ham and chicken sandwich. Chicken doesn't get any better than this, but you have to go to Wendy's to get it.
Now batting, Chipper Jones.
Attaboy, Chipper. You're the man.
Try Wendy's new honey ham and chicken.
For Mother's Day, Zales, the diamond store, has diamonds for just $99. Earrings, heart pendants, and rings, all just $99. Show her you really did learn to say thank you at Zales.
Welcome back to the Texas Station Casino and Hotel in Las Vegas for the Firefighter Combat World Challenge 6. Bob Ramsey and Dr. Paul Davis, and we're just about ready to get our first race underway. On our blue course, Sterling McNeil out of Canada in Ontario, Canada. He's 27 years old. And on the red course, Daryl Aronson out of Las Vegas, #1. He's 28. Sterling McNeil and Daryl Aronson are both veterans, Paul.
And Sterling, one of the bigger competitors, 6'5", 230 pounds. Daryl is 6'1", 210. Both these guys been here before.
They've been there before. Size and strength, do you have to be big to do well on a course like this?
Well, it certainly helps, but you're going to see some little guys that will do very well today. 15 trips here and challenges for Sterling, so he's got a slight competitive advantage over Daryl. Daryl's been in 9 challenges. Both these guys here neck and neck. They're within 1 year of each other in age, so age isn't going to play much of a factor in this particular game here.
When you talk about size and strength, and where does fitness come in? And we hear so many things about body fat and fitness levels, and that's really how the whole challenge started, was getting fit, right?
Absolutely, and this is certainly one of the best ways of testing your mettle against marked requirements or marked events like what we're seeing here. And Sterling putting that size to advantage. Look at the stride length, Bob, as he's weaving his way around those hydrants, and he's opening up the distance. And snatch grab, and he is gone here.
Very efficient, and that's one of the real keys, as we see every year. The times get better and better. Efficiency on the course.
And Sterling's got a personal record of 139. I think he'd probably like to see that fall today. Daryl's personal best before this event today at 147.
A terrific run by Sterling McNeil, but we've seen terrific runs start to fade at the end. Daryl Aronson just behind him on the red course out of Las Vegas. trying to catch up. It's also a very tough thing to do. You see the split times right there. A nice run by Sterling McNeil out of Ontario, Canada.
And looks like a personal record for him. Nice job, and not too far behind here is Darrell.
Terrific run by Sterling McNeil and Darrell Aronson. Personal best for both. McNeil 1:34.32 and Aronson 1:39.08. Fantastic runs by both. You know, firefighters are always the first to be called for any emergency. No matter what the situation, they're expected to be up to the challenge. It wasn't long ago that the night became a terror for residents of a Fort Collins, Colorado trailer community. Firefighters quickly responded and were faced with the double jeopardy of both flood and an explosive fire. Among the firefighters called that night was Jim Peterangelo, a challenge competitor seen here in this rescue. We look at firefighters like Jim and all challenge participants as heroes, and it's easy to see why. Saving lives and property is their business. It's a challenge they meet every day. And now we're ready for our next race, and as luck would have it, Jim Peterangelo is ready to roll out of Fort Collins, Colorado against Len Carson from Oneonta, New York. He's age 31. Peterangelo, boy, after a day like they had in Fort Collins, this is a cakewalk, isn't it, Paul?
That's right. The veritable walk in the park. And they're off. And this should be a very good race. I expect both these competitors are very, very evenly matched.
Peterangelo on the blue course, on your left, on the right side, the red course, Len Carson. He's out of New York. He's 31 years old.
Stroke for stroke. Look at this. Look at the power here. 45 pounds plus 5 pounds for the rope bob. Look at this. Look at this. Just hauling this thing like it's nothing.
It seemed like just the other day, although it was a few years ago, you made me run this course to get a better understanding. You must have tremendous upper body strength.
Well, that and the legs to go with it, of course, because it goes legs, upper body, legs, upper body.
Peterangelo with a nice lead as he's coming down the course with a several-step lead. But anywhere along the way, a slip-up can cause a delay and make things even tighter. Right with him, Len Carson.
7 competitions here for Jim. His personal record at 139, and for Len, he's been in 9 of these events as well, with a best for him at 146. So I expect both these guys are going to finish pretty nearly in a dead heat.
Peterangelo and Carson. That's Carson on the red course.
And here comes Len. Len trying to close up. Interestingly, Len this now became the president of the Oneonta Local. So not only is he wearing the hat of the president of the local, but as a favored challenge competitor from New York State.
Very nice run. Look, they're neck and neck. Peterangelo and Carson. Carson
close it up.
Nearest.
Yep.
Trying to catch him. Peterangelo with a nice run. Will he beat his personal best of 139? Here comes Carson. Almost step to step. A fall. Can he get him across? Yes, at 139. And Carson comes across. There may have been a flag. A penalty will cost him 5 seconds, put him at 148. Peterangelo equals his personal best at 139.
And here's the WAP guy sucking up the water and keeping the course dry, Bob.
How about a little trivia question for you? When was the first American Fire Department formed? We'll give you an answer when we come back with the Firefighter Combat Challenge.
Center these school announcements. All Philadelphia public and parochial schools are open today. No transportation. Delaware County closed are 452, 454, 455, 461, 2 hours late. No morning kindergarten. 503 is closed. 505 is closed.
A shoots and scores. What a play.
Welcome back to World Challenge 6. When we left you, we had a trivia question. When was the first American fire department formed? Well, it was 1717, colony of Boston. Things have certainly changed in the fire service since then. In fact, as Paul tells us, firefighting technology is ready to make the leap into the next millennium.
In the grand scheme of things, firefighting has come a long way in a relatively short period of time. It wasn't that long ago that the horse-drawn steamers were rolling down the streets. Back then, and really until the 1970s, what fueled most fires was wood. Today, we have synthetics and plastics, and these materials burn a lot faster and a lot hotter. In fact, fire doubles in size every 90 seconds. In response to this kind of a threat, fire equipment manufacturers have applied space-age technologies. There's been more progress made in the last 2 decades than in all the years before that.
Today's fires are 4 or 5 times hotter than they were 30 years ago. The real challenge is to develop protective clothing that will allow the firefighter to go into that environment, do his job, and get out. Technology has helped us do this. The real chore and the real challenge is to have that firefighter in an environment which they can survive.
The goal of today's companies is to produce the best protective equipment that allows maximum protection from a very hostile environment, yet allows the firefighter freedom, ease, and the ergonomics to perform their jobs safer and better. One of the most important components in the firefighter protective ensemble is the self-contained breathing apparatus. Without this piece of equipment, your lifespan would be less than 15 seconds. Communication at the scene of the fire is absolutely critical. New technologies allow radio communication with firefighters actually engaged in interior fire suppression at temperatures of up to 800 degrees.
Dispatch to Dr. Paul Davis. We need you back at the challenge.
Let's get set for our next heat. Nearest you on the red course, Fernando Romero from the Sequan Fire Department, San Diego, California. In the blue course, on your left, Arno Toms from Toronto Fire Department in Ontario. He's 31 years old.
Arno with a personal best of 135 and Fernando with a 141, and he set that up at the Cal Expo earlier on this summer.
Fernando had a little slip going up the stairs. Boy, you slip, cost you a second. It's always hard to make him up against a tough competitor.
Isn't that the truth, Bob? And just this comes down to the guys who just don't make a mistake, frankly. Boy, he's grabbing and going, though. I'll tell you, this guy, Fernando, can flat out fly. Arno Toms from Team First Alert out of Toronto. These guys finished off in first place with the Canadian National Championships.
Toms one flight of stairs ahead of Fernando Romero out of San Diego. Toms comes off in the lead as he goes to the Kaiser machine. And check out Romero, a full flight of stairs behind Toms as he came off, and he gets off the Kaiser first.
Oh, that is incredible. Look at that guy fly.
Romero and Toms now neck and neck. Romero moving through the course, going to the hose, and folks, that is full of water, and I have dragged those over 140 pounds, and the further you pull it, the heavier it gets.
Absolutely. Look at him. He's getting ready to cock. You can't fire prematurely. You got to get through the door. And he's in the lead. He's in the lead now, Bob. Look at that. Close that up.
Romero is flying. Romero and Toms, and Romero, who was behind early, is really picking up the pace. This is neck and neck. Arno Toms nearest you. Fernando Romero in the lead as he pulls the dummy down the course. You can see the split times. What a run. Fernando Romero from San Diego, 132.82. Arno Toms, 137.42. A tremendous competitive run and a comeback victory for Fernando Romero.
That's a new personal record for him, Bob.
132.82. The over 50s are next, and the story of Roy Davis.
The oldest boot recruit in the history of the Tacoma, Washington Fire Department, retired Air Force Colonel pilot, following in his father's footsteps as a firefighter.
When I showed up down at the training tower to start my recruit training, probably the average age of the class was 30 and I was 52. And I walked in the door and I felt old. And I'm sure that from the others' viewpoint, the other people in the class, I probably looked old. But there seems to be some sort of a leveling out process, and by the time we were into the class a week or two, I probably felt like I was 30, and people viewed me as not the 52-year-old man anymore. Age, really, I probably just don't even think of myself as being as old as I am.
And we're ready for our next race that features Roy Davis out of Tacoma, Washington. He'll be facing off against Bill Nolan, 54 years old. He's on the blue course from Palatine, Illinois. Nolan on the left, Davis on the right.
Yeah, these guys are pretty good matchup, Bob. Both height and weight, and they're all within 1 year of each other as these guys fly up the tower. And remember, of course, you can take multiple steps on the way up. Bill Nolan in this thing from year one. I mean, this is one of our perennial favorites. A guy who started the Willie Walk, is probably best known for his kind of unusual stride. You'll probably see him a little bit later on. Of course, Roy Davis here, amazing guy, coming into this, I said earlier, at the fire service now in just a couple of years.
As they battle and pull the donut roll up, you see that Davis has a bit of a lead on the red course.
And he just handled that very, very easily as he makes his way on down. And we're expecting some great things. Previous record for Roy, he posted a 2:30 earlier in the season. That's right at the world record set last year. Unofficially, we have a time on Bill Nolan at 2:21. So this should be a very, very good race, and it looks like it's shaping up very nicely.
Roy Davis, very smooth, little wasted motion, and that's a real key. That's Bill Nolan from Palatine, Illinois.
And watch these guys very smoothly moving around the course here. Of course, you can't knock over one of those delineators, Bob. You don't want to get a 5-second penalty. And this is an excellent pace here for Roy. Looks like if he can hang on to this, we may be seeing a new world record.
A very good pace.
And this is incredible. You think about this guy. He's 55 years old. 55 years old, and he is absolutely blasting along. If he can hang on to this, we're going to see the world record for the over 50 go down.
He looks like he's on close
There's
to
the
a
Willie
2-minute
walk.
pace.
There's the Willie walk.
The Willie walk from Bill Nolan, Palatine, Illinois. A very steady run from him. And back on the red side, it is Roy Davis.
There's Bill. He's going to try to close up the distance, but that's not going to happen. Roy here is...
he is flying.
Taking Rescue Randy home. Look at that concentration. Look at his eyeballs there. I'll tell you, right about this time, it's like everything you can do to stay focused and keep that speed up. He's over.
What a run. What a run. It looks like about 2:03, 2:04.
That is incredible. He just smashed the world record, Bob. Just absolutely decimated.
By 25 seconds, the time for Roy Davis, and here comes Bill Nolan. Nolan finishes with a very superb time of 2:21.28. Roy Davis's time, 2:03.55 in the over 50 category. Let's check the times from the rest of the field. There you see the new record, and Roy Davis, John Cerruti, Bill Nolan, James Elliott, Ron Spradlin, and Lloyd Long. More Firefighter Combat Challenge action next.
ESPN2, brought to you in part by your local cable company.
Your car doesn't look, doesn't feel, doesn't smell brand new anymore. The thrill is gone. Get it back with new vinyl. New vinyl conditions, restores, and protects vinyl and leather. You get a protective finish and a showroom feel that's so real, you can smell it. Want it back? That new car feeling? It's yours with new vinyl.
There's nothing like new vinyl. Available at leading stores everywhere.
You need a muffler. And you need it now. Right now at participating Midas shops, the famous Economizer Plus muffler is just $29.95 for a limited time only. $29.95, and it's guaranteed. So get into Midas now for a great muffler for just $29.95. Before it's too late.
Statistics show that 40% of all kids who smoke marijuana live in the city. Guess where the other 60% live?
Looking for a winning Derby ticket? Well, from Friday morning's breakfast at Churchill Downs to highlights of the race immediately after its run on Saturday, tune in to ESPN and ESPN2 for the most comprehensive Derby coverage. We've got the analysis, previews, and breaking stories on the most competitive Derby in years, right up to post time, plus comprehensive post-race highlights and commentary. It's the Run for the Roses on ABC, and it's a weekend of winning Derby coverage, beginning tomorrow only on ESPN and ESPN2.
Welcome back to Las Vegas as the Firefighter Combat Challenge goes international. And as you'll see, the Aussies are back.
Just walking around amongst the guys and, pats on the back and, oh, thanks for coming over. You've travelled a long way, and you can see it. It's just one great big brotherhood, and we're all in it for the same thing, just helping people. And it's Eric Barrow from Coral Gables that's being overtaken by Terry Kimpton from the First Alert team from Melbourne, Australia.
World challenge indeed. And like our own Jack O'Connor, we're all wondering, what's it like to run this course?
Thanks, guys. I'm down in the recovery area again. I got Dale McRoberts, Vancouver, British Columbia, Fire and Rescue. Dale just ran a personal best, 1:41. Dale, I know this is about your 4th year running this. If you would you walk us through the course?
Sure.
You started off. Tell us about going up.
Well, when you first start, you're trying to get your steps right. Then you just try and stay smooth. Try and use as little energy as possible up the stairs.
Okay, you're at the top of the stairs. You're now on the donut roll.
You gotta just switch gears and say, okay, now that event's over. Can't do anything about it. Lean over, grab the rope. I try and get my momentum going and speed up as fast as I can. Just try and maintain.
Okay, you're down at the bottom now. You're on the slammer. How'd the slammer go?
My event starts when I get to the bottom of the tower. I say, okay, now I go as fast as I can with the force machine. Got that thing, and I just get mad. I say, I'm gonna get off this thing as fast as I can. I give it everything I got.
You're on the walk. How'd the walk go?
For me, I try and really push it. I've been doing a lot of work on my walk, and I was a little bit shy on the legs here, but you get a rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And just, you've got to push the walk down. There's no resting on the course.
Now you're at the end. You've got the hose drag.
This hose was tough. It's a lot of drag in the beginning, so you got to load it up, get it as far in front of you as you can, lean into it, and I tried to put all the legs I had left in it.
Okay, now you're at the dummy. How'd the dummy pull go?
When I get to the dummy, I want to get there with no legs and say, okay, just get to the end. I like that feeling. I was telling someone that before, I like to get on the course, have nothing at the dummy, and that's how I test myself. I say, how am I going to get to the finish line? Okay, those muscles are gone. New muscles, find some new muscles. And then I push it. I love to hit that mat. That's why I do the course.
I'm here with Dale Roberts. You ran 1:41, one of the best firefighters in the world. He's from Canada, down here in his 2nd challenge. Back upstairs to you guys.
Thanks, Jack, and we're ready for our next heat. And if there was ever a marquee race, this is it. On the blue course, Brent Hastings from the Brampton Fire Department, Ontario, Canada. On the red course, on your right, Brian Spalding from Casper, Wyoming. Hastings, the Canadian national champion, a member of Brampton's fire department team, the defending champion. Spalding, 3-time national champion, and he was the first champion ever. This is the marquee race.
And here we are with Brent Blastoff Hastings. He's taking the early lead, Bob. This is 18 challenges that he's been in here with a personal record of 1 minute and 34 seconds.
And on your right, you see Brian Spalding. When you start your Firefighter Challenge Hall of Fame, Spalding's going to be known as Babe Ruth.
Well, absolutely. He's the guy, 3-time back-to-back world champion. And, of course, right now, it's that doesn't count for much, as you can see, because Brent is way, way out there ahead. Look at him. Look at the force that he's using there. I mean, every motion that Brent's bringing to bear here is just absolute precision.
Spalding comes off the tower. After a stumble early, it's catch-up time for Brian Spalding, a 3-time champion, and he's trying to get another trophy. But Brent Hastings is flying through the course.
Yeah, and both of these guys obviously been here before, and they're letting that experience show. Watch these guys go.
There's Spalding. It's all technique. Hastings on the move, continues to roar toward, well, maybe near record times. Spalding racing to catch up.
And here comes Brent. Look at this. He's going to try to bust that 134. Brian set the world record sometime back in Salt Lake at a 138.
Hastings on the move. Spalding trying to catch him. It might be too late. Brent Hastings with a tremendous run. Hastings to the finish line. What a fantastic run for Brent Hastings out of Ontario, Canada, the Brampton Fire Department. Here comes Brian Spalding. A terrific run for Brian. 140 just off his personal best by a couple of seconds. And Brent Hastings, 132.65. What a run. And with Brent Hastings, it's our own Jack O'Connor.
Let me ask you this. I ask all the firefighters, what has the challenge done for the fire service in the United States? Now the Canadians in the last 3 years have been coming to the Worlds, and they've been doing super.
Yeah.
Won it last year. Tell me, what has been the effect of the challenge in the whole fire service in Canada, in your opinion?
I've got to say that it's brought a great awareness to fitness, and the members of our department have really supported us. I think we've triggered an effect there where they're working out a little more as well, and I'd have to say just bumping everybody's fitness level up. It's been real good that way.
You're looking at Mike Vogt getting ready to run the next race. Mike is a real story in courage and determination. In 1994, Mike's race helped the Casper, Wyoming Fire Department win its third national title. But just a month after that win, Mike would face a challenge far tougher than the firefighter competition. Mike would find out that he had cancer.
Was in October, after the finals were in St. Louis in September that year, and I had gone home, and a month later is when I was starting my first treatments, and they lasted for like 7 months. When I was trying to recover, for some reason it stuck in my head that a landmark to see that I would recover and I was back to normal would be competing in the challenge again and still doing well.
After receiving treatment, Mike would return to race with the Casper, Wyoming Challenge team. With the devoted support of his wife, help from his team, and hard work, Mike would go on to compete in the '95 National Championship. But the highlight was Mike's inspirational speech to the competitors. His message was simple and direct. Exercise to stay healthy, because you never know when adversity will strike.
Your health is your vehicle for your hopes and your dreams. And if you don't have your health, you can't get there. And it occurred to me that being firefighters, your health not only is in charge of your hopes and dreams, it's also in charge of other people's hopes and dreams, because you're out there to save their lives and restore their health.
Mike's speech at the Nationals a couple years ago was inspirational. I mean, it was a very emotional deal, but no one even really knows, because Mike only took sick leave away from the job when he had to go to his chemotherapy treatments. And I look at the guy, and there's not a human being that I know of that is like Mike.
And Mike still works at being an inspiration to everyone he meets. We'll return after these messages to see Mike Vogt once again compete in the challenge.
This is for Mr. Blanchard, who told me to make something of myself. For Miss Miller, who never let me settle for a C. For my parents, who believe in my dreams. For myself, for my future.
Be all that you can be.
Hi, I'm George Morrison, reminding you to give all you can. And score one for the kids. And score one for the kids.
Naked.
For the kids. And score one for the kids.
Not going anywhere for a while?
What is the line?
And score one for the kids.
Grab a Snickers, because nothing handles your hunger better.
No! Hey, don't look at me.
Hungry? Why wait?
I'm AT&T.
Hi, I'm 10321, and I save people lots of money.
Well, a call from Denver to Boston costs $5.60 with AT&T.
That call is only $2.80 with 10321.
Really? With AT&T One Rate, a call from New York to Cleveland costs $3.75.
It's only $1.62 when you dial 10321.
That's big savings.
All without switching phone companies. Just dial 10321, then 1, and the number as usual.
This is easy.
Yeah, and you can use it whenever you want.
No wonder you're so popular.
You need a muffler. And you need it now. Right now at participating Midas shops, the famous Economizer Plus muffler is just $29.95 for a limited time only. $29.95, and it's guaranteed. So get into Midas now for a great muffler for just $29.95. Before it's too late.
What?
This weekend, enough racing to make your head spin. Here's what's up ahead this weekend on ESPN2.
Welcome back to Las Vegas and the Texas Station Casino and Hotel. It's Firefighter Combat World Challenge 6, and we're getting ready for our next race. On the blue course, Kevin Wegener from the American River Fire Department in California. He'll go up against Mike Volk from Casper, the fire department in Wyoming. He's 38 years old. Mike Volk, you've already seen his inspirational story. We're looking for an inspirational run. Wegener on your left, Volk on your right.
And Mike Volk's personal best, Bob, is a 151. He'd like to see himself go under that today. And, of course, Kevin, who goes by the nickname Jethro, has been in 6 combat challenges. His personal record is 147.
Well, he's a good one, 27 years old, so he's got a little youth on his side. They both have experience, and as you can see, they're practically neck and neck at the top of the tower.
Yeah, and here comes Mike, Mr. Steady. He's known for giving you very, very reliable performances in the combat challenge.
Wegener flying down the tower, but as we've said, you've got to hit every step.
That's right. That's the rule if you don't get a penalty. And one of the other things about the force machine, Bob, is, of course, we got the little telltale mark on the top. If you strike that, you're given 1. You strike it twice, that's a 5-second penalty.
That's so that the competitors can't pull the beam through the machine.
Exactly. Firefighters, being what they are, have figured out that if I whip that thing around, I can get a more efficient stroke, but it's pretty hard on the handles.
Wegener still in front to the hose.
Yeah, American River hoping to make a name for themselves here today. They won the California Championship at Cal Expo earlier this summer.
Nice run by Wegener. He's going to put up a pretty good time if there aren't any errors.
Yeah, nice smooth pickup there. I haven't seen any kind of mistakes to speak of here. Just a slight little bob on the part of Mike at the beginning, but hardly enough to really count.
Mike Volk still on a nice run. He's behind Wegener by several seconds. Wegener nearing the end. A pretty good run you saw. Look at the clock. Wegener across the line. 1:37.35. Here comes Mike Volk from Casper, Wyoming, and he is across. Not a personal best, but a fine time of 1:46.23. Mike Volk has done it again, an inspiration to the challenge. Coming up is the women's competition, including 2-time champion Martha Ellis.
A lot of the things in the course itself are very task-specific for firefighting. Hoisting things up to a roof, perhaps, carrying a shoulder load up so you can connect it to a standpipe, dragging hose. All of those things are things that you would actually do, especially coming from Salt Lake City. We have a lot of high-rise buildings in our district. Therefore, being able to perform on that level in a stressful situation it's imperative. And so the training and the repetition of these sorts of events helps develop you and make you more confident and make you be able to perform in that level.
It's time for the women to run. And if you want marquee value races, you won't find one better than this. On our blue course, Deborah Davies from Saskatoon and Saskatchewan, Canada. She's the Canadian National Women's Champion, and of course, on our right, the red course, Martha Ellis from Salt Lake City, the 2-time National Women's Champion, the defending champion, the female world record holder. Davies on your left, Ellis on your right.
This should make for a good race, Bob. We got 2 women here, just about the same height, same body weight, and Martha with a 2:38. That's the current reigning women's champion's time, and for 2:44 with Deborah is an excellent time.
And they're both experienced. They know what it takes to win in this competition.
Well, I mean, there's no substitute for coming here and doing this, and they both made 6 appearances in the Firefighter Combat Challenge, and that's only in the last couple of years.
Martha Ellis, the great story. She's dedicated her life to this, even her marriage.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, got married last year at the MGM at the Firefighter Combat Challenge, and she's on a record pace. She wants to go sub 2:30 today, and I think she can probably do it.
That will be quite a challenge, no pun intended, as they race down the stairway.
Got to touch each one of the stairs on the way down. Martha's got very good form. She's out. Watch as she goes over. She'll pick up that 9-pound snap-on shot mallet and whale that thing away. That's 160 pounds, and she's got very good form. And she's really putting some distance between her and Deborah right now.
Davies gets off the tower to the Kaiser machine.
And there's Martha. She's separating herself from Davies here very easily. I want to tell you, going back a couple years ago, Bob, was the first time I met Martha. Was up at Fort Collins, and she was there for the New West Fest. Unknown to the challenge, comes out, and I can't remember exactly what her time was, but it was a little under 5 minutes, and she just caught this bug. And every year I see her just keep slicing away, and this is just exemplary of the incredible kind of power and intestinal fortitude and enthusiasm that's just a part of the American Fire Service.
And that's what the challenge is all about. You see standard times, you see the competition, you say, now I know where I have to be.
Yeah, and keep in mind, I mean, these women are out here doing the exact same thing. That's a 175-pound dead weight, outweighing these gals by quite a lot.
There you see them fighting. Martha Ellis on a nice run. This may be a new record if she can hold on to this pace. Pull and rescue
She's going to do it. I think she's going to do it, Bob. This is going to be a historical day today to see the first woman go under 2:30. This is going to be incredible.
Deborah Davies trying to keep up, but what a pace set by Martha Ellis. She's crossing the finish line.
Got it.
It is a new female world record. 2 minutes. 28 seconds, 2:28.81. Here comes Deborah Davies. She crosses the finish line right there. Take a look at these times. Ellis and the world's record. Davies, Tracy Bratt, Lisa Millman, Psycho Wilcox, Carol Irving. You know, Ellis and Davies are perfect examples of the fitness required to efficiently fight fires as the fire service reaches the next millennium.
Every year, the number of critical incidents goes up, and yet the number of firefighters responding, unfortunately, goes down. That means every single firefighter has got to be able to pull their weight. Fitness facilities now are becoming a regular feature of firehouses all over the country. This is one job in which your life and the lives of the people that you've sworn to protect depend on your level of physical fitness.
Whether you're running a regular house fire or a high-rise fire, firefighting is very taxing. Working out affords you the opportunity to not only better yourself, but be there if you need to make a rescue. Sometimes you might have to push yourself all the way to the end, and just by working out and keep yourself in good physical shape, you can go that extra mile whenever it takes. You may be tired, but you know you have it in you to go that extra mile.
Challenge competitors tell me that the challenge gives them the motivation, the drive, the inspiration to stay in shape, and serves as a benchmark to letting them know how to do a job that gets tougher every day.
With the intensity and power of fires today, a firefighter must be fit.
More trivia. When was the first successful self-contained breathing apparatus invented? We'll have the answer and more action as the challenge continues.
I got set up!
What if the devil gave a concert and someone made a bootleg?
I need my board.
The music from the X Games. A dozen dirty tracks featuring the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, Fat Boy Slim, 311, The Descendants, Days of the New. Get the clown. Plus, Pennywise, Fu Manchu, Pantera, and more.
Let's take a ride.
Get the music from the X Games. Available now from Mammoth Records.
Please rise for our anthem.
Gorditas, Gorditas, taco souls are we, whose lives are pledged to warm flat bread. Your salsas make us free. Gorditas.
Bless you, Taco Bell.
Let's go eat one now.
Kay Jewelers presents Cindy Crawford.
Are you wondering what to give this Mother's Day? Why not think about jewelry and just say Kay?
You say it all, just say K.
Choose from our quarter-carat baguette diamond collection, $199 each. And on purchases of $500 or more, we offer free financing for 1 year.
Show her how much she means to you this Mother's Day in a way she'll remember forever.
Just say K.
For 50 years, NASCAR has drawn some of the most dedicated and loyal fans in the country. Now, some of Hollywood's biggest stars are celebrating NASCAR's most thrilling moments by paying tribute to the champions and legends who paved the way for one of America's great sports. Join us from Hollywood's historic Wiltern Theater for the most anticipated awards event in racing history, NASCAR's Night in Hollywood, a golden celebration, Saturday at 7 on ESPN.
Welcome back to World Challenge 6. We had trivia for you. When was the first successful SCBA apparatus invented? Well, the answer, 1904, but it wasn't adopted for several years. And now our own Jack O'Connor is with the great Brian Spalding.
Down here in the recovery area with Brian Spalding, Casper, Wyoming. 3-time national champion. Brian just ran a 140 out of the money this year. Brian, what have you seen change in the 6 years that you've been competing?
Oh, the overall competition has had some really big strides as far as the competitors coming in here. They are better. They're better athletes. And the ones that were here at the beginning that are still the top-notch athletes are training harder. Everybody wants to be the best, and they see guys that are beating them, and they just come out and work harder and go for the next level.
And the challenge is going to the next level, Paul. You've got an innovation this year.
Yes, we do, Bob. This is called the Tag Team Relay, and this is called 1/5 the work, 5 times the fun.
How did you come up with this?
Well, it's pretty simple. All you got to do is take the challenge and divide it up into 5 parts or 5 tasks. So when one guy does a task, tags onto the next guy. And we're kind of trying to answer the question, one, how fast can you really go? But by the same token, this is a way that just about everybody can come out and play.
Yeah, and I think that part of what's important about fighting fires is teamwork. You have to be a strong individual, but you're also always part of a team.
Absolutely, and that's what's going on right here. You see these guys coming down. They're going to tag off on the next guy. And this is a real exciting kind of event that, as you'll see, they get really charged up doing this, and we expect we're going to see a ton of guys coming out next year to come and play a challenge in the tag team for the first time.
Yeah, as a team with total times, that's always been a combined time of individuals. This
tag right there.
This is truly a tag team event, a true relay.
That's it is, and you can see guys got into this thing like you wouldn't believe. I watched about 100 of these guys say, "Man, there's something wrong. I'm not hurting like I used to." And here we are in the last one. This is what gets to be a lot of fun.
They are excited, and they can be right out there with their teammates, challenging them.
Yeah, this is a teamwork effort, Bob, and just like the real thing, these guys do depend on each other for their lives. And that's why we're really happy to bring the challenge and bring the tag team to the challenge.
Despite recent innovations, the heart of the challenge is its relationship to the real world of firefighting. Defending national champion Jeff Ellis explains.
When we arrive on the scene, people are looking to us to handle whatever task might be necessary to save their personal belongings, a family member, a family pet. And through the training that we do with the challenge, we are able to prepare ourselves both physically, working on the course, doing our weight training, whatever training it might be, and mentally knowing that we can push harder, push longer, and get the job done.
And defending national champion Jeff Ellis is back at it in our next race. Jeff from Murray City in Utah. He'll match up against Kevin Tegel out of DeKalb, Illinois.
And Kevin is no stranger to the challenge either. Obviously, all the people that are here have worked hard and have trained hard to get here, Bob, and this is going to be an interesting matchup because Kevin has wanted this race for a long time.
Ellis in the red course. He's on your right, on the left in the blue course. Kevin Tegel, 42 years old, from the DeKalb Fire Department in Illinois. Ellis up quickly. And look at him just suck the rope right up.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that does it quite as well as Jeff Ellis. I mean, just winds that thing up just like a yo-yo.
You don't even see each stroke. It's one smooth motion.
That's right. That's just a smooth glide all the way to the top. And here comes Jeff now making his classic approach. Look at him flying down the tower. Does this better than anybody. And he'll be out of the tower here in record time over to the force machine where he's going to blast away. This is another one of the events. Look at the power. Look at that power that you see with every one of those strokes.
That's easy to understand why he has been a two-time champ. Kevin Tegel, though, feels like he's at that level, and he is producing at that level today. This is quite a race.
Yeah, Kevin here is 6'1", 200 pounds. He's been in 14 challenges, and his personal records are 147, so he's no slouch in the over 40 division.
Jeff Ellis, though, has a considerable lead. There is Kevin Tegel. He's to the hose, but you can see a full event ahead is Jeff Ellis. Boy, what a run Ellis has. Tegel trying to keep up. He's just trying to make his personal best because Ellis, barring a mistake, has blown him away. Look at Jeff Ellis go. Tegel finally to rescue Randy.
Yeah, Jeff is every year he seems to bust something, and this year was no exception. But he's back on the men, and he's over it.
Across the line at 1:33.76. Here comes Tegel, struggling. Boy, his grip is spread. Can he get across? Can he beat his personal best? Across the line and equaling a personal best, Kevin Tegel, 1:47. Jeff Ellis at 1:33.76. Let's take a look at our category in the over 40s. Ellis with the new record. Dale McRoberts, Kevin Tegel third, Steve Murphy, Eric Schaus, and John Child. What a time. You know, in firefighting, the challenge is time. In the first day of preliminaries, North Las Vegas' Donovan Hanson broke the world record with a 1:33.37. But that record would only last 2 days until yesterday when Brad Rowe would come in at 1:31.95. His hold of the title would be even shorter because the very next race, teammate Derek Mullins from Missoula Fire Department would get a 1:30.93. Now, with 2 races left, will anybody break the 90-second barrier? And coming up after our break, we'll watch these 3 superstars and Peter Reed from defending champion Brampton compete here at Texas Station, Las Vegas.
If you thought conversion vans were out of your price range, think again. The time to buy is now at Jeff Beatty Chrysler of Kearney. There's only 2 vans left, and they're priced to move. Like this Mark III SE with power windows and locks, cruise, tilt, and more was $29,206, now only $19,506. Or this Mark III LE with power windows, locks, cruise, tilt, TV, and VCR, it's loaded. Was $33,666, now just $21,326. Hurry down with these prices. These vans won't last long. Only at Jeff Beatty Chrysler, Plymouth Dodge, Jeep Eagle, Kearney.
See the many things waiting for you. Shop downtown Kearney.
You don't even have to be a member to take advantage of the day spa or the great tanning specials from Vitality Center. For just $25, get 10 tanning sessions or get unlimited tanning for a month for just $35. Stop by Vitality Center just east of the Buffalo County Law Center. Does your home look blah? Look at this. Every home or office can look better with custom-made plans from Designs Unlimited. If you have a room that looks like this, why not spruce it up to look like this? Designs Unlimited, custom silk plants and trees just west of Mona.
Storm Center, these school announcements. 461, 2 hours late in the morning kindergarten. 503 is closed. 505.
Welcome back to Texas Station Casino and Hotel in Las Vegas for the Firefighter Combat World Challenge 6. Earlier, our Jack O'Connor visited with superstar Donovan Hanson.
I got to tell you, man, that he has a particular way of training with his department. He's a hometown boy here from North Las Vegas, where the challenge is being held this year. Tell us about running up the Stratosphere or one of the big hotels.
Yeah, there's a handful of guys and I, and on a weekly basis we go over to the Stratosphere, which is 114 stories. We put on all our gear, our air packs, and we race each other up the tower to see how quick we can get up.
It's a little bit taller than the tower you had to run today.
Oh yeah, it's a little higher, about 109 more stories. So,
guys, I'm here in North Las Vegas at the World Championships, and these are the kind of firefighters, men and women, that are competing out here. They're the best in the world, and with these kind of performances, you can understand why.
Thanks, Jack. We're ready for our next heat, and heat is the operative word on the blue course. Donovan Hansen from the North Las Vegas Fire Department, number 1. And from the Missoula Fire Department in Montana, Derek Mullins is on the red course. Paul, these two have been scorching the course throughout the competition.
That's right, Bob. And Donovan is, of course, no stranger to intense competition. He's having competed in the world's toughest firefighter competition, won it 3 times.
These guys are tough, and they are tough on this course, practically sprinting up the tower. I expect some great times in this one.
Well, Derek, was right close to that 90-second mark, and he could go over here today. Obviously, either one of these guys. Donovan wants this thing so bad. I mean, he can taste it.
Did you ever think 90 seconds would be a reality?
Never in my wildest imagination would I ever thought that we were capable of these kinds of times.
Hansen and Mullins, and there you see Mullins with just a little bit of a hesitation getting the roll over the top.
That's right. That's going to cost him. You can see it was just a smidgen ahead, and now he's fallen a little bit behind. That's going to take it out of the 90-second zone, probably.
Hansen on the blue course. Hansen with a bit of a lead. There is Derek Mullins from Missoula trying to catch up. Had a little bit of a hesitation on the donut roll coming up over the top of the tower, but running almost step for step. Hansen and Mullins.
Almost a mirror of each other. Look at these guys are making the turns right at the same time.
And they are flying almost flawless.
Man, the excitement is just incredible here. It's just, we're going to wonder who is going to smash this 90-second mark.
Here is Hansen. He approaches, hits the target. Donovan Hansen, Derek Mullins right with him to rescue Randy at almost identical times, and here they go.
Oh, man, this is just an absolutely flawless run. Let's see if he can catch him.
Hansen,
putting it on.
Hansen right there in the lead. Mullins in the red course. Hansen in the lead. There's Mullins. You can see them both in your picture. Here he goes. Check the clock. Donovan Hansen across the finish line. 1:30.62. Mullins 1:32.05. How about that? Hansen at 1:30.62.
And they're still standing. That's what I can't believe.
And Derek Mullins can't believe this was his race to win, quite possibly. He had trouble at the top of the tower. What happened?
Look at that, Bob. Watch it. He's following the rope down nicely. Okay. Good grip. Turns around, starts to leave, and look at the donut roll isn't over. Another try, and he's left in the dust.
Peter Reed is in our next heat, and he talked to us earlier about winning.
Everyone wants to win. You want to do well. Nothing better than winning, but it's not all winning, It's doing it. So, as long as everything's fair and everybody's on the same playing field, then you're cheering for everybody. So who has the best day, there you go.
And we're ready for our next heat. Peter Reed from Brampton, Ontario. Yes, Brampton, the defending champion from Challenge 5. Against Brad Rowe on the red course from Missoula Fire Department in Montana. These two are matching up, and this figures to be another scorcher.
Well, it's up to Brampton, of course, to pull this thing out. And basically, I think right now, all Peter's got to do is put in a time pretty much what he's used to doing, and they've got a good shot at taking this thing home.
So not only an individual championship at stake, but clearly the team championship.
Well, yes, this is for all the marbles right now.
On our left, Peter Reed from Brampton, Brad Rowe from Missoula, and they are flying at this point.
And unfortunately, earlier this season on the 4th of July in Missoula, Brad got disqualified when he pulled that donut roll off to him down the tower. That was a real crime.
Here we come, and with a slight lead, it's Brad Rowe from Missoula, just a few steps ahead. And as they come off the tower, you see 35, 36 on the split times. And there's Brad Rowe with the lead.
This is Peter's good event right here on that force machine, but Brad is starting to open up the distance, and he's looking like he can take this thing under 90 seconds.
Brad Rowe just flew off the Kaiser machine, and they're flying through the obstacles, heading toward the hoses.
Well, here comes Peter Zeus Reed, and he's the guy that could close up this distance, but he's still got about 20 feet or 30 feet to go.
There's Reed. Now Brad Rowe has already hit his target, and he gets to rescue Randy. And now, here is the real test. Can you keep up the pace down the course?
Yeah, that's the best thing is don't slow down.
Brad Rowe's got a great time.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and down goes Peter Reed.
I've never seen Peter ever fall anywhere, even in training. That's a shame.
Brad Rowe has a chance. Can he break 90 seconds? Here comes Brad Rowe. He crosses the finish line.
That's it.
1:29.35.
The first guy ever under 90 seconds.
Unbelievable. Brad Rowe from Missoula, Montana. Here comes Peter Reed. Perseverance pays off. Reed crosses the finish line at 1:43.77, a fine run, but Brad Rowe's new world record of 1:29.35, Brad Rowe from Missoula, Montana, sub 90 second. Donovan Hanson finishes second at 1:30.62. Derek Mullins, also from champion Missoula, at 1:30.93. Brent Hastings from Brampton, 1:32. Fernando Romero from Sequan in California, 1:32.82. And Jeff Ellis from Murray City at 1:33. And for our team championship, Missoula wins it 4:49. Unbelievable. Brampton, Canada, Martin, Toronto, and Sequan, the top six. Sequan at 5:01.38. And we had a chance to visit with the new champion.
They call him the King of the Jungle, and it is appropriate. The new world record holder at the Firefighter Combat Challenge, Brad Rowe from Missoula, Montana.
Hey, Brad, first time a guy goes under 90 seconds. How was it?
It was good. We put together a good run today. I had some bobbles, I can't complain, but it was an outstanding run. I missed the hose up on the top, but other than that, it was a good run.
Brad, you've been competing for years. Now you're the new champ. How did you get here?
Well, it's been 4 years in the making. The Casper team, I can't say enough about them. They inspired us 4 years ago, and truly because we're here today because of Casper, Wyoming. Mike Vogue and, Brian Spalding, they're both amazing, but they're still here today. They still compete today. They just had some bad runs today, but next year they'll probably be back, and so will everybody else.
Well, as the new champion, maybe you inspired some firefighters yourself today.
Yeah, I hope so. The camaraderie here is outstanding. The firefighters are just a great group of guys. They all come together every year, thanks to Dr. Davis here, but hopefully the challenge will keep getting better and there'll be new levels every year.
That is our new champion, and next year we'll see if new levels will be set. The Firefighter Combat Challenge will be back, and so will we. For Jack O'Connor and Paul Davis, I'm Bob Ramsey. We'll see you next time.
ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
We bring you drama on the NBA tonight. What can the Nets do? See another playoff day. Stopping his airness would definitely help. Antonio trying to avoid a sunset. And Houston looking to do it just one more time. We'll also sit down with the Sonics, second unit. The action starts now. Hello again, everyone. Glad you stopped by for the show that loves to flow. This is a playoff edition of the NBA Tonight, along with the coach, Fred Carter. I am Jason Jackson. We begin Wednesday's run with home court contradictions. Just like the Jazz did last week. With a tied series, the Rockets are downplaying the importance of home court advantage. Mario Elie made it plain, saying, quote, home court advantage doesn't mean anything in the playoffs. Now, that line of thinking would float if it wasn't clear that every team is fighting for the top four spot in their conference so they can have home court advantage. First quarter, the Rockets strong from outside, coach.
And it's important for them to get off making those three-pointers, and that's the thing that scares you. Drexler's made two. Matt Bullock made the other one.
Rockets by 7 after 1, second quarter. Ryan Russell kept the Jazz in it, down low, sneaks away for the lay-in late in the half. Clyde open to the Dream. Rockets by 6 at the break, third quarter. More Dream. And check out the classic shake. Only one question to Fry. Go with that shake. Rockets push it to 13. The Jazz strike back. Russell looking for three and trifecta. You betcha. Next trip, Jeff Hornacek letting it 3 points in the 12 seconds that went by. Jazz down 4 after 3. Fourth quarter, Barkley banging down low with Malone. Tough J off glass, and let's Carl know all about it. Rockets up 6 later. Malone responds. Nails one on Chuck. No foul, though. Jazz down 4. Then problems for Houston on the pick and roll, Fred.
And they've had those problems all year long, JJ. Kane doesn't show. Right there, Stockton gets in the lane. So you know what Sloan does? When he finds a weakness, he tries to milk it. They run it again. This time, Elie comes over. But look at there. Brian Russell gets in the lane, gets 2 free throws. They will always milk, and that's down the gun of the ballgame.
Those 2 trips would tie it at 82. So Houston goes to the Dream. No double team, and that's an easy deuce. Houston by 2. the teams would swap free throws to put the Rockets up 1. 30 seconds left. Pick and roll again. Plus serious ball movement. Russell for 3. No good. Drexler with the board. He gets fouled. Barkley knows it's over. Clyde made 2. And that put the Rockets up 3. Last chance for Utah. Malone, the 3. Utah on the ropes. Hakeem Olajuwon finished with 28 points and 12 boards as Game 4 is Friday in Houston. Clyde the Glide added 22 points and 9 boards. Houston is now 1 win away from becoming only the second number 8 seed to beat the number 1 seed in a playoff series. Number 8 Denver upset number 1 Seattle in 84. In the 90s, Utah is 3-8 when facing an elimination game. The Jazz were solid in the fourth quarter of their first 2 games of this series, but in Game 3, there were no late game heroes. Utah shot just 4 of 18 from the field in the final period and missed all 6 attempts from downtown. Time now for Coach Sloan to discuss Rocket Fuel.
They dominated us pretty much early in the ball game, and we were having a terrific time trying to get in their offense. We weren't screening anybody, wasn't getting anything going on, and we really was playing catch up all night long.
A great situation now. We got 1 game at home, and to be honest with you, we don't win the next game, we don't deserve to win the series. A good friend of mine told me, he said, if we win tonight, the rabbit will have the gun instead of the hunter. And I thought that was a great line. When the series started, they were the hunters and we were the rabbits. After tonight, the rabbit got the gun. Let's see what happens now, see how the hunter reacts.
Well, whoever has the gun right now, the Jazz are against the wall. And, Coach, is there any way for Utah to bounce back and get control of this series?
Well, it's most important for the Utah Jazz to get off early. I'm talking about the first quarter. In warm-ups, break yourself a good sweat so you can start off at the right pace. You cannot afford to allow yourself to fall behind the Rockets as you've done in the past. But for the Rockets, this game here is a must-win game for you as well, because if you don't win this one, you're certainly not going back to Utah and win Game 5. So it's a must-win for both teams.
And it's a situation where now in the West, we have the 1 and the 2 seed against the ropes. We'll talk about the Sonics and the T-Wolves later in the show. We move forward. We have the S&S series, Suns and Spurs off to the home over Riverwalk for the Spurs. 1 and done situation against the Suns. Rex Chapman was dressed but did not play. First quarter, Avery Johnson was hot. Johnson slashing through the lane for 2. He had 11 of 15 shots. Avery had 10 at the break. And, Coach, look at Antonio McDyess in the post.
Everyone in the league wondered whether this guy could post up. We knew he could run the floor and dunk, but did he have an inside game? Well, he just made Wilford do a hood ornament. He comes back in lane again, up and under. Yes, league, he does have game inside.
McDyess had 8 in the half, but left shortly with an injured hand. Did the injury affect his play? McDyess? Not the same, throwing up the brick. He only had 2 more points in the rest of the game. Second quarter, Spurs down 3. Avery Johnson misses, but David Robinson dunks it right at the 24-second buzzer. Olivia Ainge wanted the violation late in the second. Spurs break the press. Monty Williams takes it the length of the floor. The floater over McDyess. 6 points in 11 minutes for Williams, tied at 41 at the half. Third quarter, Suns look to Cliff Robinson on the break. Robinson, the jumper, can't hit. He had no points. 0 for 6 from the floor. Coach Avery Johnson going to the hole.
Oh, so look at the screen by Wilford. McDyess doesn't step up. He gets his little run in the lane. He had an outstanding series.
That's right. He had 18 after 3 in this one. Spurs by 7. Then Chuck Person shows the stroke. And look at how far he shoots this one. And that's good from 8 feet behind the line. My goodness, Spurs by 10. Fourth quarter, Spurs defense steps up. Robinson rejects McDyess and then tears the loose ball from him. Robinson with 21 boards. Chapman's replacement, Steve Nash, in frustration. Nash takes down Johnson full body. That results in a scuffle, and that did it. It's all over. The finest gentleman in the entire National Basketball Association, Avery Johnson, finished with a career-high 30 points as the Spurs wait for the Rockets-Jazz series winner for the Western Conference semifinals. D-Rob had his bag with a double dip and had 15 and 21 in this one. KJ led the Suns with 18 points. As we get more from the score, Chuck Person averaged nearly 7 points in the 61 games he played this season. He finished with 18 in this one. Duncan had a rare thin game of 11 points and 5 boards. After the game, AJ cleared the air on the late game blow-up with Nash.
I understood at the time that they were trying to foul. I just think that one was a little too harsh. And I understand, guys are going home and they're frustrated, but at the same time, it's a fine line.
He had a career night. There's no doubt about that. I couldn't be happier for him. He's always getting the load about, he's not a shooter and you don't want him to do that, and they're going to let him alone, whoever they is. It doesn't matter what team we play.
It was a difficult matchup for us, and their inside guys created a lot of attention. Avery Johnson hurt us throughout the whole series because of the attention that we gave to the inside people. And Chuck Person today, I thought, was the main difference.
So, Fred, now we have to look at Phoenix's situation. They have a lot of free agent opportunities coming up over the summer if there is a summer to sign people without a lockout. But the question is, will small ball continue, or will they come back and have to change the philosophy to try to win?
I don't think small ball can continue. I mean, after all, they have a lot of fun during the regular season. They win basketball games. They go up and down the floor. Last year, they were eliminated by the Sonics. This year, by the Spurs. They've got to reevaluate that situation. If they expect to advance in the playoffs, they've got to come with some big, strong rebounders to play big basketball.
We go to the numbers to take a peek on the top performer in this contest. Avery Johnson shocked the world in this series. They say he can't shoot, but he can surely score head-to-head against Jason Kidd. The only thing Johnson didn't dominate was the assist category, but with a near 30% edge in the field goal shooting area, the advantage stage with A.J. Fred. Did Johnson's performance surprise you at all?
It certainly did, because I was one of those believers that you sag off him, still make him shoot the jump shots. If you make him do that, then fine. He doesn't get in the lane, doesn't give the big guys layups, or they even tip in his misses. My hat's off to him, because he did an outstanding job. After all, a non-drafted player out of Southern University has done an outstanding job.
And we also like him because he watches the NBA Tonight. My friends, we have just begun to flex the hoopology of the NBA Tonight. Still ahead. There's only one broom in the closet, and the Bulls have their hands on it in New Jersey. All in the name of rest and recuperation. Here's a taste for your senses.
The Bulls looking to establish their biggest lead of the game. With under 5 to go in the third, and Burrell from Michael Jordan.
This is where I work. These are my co-workers. Those are my customers. And that's me. Employee number 8. I make baskets.
This is for Reverend O'Brien, who always told me to give it my best shot. For my grandmother, who showed me what real courage is. And for myself, who found it.
With AT&T One Rate International, it's $7.08 for a 12-minute call from the U.S. to Mexico. With 10321, it's $10.56. Surprised? 9 out of 10 calls from home cost less with One Rate International. So give us a call today.
NBA Tonight is brought to you by Huffy Bikes, reminding you that there's an Iron Man in everyone.
On Tuesday's edition of the NBA Tonight, our Fred Carter predicted an early jump by the Bulls led by his Royal Airness. On way to a sweep over the Nets, let's see if MJ and friends watch the show. Luke Longley dressed but did not play. His replacement in the middle, the Worm, sporting a new do. First quarter, MJ sends a message, loses Kerry Kittles with the fake, hits the jumper.